Actually, give.
Oh,
Sorry.
no worries. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Meticulous Talks on November 14th. You already know Hithroc's here. Hi,
Yeah.
Doris.
Hi.
Yep, it is time for the New Dawn set review.
Yep. It's one of
And
those
yeah,
streams.
I think you're well served off with the preamble. A long time for the slides to load there. Because there are 150 of them. Who'd have thought?
How is that? There's only 151 cards. Yeah.
Hmm? Well, there are two more. I should just start out. What's two more compared to 151? Because it wasn't only New Dawn cards that released set and drop. So I figured we may as well just say a few words about the new Fluttershy and the new Grogar.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start with that. The I guess just before we start, just to brush everyone up on the way that our ratings work. Um, Unlike Commentaries Magic, who rate cards based on their individual value, we are rating them based on how much play we expect them to see in the upcoming core metagame.
Yeah.
We go from 1 to 5, where 1 is no play at all. Well, no competitive play at all. People casual, but you wouldn't expect them to show up in a competitive deck list at a tournament. 2 will see experimentation, maybe see a couple of lists at the start of the meta, and then fade out once people realize it's good. 3 will kind of see a smattering here and there in your 2 decks. Nothing completely top tier competitive. 4 are the cards that show up consistently in the top tier lists. And 5 is just for stuff that defines the game or is gonna get banned, or the really really standout cards of them.
Yeah. The good stuff.
Absolutely. Now it is just me and Hithroc. Pages did provide us numbers, and we'll be sure to give him a drop on each of them. And if he comes around, he's sleeping now. I'm pretty. If he comes around and we're still going, I've welcomed him to drop in, so we may get him later. Otherwise, okay, let's get to it then. So, starting off, we'll start off with the new Leaders and Legends cards. So we have here Fluttershy Stunning Wonder, the replacement for Fluttershy Growing Confidence. She's the same main, except her boosted text only triggers once for the first time each turn. And I think this is still pretty good. I actually have played against it once already, and it feels a lot like kind of the way the main was supposed to work. Kind of like it still does the thing on problem face off. It just doesn't have the stupid combo stuff in it. So I would absolutely put this at a 4 going forward.
Yeah. I would agree with that. And well, it's still a main that like kind of discourages your opponent from doing a double face off. Like they get a little punished by it. But at least it doesn't do ridiculous things where you play 10 dilemmas in one turn, or even like playing a couple of dilemmas of her was still really, really good because
Yeah.
it's free.
Yeah.
So now it's a bit more balanced, and I think now, like before, you just wouldn't build a nurturing nature deck because growing confidence exists. I think now it's like you actually have to make a choice. It's a meaningful one.
Yeah.
And it depends on what kind of deck you're running.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be a lot more space in the yellow space. The two Fluttershy's, Thorax as well. They all should be viable.
Yeah.
All right. And the other card is Grogar, Father of Monsters. Again, same as before, except the ability is main phase instead of immediate. Um,
This is huge.
it is a big difference, but it is also still a 7-power troublemaker, one of the few villains in core, and 2 points. But I think there's absolutely still a place for this card around.
Not in my deck.
You don't think so?
Uh like as well. Like I played combo deck last, right?
Mhm.
And in that deck, Grogar was used as a control tool. Like it's a risk-free control tool. You just put it there, and the opponent gets nothing for it, and it slows them down quite a bit. But now they can get those 2 points, and that's no good. That's no good at all. And as a combo deck, I don't really have a way of defending my troublemaker really well. So in that deck, I think Grogar has no place anymore. In other control decks that can like in something like purple, blue, white, I think there Grogar still has a place because it's an epic troublemaker. You can farm it, and if you can defend it, good. But it's so much worse now than
Okay.
immediate.
So it sounds
Yeah.
like you're downgrading essentially from an effective 6 to a 4.
Uh I would say it's somewhere between 3 and 4 for me at this point.
Okay, I'm still willing to give it a 4. I think it's
I'm not as optimistic. I think this nerf is very huge, but maybe that's because I'm spoiled by the original version.
I mean, so like one of the things that I remember from putting together the invitational deck list is, there was a mix of cards all over the place, but like everybody was running as many Grogars as they possibly could across their list. And
Yes.
so I think enough of those decks would still want this card. Like, yeah, you're
Well,
not.
all of the farming decks still would,
Yeah,
but other than farming decks,
I think he still
like it.
has a place in control because he's a villain. There just aren't like villains are so useful.
Mm, I mean, they are, but I don't know. I'm not convinced as much as you.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, it's not like a 1.
Oh yeah,
It's I can't give it a 3, but I don't think it's quite a 4 either.
sure,
So it's somewhere in between for me.
sure, that's fair. And I guess for those watching, I said Pages had numbers. He didn't have numbers for these.
Yeah.
All right. So with that taken care of, let's get to the actual set. All right. Beginning with Lord Tyrek, our blue main. Starting with the sort of structure that the mains are going to have in this set, where A3 turn them over on their dark side, and then on their boosted side, they've got a benefit, but also a drawback, a way for the opponent to push it back over if they are able to. So in the T-Rex case, you get to pay 1 to frighten a thing at the start of a face-off. Drawback that if you lose that face-off, it goes back over. And I think, well, fair enough. I think Blue's in a pretty good place in this set. I think T-Rex has a Frighten deck around him that's going to be pretty good. Whether it's probably blue, purple, white with the Legion Tricorn, and I think T-Rex also has the advantage that you have the ability to take that risk. Like if it's only if you paid the 1 AT to frighten the friend that there's the possibility he goes back over. Beside Chrysalis and Cozy,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have any control over that. So I think he's the best of the 3. I am willing to give him a 4.
Okay, I'm giving him a 3 because I don't. So, as much as I want to believe that the Frightened deck will be like competitive with everything else we have, I'm not convinced on that. I think people will try to build with Frightened deck, like a Frightened decks around this card, and it might even be like good, but a consistent top tier play, probably not, because there are so many other decks out there which are really good right now, and I don't think like one set can't really push Frightened strategy like enough. Especially since it's been pretty much non-existent since the core rotation. It exists in Harmony, but in core it's kind of hard to pull off. With this set, it'll be much easier because it's got so much support for it. But still, so I gave this card a 3. I think people will try it. I think we'll see it in some decks, but I don't think it'll be like one of the
best.
Yes, one of the consistent top tier decks.
Okay, that's fair. Pages apparently agreed with you and gave it a 3.
It's fair.
All right, Cozy Glow. Same structure, free to turn over. In her case, it allows you to confront through troublemakers, and if you score its bonus points, you score the points of the troublemaker here instead, and the opponent simply has to confront 2 or more problems, turn her back. The much hyped purple troublemaker aggro that mystified so many of us through the spoiler season.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we were talking about this before the stream. Personally, I think that Cozy Glow, like I tried to think of a way to make the deck work. It just feels like so often this main is effectively not going to have any text on it. It's so specific circumstances you have to put together to make it work. And so I think Cozy Glow is a meme, and I gave her a 1.
All right. I'm a little bit more optimistic on Cozy Glow, and I gave it a 2. I think people will at least experiment with it because it's a unique card, and people will try to build around it. Like some people like to try make Unicorn aggro work.
I mean, I did, but I didn't use this main.
Oh no, you're not going to use this main for Unicorn aggro. I'm just saying that
Okay.
I think we'll see some experimentation, and I think it will fall off. So I agree that it's not good enough, but I think people will experiment. So I gave it a 2.
Fair enough. For the record, Unicorn Aggro actually went 3-1 in that first tournament. I know you didn't look at the results. It's actually not bad. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any results yet.
And Pages also gave it. All right.
Next card?
Yeah, Chrysalis. Same thing. First 2. And then as an opponent plays their first non-troublemaker card each turn, they may pay X, where X is that card's cost. Not the card gets canceled. They simply have to play 3 cards to turn it back over. I'm much more confident in this one. This main has some real value to it. I think that it's right in the middle in terms of, on the one hand, you're going to be doing real damage to your opponent if you get it to the boosted side, but some decks are going to be relatively easily able to flip her back over. And so it's going to require some tactical thought on the proper time to flip the main over and how to best take advantage of her. But white is well positioned this set to build a good deck around her, I think.
So your rating?
3.
Yeah. So my rating. So I actually more agree with Paige's rating here than my own because I gave her a 3, but when I was thinking about it, I gave her a 4 at first, but then I kind of like jumped back to 3 again. and Pages gave it 3.5, and I think that's where I see it as well. I think so. What makes me think that this card is a 4 is it's a white main. There aren't many of those in the meta because there
This is
aren't
true.
any good mains. So, and it's somewhat generic. Like you're probably not putting it into an aggro deck, but again, it's still like it doesn't require you to build a deck around it, which is a big thing. And just because of that, I think like that's enough to make it a free, because people will probably run it because it's a white main, which they can run in their control decks or something. And it's like it's good enough. But at the same time, like, can it compete with other mains? Really depends on the colors. Like with pink, are you going to get this main or a Skystar or something?
Mhm.
It's and I don't know. The answer is I don't know, and I think it could go either way. It like this main could either be one of the like go-to white mains, or people will just pick other mains from other. So I gave it a 3, but I'm kind of in between 4 and 3.
That's fair. It's true. It's been so long since we last had a really effective white main that it's hard to judge what effect that's going to have on the meta,
Yeah,
really. Which, to be fair, I don't want to discount Ocellus. She's got some possibilities in that.
yeah, but like she's more for aggro though.
That's fair.
So
Alrighty.
for aggro we have Ocellus, but for this one we have this changeling.
Shall see. Alrighty, on into blue.
Blue.
Starting with Flash Magnus. 3 cost, 3 power, 3 rec. Uh, almost feel like the text should say main phase action here, going back to the beta set. Pay 1 to draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Functionally, yeah, it's upgrading your pay 1 to draw ability. Draw 2, discard 2, which is relatively significant if you want to dig for stuff and if you want to discard stuff. But personally, I think, well, for one thing, I don't think he goes in the Pegasus deck. Pegasi are really well tuned, and I couldn't think of anything that I could take out for this. There is the blue pink deck that wants to discard stuff. I think it has enough ways to discard stuff already. So I think he's just a 2.
Yeah, I'm not giving him even a 2 because he costs 3. Rec is also free. He gives you just free power, and the effect is kind of underwhelming. Like, it's pay. You have to pay 1 to draw 2 and discard 2, so you're not even getting a card advantage for that, which is kind of bad, I think. Like, I mean, sometimes you want to dig for stuff, but I can't imagine myself playing this card and then paying AT to dig for stuff. That's kind of a lot of AT, especially in blue. Like, if you're like playing aggro or something, why would you play this card? It doesn't really give you that much, right?
Yeah.
So it's a 1 for me. I don't think people will even put it in their decks ever. That's how I'm.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah.
I mean, the that's fine. Yeah. The distance between 1 and 2 is mainly, I guess, as we said during Cozy Glow, a function of how interesting the card is, really. So
Yeah, I suppose so.
Pages was. Alrighty.
Yep.
So I'm actually just looking at the ratings now, and did you give a 1 to all the cheerleaders, or?
I think well, I don't think to all of them, but most of them, I think.
Yeah, you have a couple of non-one, but clearly you're down on cheerleaders. Why not start with gals here?
Okay, so why would I have this card in my deck? Uh, like at worst, it's 2 for 2, 1 rare competitive 1, which is pretty bad. Like given how much value the cards we have in decks right now generate. Like having a 2 for 2 with competitive 1 is kind of really underwhelming.
Mhm.
And sure, there's this extra condition that if you have another cheerleader friend, you may ready a card. But that's so specific. You have to have an exhausted card in the first place, which you might or might not have. And you also might have a cheerleader friend, which you might or might not have. And another problem is that one of the cheerleaders, unless you're playing the outfit, is gonna be like pretty much a wasted card because they're all enters play effect, and you're gotta play the first one at some point.
Hmm.
So I'm very unconvinced on the entire cheerleader thing, which is why most of my, if not all, but most of my cheerleaders are kind of have bad ratings.
Right. I think, and I'm pretty sure I gave most of them relatively poor ratings as well. But I think that Gallus and Silverstream together. Silverstream is one to steal something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I felt like those two together had potentially enough to work out to go together because I think blue and pink are gonna go together this set. Like, may as well say it now. I personally see this core meta feeling a lot like Defenders of Equestria. Um, it's going to be a lot of blue and it's going to be a lot of pink with a lot of yellow thrown. Um, and
Okay.
so there's a little bit of extra value because this card is a Griffin. It's possible that Griffin synergy might be a thing this set. And I think there's enough stuff that you want to exhaust that there's maybe a chance for this card.
But like, why would you want to ready that stuff?
Because you can exhaust it again at immediate speed. Granted, this is like purple orange, but stuff like First Mate Mullet and sorry, blue orange. Um,
But like, even first mate mullet, you have to pay 1 to move something, and then you have to pay 2 to ready first mate mullet, and then you have to pay 1 again to like that's paying free AT to move a thing and getting it to like a loyal pony is better than that. Well, kind of. Well, I guess a loyal pony is not immediate, but still. And you also have to have another cheerleader friend on your board. So I don't know. It's a lot of conditions for an effect that's kind of questionable.
honestly, yeah. I think the way that I'm going to do this is I'm willing to waffle by 0.5. So I'm willing to take him down to a 2.5 based on your. That's.
Okay. We'll get to other cheerleaders later.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Discord.
I assume that. I think the audio. Okay, yeah, next card. Right, the beginning of our entry cycle. The Unity 7, this card has +2 power stuff. Now, overall, I wasn't super impressed with these cards, but I think that blue in particular can appreciate this, can relatively easily. Well, to be fair, all of the colors, if you're playing a main that matches them, can relatively easily get to that Unity 7 threshold. And I think blue will appreciate a 3 power 1 cost card probably more than any of the other colors.
Yes. And I think that's the only entry card of the cycle which I gave a free. Other ones are lower on the score for me.
I believe that is the case.
So the reason I gave this one free and not the others is because it's blue, yeah, and blue loves having really cheap power. And I think paying 1 for free is gonna be beneficial in some decks. So I think this card will see some play, yeah. And do know about consistent play, but it will see some play. That's what I believe.
Absolutely. I don't know if I said the number, but yes, 3.
Yeah.
Paige is a little bit less enthusiastic, only gave it a 2.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand Pages. Like, the thing here is Blue has so much good entry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you play this card and not a loyal pony, right? So that's why I'm like, I also have my skepticism about this
Right.
card.
It's true. I mean, it's got the chaos ability, which is not really much to recommend it. It is
I
a
mean, it's
griffin, as I
I
was
mean,
saying
it's
earlier, but
yeah. So I still think people will play it in some decks. Like, I'm not putting it past. Like, I don't. I think we will see it, but I can see the. I can. Well, words are hard. I can see the skepticism
right.
towards this card as well.
Alrighty. Lord Tirek. 1 cost, 2 power, 3 wreck. When an opposing friend is frightened, double this card's power until the end of the turn. So I found it really hard to rate this card, honestly, because it seems like it should be a pretty good value. It's 2 for 1 automatically, so
Mm-hmm.
that tells you, don't sleep on it. And with all the frightening going on, it seems like this should be able to hit pretty well. Now, granted, these have to be proactive frightens. So like this isn't going to combo with Grogar's Lair or something like that because you want to be frightening stuff on your turn so that you can use them to confront problems.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Blue can do that. It's got enough events that do that. It's got um, well, yeah, mostly events, I guess. But there's plenty of events that do that. So I feel like this can work. I was willing to give it a 3.
I gave it a 2. I think, right? Yeah, I gave it a 2. That's for the kind of the same reason I gave 3 and not 4 to Tyrek, the main.
Mhm.
I'm not entirely convinced on Frightened decks yet, and if I'm proven wrong, that's fine. More power to Frightened decks.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But like, even if, and as you said, like, the problem here is that you have to like frighten things on your turn, and it's a temporary power, and like, this card looks all right if you like read the text, like, oh, that's gonna be so good, you're gonna double the power. But look at Trixie Smoke and Mirrors, right? That one doubles the power every time you play an event, and it's still not that much of a value. And like, playing events on your turn is much easier than frighten things, right?
Especially for purple.
Especially for purple. And I know purple doesn't really do aggro, but still. So me being not convinced on the frighten things, and this card being like, the value here is questionable, I gave this card a 2. I think will be people will try it, but probably will cut it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Ages 3? Yes. 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Rutherford. Now, before I get to this card, well, let me just say first 3 power, 3 cost, 1 rank. Unity 5 to Swift, Unity 10. You move this card to a problem, we move another one of your characters to a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I should preamble this because I have a theory that undergirds basically all of my ratings on the big Unity cards. And that is that, as I said earlier, I expect the set to feel a lot like Defenders. And that means there's going to be a lot of pink and there's going to be a lot of removal. And I think it is going to be difficult, actually, to get to the high Unity numbers because your opponent is just going to be taking out your stuff all the time. And so, for that
Yeah.
reason, I am a little bit down on most of the big Unity cards. And that's the reason why I gave Rutherford a 2. I think it is actually going to be harder than you might think to consistently get to Unity.
I mean, that's a good point, but I think Unity 10 isn't that much Unity. Like with white main, you only need 7 power. You think you can't get 7 blue power? But I guess that's kind of like win more problem, right? With this card. Because if you have like 7 blue power, well, you're probably good on confronting problems already. But yeah, I gave this card a free because Congo effects are really powerful. Like whenever we see cards with Congo effects, they're usually used. You can see that with Wildfire, and this card is conditional Wildfire, basically, right? Which costs 1 more. And potentially has Swift. So like when you have the Congo effect, you also have Swift, which is really good. I like moving free power for 1 AT as well as moving something else. So I think getting to Unity 10 is not going to be this card. Like, if you have a blue main and you have this card in play, you only need 4 more blue power, which is, I don't think, is a lot. And like you say, there's probably going to be a lot of removal, and that's why you won't have Unity. I think if there's a lot of removal, that's the problem. There will not be that you don't have enough Unity. The problem will be that you probably will not have this card because it will be removed.
Well, and that's okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I still think it's a free, and I still think it's a good enough card.
And I think that's a fair assessment. Agree with you.
Yay!
Now, having said that case, it might look a little strange me giving Rainbow Dash a 4 here. 3 cost, 2 power, 2 rec. When you play this card, search your deck for a dilemma, put it into play, shuffle your deck, Unity 15, move up to one of your characters for each problem. And that's purely because I think she's good enough even without the Unity 15 that she'll absolutely see play. If you can make it hit, great. If not, she's still excellent. She'll be in plenty of loot.
Yeah. I agree. So I gave this card a 4.
Fair enough. Did too. I guess not much to say there. Then.
Yeah.
All right, Scoodaloo. The beginner of the 2 cost, 4 power mini cycle with Swift, but at the start of a face off, she goes home. Sent home, specifically. I think in general, I'm not particularly impressed by these SRs. It's true and fair that, similar to what we said for Grandpa Gruff, blue as a color should appreciate 4 power 2 cost, and it is 4 power Swift, so that's not nothing either. But blue is also the color that probably cares about winning face-offs more than any other.
Yeah, you gotta win the face. Like, if this card was yellow, but even if this card was yellow, it'd be kind of like the Zephyr Breeze.
Yeah. Well, I'm willing to give her a 2.
I'm giving her a 1. I don't think people will play this card. Sorry, Scoodaloo. Because like losing 4 power before a face-off could be pretty bad. And I don't think getting 4 power for 280 is worth it. It's not like current deck can generate that much value for that much cost anyway.
Pages with the 2.5 unfortunately isn't here to defend that. Potentially
maybe he's onto something.
I mean, so it struck me, she is a Pegasus. Pegasus means a lot in the current meta.
Yeah, it could be like a 6 power skill. That's better.
Anyway. And rounding out blue, we have Spitfire. 3 cost, 3 power, 4 rec, with the ability to play it to a problem with the troublemaker, retire this card, a number of blue friends equal to the point value to beat that troublemaker. Often enough, 1, 2, occasionally 3, I guess 0. 1 to play this card to defeat the troublemaker, which maybe is sometimes useful. seems really good. I don't know about necessarily. Well, yeah, it's difficult
The
to give it like a
sideboard.
4 because it's pretty clearly a tech card, right?
Yeah, it's a sideboard card.
Yeah, exactly. Um, but a pretty clear sideboard if you're running into troublemakers all over the place.
Yeah,
Save 3.
agree. And Pages rated it 3.5, which is fair. It's not quite 4, but probably better than 3.
That's fair. It's true that the existence of sideboards kind of messes with our ratings a little bit because it's difficult to think of where you would put a card that's like a consistent sideboard choice, but not necessarily
I think
consistent
3
main
is a
board
fair
choice.
rating for it. Yeah.
Alrighty, on to orange.
Orange?
So our Apple Bloom of the same cost structure as Scootaloo, except she is Diligent 1 and costs at the start of a face-off. I think these two abilities are pretty contradictory, and thus I give her a 1.
Yeah. Like, Orange likes big friends, but, like, why would you want this friend? Just to confront? I guess if you give her Stubborn somehow, like, you have cards that give Stubborn, that'll be pretty good.
Are there cards that get stubborn? Or
Uh, might not be in core, yeah. There's the Cloudy Chords, or whatever his name. I think he's in High Magic.
right?
And there's some problems. Yeah. Well, either way, yeah, I think you're right. That's like it's gonna be hard getting Diligent on a card that's exhausted. It doesn't help you win face-offs. Uh, and even if you do, like, sure you get a confront body, but Orange has plenty of ways of getting tons of power without putting too much effort into it, like Rockhoof.
Now it's EP does bring up a good point, and it kind of has to undergird orange in general, right? Which orange is a difficult color to rate in this set because if you're playing it, you're playing the Discord main, the Grogar main, and that means that your rec curve is all off, right? So this
Yeah,
is effectively a turn 1 play, um, and that is yeah, as a turn 1 play, it is pretty good against certain uh, certain natural starting problems. I don't know if that's necessarily a good enough argument for conclusion.
yeah. Would you run it with Grogar even?
Yeah, are there better things that you could cheat out with your high rec at the start of the game? Probably.
Yeah, like I think you have better use for your card slots than banking the chance that you might confront a problem on the first turn.
Right.
So yeah, blue orange exhaust aggro is a fair point because I actually believe in that deck. I do have my belief that that deck is gonna be good. That's why the card we have later, I have rated it. I think a 3, maybe 4 even. I think I actually rated it the 4, but we'll get to it. You know what? Just for orange blue aggro, I will bump this up to 2. Sure.
Okay. That's fair.
I have my belief in blue orange.
Pages was already there. All right.
Not for Rainbow Dash though.
Okay. So our big UND 15 Applejack. And I said my big tirade about UND 50 about the big UNDs before. Applejack is a little different because he has the built-in protection against removal. You only have to put 1 +1 power counter on her before she protects herself, and Orange has plenty of ways to do that. I think functionally she either gets blown up as soon as she comes into play, or else she gets self-protection and is able to stick around. And
Well, except all those other forms of removal.
well, yellow and white. Fair
Yellow,
enough.
purple, white. Yeah, there's a plenty other ways to remove her.
Which I guess is why she's not a 4. Yeah.
That's fair.
I think there's enough value here for sure, and Orange has the proper foundation and support of its excellent events, its excellent main, etc., etc.
Yeah, and I think if anywhere, getting to Unity 15 would be the easiest in Orange.
I agree. So I think she's a solid 3.
Yeah, I think so too. Pages isn't as convinced though.
A little bit
But
more
correct too.
pessimistic about Orange in general.
Or at least the style of Orange that would run this card.
All right. Big Mac and Sugar Bell. 5 cost, 5 power, 4 rec. The ability to play it for only 1 if you control a friend with cost 4 or more, which Orange will do. It's fair to say that Orange is, in general, one of the more vulnerable colors to a removal-focused meta, as it generally contains high cost, high power stuff that's big investment. You're pretty sad when it goes away. But I can't deny the possibility that this is an incredible card to get into. And it also has the possibility of being a good springboard.
Unicorn
No. No. It's potentially an easy way to get a 5-cost friend out to start a Mrs. Cake cycle. That's the big thing that bumped it from a 2 to a 3 for me.
Who is Mrs. Cake?
The pink card.
That one.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. I gave it a 2. So the reason I gave it a 2 is that usually the game isn't about the power alone, right? And all this card gives you is power. It gives you the power really cheap. But it has a condition on it, and I mean, it doesn't sound like, cost 4 for Orange is gonna be super easy. But in decks where you actually care about power, I think you'll actually see less cards costing that much. You'll see more like things like Rock Hooves or Heaven Base and other nice things, which are also orange but don't cost as much. And sure, Orange still has some really good cards that are at 4 cost, but usually don't play them unless you have some sort of or something. Because that's a lot of AT to spend. You have to bank in the early game to spend that much AT.
You could play Student 6 maybe.
Yeah, but have you seen much Student 6?
Outside of Reanimator.
Yeah. Maybe this card goes into Reanimator. I don't know, but why would it though? Because Reanimator doesn't care about power, right? It can get plenty of power from Tricorns.
I mean, yeah, if you have Twilight out, this is a 1 cost 7 power friend.
Yeah, I guess. I'm overall not convinced. I'm convinced enough to give it a 2. I think people will try it. But I don't think it'll see that much play. But there might be some killer orange aggro deck that I'm not foreseeing, which will definitely run this card. Because 5 power for 1 AT, I think, can be really sweet for some aggro decks. I just don't think those aggro decks are orange. And run 4 cost friends.
Right.
That's kind of my. That's why it's not a free for me.
That's fair.
Just the two.
All right,
Amber. And
oh, sorry. Did we?
well, Pages is between us at 2.5.
Okay, fair enough. He's between us also on this card, although a slightly larger gap.
Yeah.
Why don't you start?
Oh wait, did I give it a free?
That's what I'm seeing.
I don't know why I gave it a free.
It's actually a 5.
It's actually a 5. No, it doesn't have Trixie in it, so. Yeah, I can't really say anything. I said before that I'm not convinced on entry friends. Like, blue was the exception. Because blue likes power. I don't think orange likes power that much. Like, orange gets enough power as is, right?
Mhm.
And you have other good orange entry.
Like your main.
Like, yeah, like your main. Yeah, but if you even run other colors, you still have the Professor of Honesty, which gives you power counters, which is really good. You have the Honest Pony, which is good for exhaust decks, but I guess not good otherwise. I don't know. No, I don't know why I gave this card a free. I should change that. Maybe I mistyped or something. Because I don't think you need this in orange. Sorry, Ember.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I was expecting to have to argue with you over something, but I also fully agree with a 1.
Okay, you know what? For blue orange aggro, we're gonna give it a 2. I'm gonna go to Pages level.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I didn't give as much respect to Blue Orange either of you. That's totally fair.
But not the free.
All right. Grandpa, our progressive Unity orange card at 3 cost, 3 power, 1 rec. Stubborn on 5. Exhaust this card to flip an additional card on 10. So, okay, interesting. So, Grandpa is saying about orange blue exhaust aggro right there. It's fair to say that I guess this would probably go in that kind of card, in that kind of deck. I this one was definitely my being kind of pessimistic on Unity cards bit. In addition, I think the benefit of flipping an additional card. I guess it's kind of useful in some situations. I don't think it's necessarily on the same level as some of the other Unity 10 stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even for blue orange aggro, I don't see myself running this card in that deck. Yes, it exhausts itself. If you have Unity 10, which is kind of an if, you might not have it. And it's not just because, like, if it's your off color, which it might be in an aggro deck, you might not always have 10 Unity, so you can't even always exhaust it. And the problem is that, like, flipping an additional card, I think there are better ways of doing that too. And paying free AT for free power with like effect that sometimes works, kind of fun. I don't know that I would pay that much, and I think there are better ways to spend my card slots.
All right. It would appear that we're already behind the times on this one. Neither of us have seen the well, I assume you didn't see the gameplay video this week yet?
No.
Yeah, and I haven't either. Fair to say we may be wrong. Pages did give Grandparent a 2.5. So I was very happy when I opened the spreadsheet and saw you agreeing with me on the 1. And
Yeah, I
we'll
will see. I'm unconvinced on this card,
we'll see.
and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. That's
Yeah. Neither of us
that's
has
what
ever
those
been.
ratings are about.
Yeah.
That's what these ratings are about. To look at them 5 years later, it's like, oh yeah, that card was broken.
Yeah. Speaking of leaders re-review coming up at some point, probably once I can get the. Anyway, okay, moving on. Come on. 2/2/2 +1 power for each resource at any player's home. I think this definitely can be pretty good. There's a lot of resources that go to home these days. Lots of staffs, lots of motivational speeches, lots of fire friendships. Here in Orange, Desert Roads, Golden Parachutes. Sure, there's
Yeah,
some others that I'm missing. But yeah, in theory, relatively easy to set up and then get meta brooked.
yeah.
So yeah, I think.
This
Well,
card's rating is just like its stats: two,
yeah,
2, and 2.
I agree. Yeah, 2 is a good place for it.
Yeah. My thing here is that I think there are better 2-drops you could have. Like, again, you usually want more than just pure power from cards. And this is not a pure power, like, it's quite conditional as well. Sure, people play resources, but you don't actually get that many resources that often. And they also get swooped. Swopen? Is it swopen? Swept by Middlebrook very often.
Swept.
Swept, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. Yeah. So 2 for me, 2 for you, and 2 for Pages.
Okay. The answer to your question is yes. Okay. I would assume so. To the question of experimentation or frequency of appearance in events and tournaments, like I would define experimentation as like in the first couple of Cocos, the first couple of tournaments, you see it show up a little bit, but then by the end of the meta, nothing. That's how I would define experimentation.
Yep.
Uh,
Next card.
yes, next card.
Zarokuf.
Yes, Markov. That would be a 2. Okay, Rakov. 2 cost, 2 power, 3 rec, and if one of your resources would leave play, you may exhaust this card instead. Your card is not ready during its controller's next ready phase. Orange has good resources and will appreciate keeping them in play.
Mm-hmm.
And so this card has pretty undeniable value. It's relatively cheap. Its primary purpose is to protect the resources, so you don't necessarily care about the fact that it's not ready during its turn. And I don't know if that deck is top tier, so that's the reason why I gave it a 3 and not a 4.
Ah. So, remember I was talking about blue-orange exhaust aggro?
Okay.
This goes there too. But other than that, I gave this card a 4 because I honestly don't think there's an orange deck where you don't run this card. Given how much, pretty much every deck out there runs resource removal, and given how many, different kinds of resources, good orange resources out there, like, you have desert roads, you have shovels, and if you have, other colors, you have resources in other colors as well. There's definitely something you would want to protect. And this card being a 2 cost makes it really easy to include it. Yes, it has free rec, but you'll probably have free rec is a fair price, fair requirement for this card.
I mean,
and the effect it has.
The eternal caveat of orange, right? Free rec is literally nothing in this set.
Well, yeah, that's if That is if your orange is your primary color. But like even if it's your secondary color, I think you still run. Like I think you run this card in any orange deck. That's what I'm. Unless you really don't care about your resources, but like you care about your sticks, right? You want your sticks to be in play, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, this card did make it. It made my cut of the purple orange aggro list, not GP's cut, but it.
So I gave it a 4. I think like it will be a consistent inclusion in top decks. That's the definition of 4 rating because of how cheap it is, and it's a repeatable. It's a brine for resources that is also repeatable. I think that's really good.
Pretty fair.
Also, not unique. You could have 2 of them.
That is fair enough. If you have 2 of them, you can 2 of them and 1 resource. You can yeah. You can't necessarily protect your resource forever, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah, but like it takes more resource removal for them. Like if you have 2 of them, they have to spend 3 resource removals to get rid of 1 resource. Unless it's Meadowbrook and everything is removed, which is sad. But they still have to spend some resources. Either way, I think this card is really good, and I think it's a 4.
Ages with a 3.
You'll see how wrong you are, guys.
Okay. So you've already stated your case about the cheerleaders in general.
Yeah.
In this one, I agree because I think the effect is even worse in this
it's
case.
even more underwhelming.
Random card, so Poppy. I never forget about Poppy, but yeah. Not that Poppy was an orange pink deck to start with. And you need to have another cheerleader in. So,
yeah.
This is in the sort of entry space that you don't necessarily need, and I don't necessarily foresee any particularly good cheerleader synergies with it, so I'm absolutely willing to say 1 here.
I agree.
And Pages did too.
Poor Smolder. Nice skirt though.
It's a shame. I don't want to waste too much time, but honestly, of all the Student 6, I really like Smolder as a character. I think she looks great.
Yeah.
Anyway, Spike, rounding out orange. 1 cost, 1 cost, 1 cost, 1 power, 1 wreck. And immediate, exhaust top. Exhaust, oh boy, if I'm screwing up already, it's a long screen. Exhaust this card to put the top card of each player's deck into their owner's discard piles. If those cards share a card type, ready this card. Interesting. Very interesting effect. I don't know if it necessarily has a home in the meta.
Reanimator.
Okay. Fair point.
At least Reanimator.
That is honestly a very bump this up to 25.
Okay, maybe I'll put some more effort into defending this, and you'll bump it up to 3.
I said I'm only willing to go 0.5 away from my original.
All right.
That's what my 0.5 ratings mean. So people look at the spreadsheet afterwards, they'll see those are the cards that I was willing to.
All right. So, other than Reanimator, I think this card, first of all, it has its niche of being good against chaos control, and I think some decks want to mill. So I can see potential of being used outside of Reanimator, but at least for Reanimator alone, I'm ready to give it a 3.
Yeah, that is honestly a very good point. As a outlet for getting stuff into your discard pile, it's pretty good. Reanimator runs Pinky Sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, of course it does.
Of course it does. Yeah. So yeah, that's very good. Pages isn't here to get argued up from it too. Maybe he has a good reason.
Yeah. Next card.
Alrighty. I believe, just to say it. Okay, before you argued me up there, orange was the color I was most pessimistic about in terms. Now it's purple. But anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe that'll change. Who knows?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You are much more optimistic than me on purple. Okay, pink, which
Pink.
I believe is the color I'm most optimistic.
Yeah.
I said earlier.
Explain to me why this card is free.
Well, I think that pink in general, certainly the slower forms of pink won't appreciate this, but because of the existence of certain multicolor cards, blue pink is going to be back in this set. Angel Wings and Spitfire are still in core.
All right.
So,
but you know what else is also in core?
Uh-huh.
Holiday Spirit, which I think is much better than this card.
As a 2 for 4 versus a 1 for 3.
With the much easier condition for those colors. And you also have other really good pink entry, like
not necessarily.
Professor of Lothar. Why wouldn't you run Professor of Lothar in your deck? You wouldn't.
I mean, yes, you would. Like, so Unity 7 is totally trivial for pink. You flip Skystar and you're there.
I mean, I guess, but I feel like this value you're getting is quite minuscule compared to what other entry cards will give to you. Because if you flip Skystar and play Holiday Spirit, you're also there.
I mean, yeah, that is a fair point.
So I am not convinced that this can, like, it's not a problem with this card. It's more
right.
It's really like pink entry has a really high bar because it's so good. All of it is so good. Even the what is it, Lothar Pony, like from Sequestria, even that one is good. Draws you a card. And honestly, I think that one would be better for even pink blue than this one. I'm so unconvinced on this card, so it's a 1 for me.
Yeah, those are very good points. I'll give you that. Again, yeah, okay. Fair enough. 2.5.
Hey, I should be debating. In general.
Okay. Cheese sandwich.
Yeah, Pages' rating for Berry Punch was 1.
Yeah, that was also part of it. Seeing both of you guys give it a 1, I'm like, okay. Reasonable point. But mark my words, Hot Wings will come back. This maybe not.
Okay.
It'll be in different form, but those two colors.
Yeah, without Berry Punch though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, fair enough. Cheese sandwich. 2 power, 2 cost, 1 rec. While you have a Pinkie Pie here, this card has +2 power and eccentric 2. So we were just talking about how the great pink entry, and it seemed like, based on what you said, most of them were Pinkie Pies.
It's true.
True.
All of the good ones are Pinkie Pies.
Yeah, and I think this card is a pretty great early game play with a Pinkie Pie. Granted, not so great in the late game. But I think it's a pretty strong early early play, and you'll be relatively consistent to be able to get there to have a Pinkie Pie. You might have a Pinkie Pie main. You'll have the Friends Forever one, possibly. I'm willing to give him a 2.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want 4 power for 2 AT, you already have Holiday Spirit, which has a much easier condition to meet. Well, I guess it's arguable whether it's easier to have a Pinkie Pie or have more friends. But I think like having Pinkie Pie is very specific, and all you get for that very specific condition is 2 power and eccentric 2, which isn't all that much. And also Pinkie Pie has to be there, so it's also location restricted. Like it's not when you have Pinkie Pie on the board somewhere, it has to be at the problem with cheese sandwich. So I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't think people will play this card. It might be a good draft card. I'll give it that, but not much more than that. So 1.
Wow. I disagree. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Gabby. 4 power, 4 cost, hasty. I think what's their way to say it? I think cards need more text on them to get more than a 1.
It has plenty of text. It has an entire sentence in the flavor text.
Fair enough.
Oh, it has actually 2 sentences.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about the flavor text. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think hasty full speed is not really worth it. Pink in general wants cheaper stuff, like for its high impact.
Well, it has some ways to make stuff cheaper, but the only way a hasty friend is useful is as a face-off trick. And 4 AT 4 power face-off trick is really expensive.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm trying to. I mean, there's confront tricks too, but like, yeah,
Well, not with hasty card though. Well, unless you're playing Bluna, but like,
yeah,
you're not playing this card with Bluna.
yeah.
You have so many. Like, it's just a common. Come on, it's full steam, but pink with hasty.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm arguing for this card. We all give them one.
And before it breaks the meta, and will be very wrong.
Alrighty, Gilda.
You were shamed for laughing at this card. Gilda.
3 power, 3 cost, 1 pink wreck. Our progressive unity pink card, agile at 5, and your characters here have eccentric 1 on 10. So agile has generally been irrelevant so far in all of core, right? Or
Yeah.
if I've seen any agile friends really
Yeah.
play. And I used to think that 3 power agile was a good deal. Apparently not.
No, not without Swift.
Not without Swift, yeah. Your characters here have eccentric 1. I'll admit there's a potential for a lot of eccentric there, in theory.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with, say, some pink deck with a pile of Earth 22.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of deck you might run. But given my downishness on Unity in general.
All right. You want to hear pro play?
Give me the secret tech.
All right. You know that event which spawns a bunch of Earth ponies?
Yeah.
Depending on how much cards you have in your hand. Well, guess what? In pink, you probably have about 8 cards in your hand most of the time. And I'm pretty sure that event is immediate, right? Let me check. If I'm wrong, that's not a secret tech. Where is it? Oh, I can find it now.
GP is saying it's main phase.
Oh, well, never mind. Well, you could find some other ways to put things into play at immediate speed.
Okay.
But I think that second effect, your characters here have eccentric 1 is pretty strong, especially when you get the token engine going of some sort. And once you get a ton of Earth ponies, there's the removal argument doesn't really apply anymore.
Yeah, GP brings up exactly what I was thinking. Having class to discard your hand.
Yeah, and that's not the only way, right? So that's the thing here, that I think that an eccentric deck, like we had eccentric decks before, but this is like an extra support for them. Like the Grandmares, right? They have eccentric for every Earth Pony you have, I think.
Mhm.
So you can actually build a reasonably good deck for that. I think it can like. I believe in an eccentric deck. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And yet
And
you have this card too.
yeah, I gave this card a 2 because, well, I don't have that much belief in eccentric deck. Okay.
Fair enough. More than
I don't
either
think
of your pages, so that's
Yeah, so I think in an eccentric deck, this card fits really well, and I don't think getting to Unity 10 will be much of a problem. And if you can get a lot of like Earth Pony tokens, I think this card can be really great, and can be a really great control tool. And it's a trick of its own, like it has Agile, which I don't think you'll use Agile that often in this card, even though it's a nice trick. But like opponents will play around it though, because they will see like it's a proactive trick, which is not really a trick anymore. But either way, yeah, I gave this card a 2. I don't think it's a 1. I think people will try to play with it. I will try to build an eccentric deck.
alright, that's fair. I suppose, worth pointing out, I intend to experiment with a fair number of the ones that I put on this list.
Yeah,
That's what I do, is try to
yeah,
build decks with cards that probably aren't
I have some belief in eccentric decks.
very not have your. Alright. Mrs. K. The card that Bugle revealed much fanfare and celebration. 2 pink, 2 cost, 4 rec. Main phase, pay 2. Exhaust discard, retire friend. If you do, search your deck for a pink friend with cost less than each retired friend's cost. Put it into play, shuffle your deck.
It's a 1. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
5.
it is absolutely a 5. I, as I was saying on sort of Slack earlier, I took some time last week to try to theory craft a bunch of decks. Every time I would try to like get into blue or get into purple, I'd be like, "Oh wait, that's a new thing I can do with Mrs. Cake," and I end up with a pink deck. There are so much amazing things you can do with the card. Once you manage to bootstrap your way into a 5-cost friend, you can now cycle your way into Postal Mare and 5-cost Discord, and that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons behind me thinking there's removal all over the place in this meta. The ability to do that. You can also use it to find your way into entry. You can actually pull out a multicolor friend. Angel Wings is one great way to do that. You're functionally paying pay to get a 2 cost discount. You're paying functional. No. Anyway,
Well,
it costs less than you'd think.
I mean, it costs pretty much like PFAT. Well, yeah, I guess you have to play this card, which
Yeah.
costs 2 HP. But if we forget about that for a moment, this card is a PFF, which puts the thing into play instead of into your hand, which is really good.
Yep.
It's also repeatable, which is also which is why I think you have like you can close your eyes towards the fact that it by itself costs 2, because it is repeatable. You can cycle things like it's good. 5.
Yeah. It is absolutely going to have decks built around it.
Yep.
And they're going to be here to be good decks.
Yep.
Paige is not quite willing to come all the way with us. He is giving it a 4.5.
I think this card defines I think it's a solid 5.
And Hithroc doesn't give 5s to just anything.
Yeah, I don't give 5 easily, except for that next card. Oh no, it's not next.
No, it's next.
Oh, it is next. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, does this card, like the Pinkie Pie, does this card not define decks? I think, if anything, this card defines decks.
Right? It's a really good point. It comes down to whether you think that combo deck is going to be at the top, and I'm not super sure on that.
We'll see.
It's definitely going to be a presence. I think this card is minimum 4 for sure, because it's not just your build with the featherbanks.
Yeah.
I have built a deck that's just, and I think other people have too, actually, that is just all removal, and then this is your win condition at the end of the game.
So that's the thing here, is that this card does not only fits into my combo deck, right?
Yeah.
There are applications of it outside of it. That's why I think it's a 5 and not just a 4.
Now,
Like it does affect the meta game, and you have to think about this card when you build your decks, even if you don't run this card yourself.
I don't know if I'm willing to let you argue me up by points. It's a good point that you make.
Do it.
I'll let it stay. Pages was with me.
Okay. That's fine. I'll stay by my 5. And I don't give them out easily.
That is true.
That's sad this time around. I think I have one more 5 than you overall.
Yeah. Well. All right, Postal Man. 5 cost, 4 power. 3 rec. When this card enters play, dismiss any number of opposing friends here with combined cost 4 or less. Now, big thing to remember always is that tokens have 0 cost.
Yep.
So, any number of tokens.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is this is one of the big Mrs. Cake things that you can do. Once you have a 5 cost friend in play, start cycling these. You can start. Now, granted, this is something that I saw Bugle do during the tournament, but this is an excellent thing for Trixie, the purple pink Trixie.
Yeah.
Creating a token copy and just throwing it at the opponent. So I think it's absolutely possible that the decks that run this are functionally going to be running more than 3 of them, and are going to be calling them up basically on demand, and that sounds really impressive to me. So I think that's why I give it a 4.
Yeah, that's fair. I gave it a 3, but I don't know. I don't want to give it quite a 4. It's somewhere in between 3 and 4 for me. Like 5 AT is a lot of upfront cost, but like what really brings this card to the front is not the card itself, but the Mrs. Cake. So in my view, that's kind of like, this is words are hard. Like, it's not this card's what's the word I'm looking for? So basically what I want to say is that this card is good not because of this card, but because Mrs. Cake is good.
Fair enough. Okay.
And I mean, it shouldn't really affect the rating, because like the rating is how frequently you will see the card, right? Like it considers everything as a whole and not cards individually. But I still think this card is not quite a 4 for me, because I think you will not run it all the time. I think it's closer to being a sideboard card. You don't want this card against all of the decks, right?
It's true. Likely,
I think it's Mrs. Yeah.
Likely much less useful against farm.
Yeah. Or well, something that doesn't run tokens, or a lot of, like, if your opponent runs a bunch of free cost friends, which some decks really do, this card is kind of terrible because it just removes one thing. most of the time because you don't see a lot of one-cost friends very often. And paying 5 AT to remove one thing is kind of terrible. There are better cards for that.
Well,
And
that's the thing, right? You're only paying 5 AT the first time.
yeah, stupid Mrs. Cake ruining my ratings. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not bumping it up. I'm staying by my 3.
That is fine. But you've got pages there to join you at 3.
Yeah, I think it's just very specific on what it's doing. Like, it's really good against tokens, and it's really good if your opponent runs a bunch of like 2-power fans. But if they don't do either of those things, it's kind of bad, even with Mrs. Cake. So, I think it's a free. It's a good sideboard card, and you definitely want a lot of them, but not in all of matchups.
Silverstream. Same cheerleader stat line. When this card enters play, if you have a cheerleader friend, yada yada yada, you can gain control of an opposing friend here at the end of the score phase. It's Berry Punch and Orange Swirl, except more expensive and with lots of extra conditions.
Yeah. 2.
Yeah, I think I can see where you're coming from on 2. Like, I was willing to put it together with Gallus to give it the 3. In thinking that there was some potential actual cheerleader synergy happening. Seeing this card, I'm still not quite willing to get away from that, because this is really good if you can consistently make it happen.
But you can't consistently make it happen. You gotta have another cheerleader.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing the cheerleader outfit, which is sure.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I don't know if a zero cost resource that only purpose is to enable is to turn this card into very much an orange world is necessarily worth it.
Yeah, which you gotta get before you get this card as well. So, like, my problem here is that some of the time you'll just be sitting this card in your hand, and you're never gonna play it because you really want to save it for the effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta find either other cheerleader card, which is kind of annoying. You need like 2 cards from your deck, and probably you want a other cheerleader card which is of a different color, because again, this effect is like gonna trap you that you don't want to play it. You're gonna save it until like you.
Admittedly, sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Well, admittedly, it is a pink friend, which means it's a valid target for Mrs. Cake.
I guess you're gonna.
It is only an enters play effect.
Gonna pay 2 to. I guess. Nah, I'm not convinced on cheerleaders in general.
That's a pretty weak argument on my part.
If cheerleaders make it into some decks, good for them. They look really cute. Next card?
Yeah. 2.5 from pages.
Yeah.
Okay, rounding out pink. Somnambula. 2 cost, 2 power, 3 rec. When you confront this card's problem, you may draw a card. Very similar to other pink stuff we've seen before.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
Yep. One of those classic draft targets. But I think it comes back to, I think, something we said earlier. It's a little bit too simplistic for constructed, I think.
Yeah. I think there are better use for card slots in your deck than just drawing a card every time you confront. Like, that ability is good in the main, like with Silverstream and stuff, even though I think like if Silverstream didn't exhaust herself, she would be much worse.
It's true.
So just a friend that draws you card and confront, it's a little bit underwhelming for constructed in terms of value.
If you were going the whole hog on your Living to Laugh deck, even then,
I wouldn't run.
yeah.
Well, that deck doesn't confront problems. Like there's.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I don't think that deck is a good, good like comparison. Like you can't really evaluate draw effects by that deck because the deck wants to draw cards and nothing else. So maybe like this card could be useful in some decks that maybe want to draw some cards and do some confronts from time to time, right? But that deck just wants to have the most efficient way to draw cards. And this is not the most efficient way to draw cards.
There are better ways.
Yeah.
So we're all in agreement on 2.
Yeah.
That brings us to the end of pink. 3 colors down. Long ways to go still.
Yeah. We're not even halfway through yet.
Not even. I mean, this is like 20%.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Getting to 25. All right.
Not going to get closer if we keep dithering. Nisei. 1 purple, 1 cost. Entry thing. Text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why it's a 2?
Okay.
Unicorn aggro.
I'm okay. So I'll tell you, at least my build of unicorn aggro does. Okay, to be fair, my build of purple aggro is not unicorn aggro. It's something else, and it doesn't have this.
That's fair.
Okay, it's fair to say maybe a more friend focused kind of unicorn aggro might want this.
It is a 1 cost unicorn for all those harmony unicorns. That's all I'm saying.
It's admittedly not nothing. Now you're making me want to try to build another kind of purple aggro.
Yeah, it's a 2. I can totally see why you gave it a 1, but I gave it a 2. I'm gonna root for my purple friends.
It's fair. You know, I think there may be a harmony place for it. Another cheap unicorn for that Starlight. They let me copy more events. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 from Pages.
Yeah, it's fair. I'll stand by my 2.
Cozy Glow. Power 2 cost 3 rec. If you would put a non-chaotic flip card on the bottom of your deck, put it on top of your deck instead. Admittedly, answers a question that a lot of people have, saying to themselves, oh boy, if only I hadn't flipped that thing. And admittedly, after we came up with these ratings, there was a pretty interesting combo discovered by, I don't know who actually discovered it, but I know it came up during the tournament. I don't know if you had considered this. The Sunset that you put her on top of your deck to put something else on the top of the opponent's deck. And then with this, you don't lose her.
Yeah, you keep Sunset. Yeah. No, I have thought of that, but
Okay.
I think this card is still a 2, though. Like, it's a Sunset and Cozy Glow would be like a 2-card combo, which you wouldn't always get. And once you get it, like it's both of them are on friends, which are kind of unreliable. I don't know. It's so easy to get rid of your effect. Like if you do the Sunset Cozy Glow thing, they just frighten, bounce, banish, put on top of your deck, do whatever to Cozy Glow, and you lose your Sunset. Well, I guess except putting on top of the deck. And a lot of decks can do a lot of immediate stuff. So I don't think Sunset Cozy Glow is that strong. But I gave this card a 2. And I think it's not a 3.
It's you know, like I said, it seems to answer a question that people wanted an answer to. But I don't think it's quite enough of a good reason to put it in. You can deal with occasionally losing. Wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone
I mean,
has up to them.
it's the same thing if as if that thing was always at the bottom of your deck in the first place. Like as long as you don't empty your deck out, it doesn't matter what cards you play. You just know that you won't get them.
And besides, bottom of your deck is the same place as the top of your deck. You're searching for a missing cake.
Yeah. So other than Sunset thing, this card, basically the way I see this card is kind of like Meticulous, to be honest. Like, I think when it was spoiled, I've said the same thing, but
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
yeah. So like, you see a card and you decide whether you want it or not. And there's that.
And a 2/2/3 Meticulous 1 puppy.
No. That's why it's a 2. It's an interesting card. People maybe try it, and maybe it has some synergies, but I don't think it will see actual play.
Yeah. Oh, cells.
More
Purple
cheerleaders.
The effect being you get to turn a face up or face down troublemaker over. Goose style.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, yeah. Okay, when you compare it that way, I mean, if this is a goose that you have to play and have a cheerleader, it sure makes it sound awful, doesn't it?
Yeah, like Goose is one cost and is immediate, which is the big thing about it. Probably the biggest thing about it is that Goose is immediate. So yeah, I honestly don't really see an application for this card.
I can't really help you. I also agree.
Like maybe in purple aggro where you also have cheerleaders and you want to face turn troublemakers face. I don't know. I know one.
It's maybe in like a cozy glow.
No.
Yeah. So the fact that we're fetching this far and trying to find applications,
Yeah.
good indicator of why it's a 1.
It's a cool art though. I like the art of these cheerleaders. Like I don't Ocellus with a megaphone is pretty cute.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you there. Hades was with us on the one.
Yeah.
All right, Princess Luna. 3 power, 3 cost, 3 wreck. When a player plays an event, a player, not just you, put a +1 power counter on one of your troublemakers. You get to remove 2 +1 power counters from one of your troublemakers. The Figment token. Now I know what I'm going to do with this in Harmony. I'm going to put more +1 power counters on my. Yeah, there you go. You know how this works.
Yeah. Like whenever I see a word power counter and troublemaker in the same sentence, I'm always thinking smooth. But I'm willing to say it's good in core too.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I think it's good enough to get a free.
Okay. Do you think you're going to be using it for more for the first or more for the second?
To be honest, probably both. Yeah. So the first one is pretty good for like defending a troublemakers. It's whenever any player plays event, doesn't matter if it was you or not you, and ramping up your troublemakers is pretty good. And I can see myself paying free AT for that fact.
I mean, I don't know. How often do people challenge troublemakers?
Yeah, I guess that's true, but like if you're afraid that like okay, so if your troublemaker is about to get whooshed, you can just use the second ability and remove all of the things. And get some figments. Confront some problems without trying really.
That is a fair point, I guess.
Like, I think this card is enough to get a free. I think it will see some play.
It is It is a fair point, and I guess I've noticed this lately. It seems like there is a lot of events. And that's not just because I've been playing Purple Aggro. Pink runs a lot of events. Admittedly, yellow and blue less so.
What do you mean? Yellow is friends always there. Defend the hive.
I mean, yes.
Cockatrice migration. Unsatisfactory. Like there's a lot of
Yes.
events in yellow.
There's a fair amount, but won't like necessarily see those as a matter of play. Like pink is going to be playing I know this one and various removal stuff just as a matter of course. Most of those yellows are reactive.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I do think this card is good.
yeah. I think that Crosswind Power Counters on Troublemakers are a lot less useful outside of Harmony where because as Pages has been on here saying before, generally Troublemakers don't get challenged the usual way.
Yeah, but like that. So, see, the problem with that argument is that this also applies to smooths. Like, if troublemakers don't get challenged the normal way, well, why does it matter that they can't defeat smooths?
Is a good point. That is a good point.
So now I think power counters are pretty strong on troublemaker. Like, getting 3 power counters on a troublemaker is basically like having Ember in play. And you get it for free. Like, you play this card, and all you have to do, or your opponent has to do, is to play a ban. There's no other investment. Which, I mean, I guess Ember is still a little bit better. I don't know. I think this card will see at least some. So it's a free.
That's I think you're entitled to that. Pages is with me on two.
That's fine.
Pages is with you on this card. Fair enough.
What did they? Oh yeah, this card is also free.
Princess Twilight Sparkle. 4 power, 4 cost, 3 wreck. Start of your turn, gain 1. You only 15. You have an additional +1 tax, +1 AT tax on all of the basic actions. Drawing a card, moving a character, rallying a friend, or playing a troublemaker.
I like my AT gens.
AT gens are good. No question about that. One isn't even affected by. Well, I guess it's affected by losing its abilities, but it's not affected by not being able to ready or that kind of thing.
Yeah, it just does it.
I think it's a little expensive.
Yeah.
The super effective AT gen. It's no cover to cover.
I mean, let's not compare AT gens to cover to cover. Let's talk about Castle of Friendship, which totally saw play. And costed only 1 less. Well, I guess it didn't have the free purple rack. But it also didn't have the tax. I don't know. I think this card will see at least some play. In some form. It's probably not like inclusion in top decks. But I think this card can make the cut in some decks. And maybe in like missed main combo decks. Where you get a bunch of AT. This can be a fair AT gen and attack.
Point, I forgot about this.
And the tax is nice. I don't think the tax is like too impactful.
Yeah.
But it's all right. And also the tax is actually really good if you're playing blue purple Frightened deck.
That is legitimate. Does the blue purple Frightened deck get to 15 purple consistently?
That's the question.
That's like because you're running a blue main. Hithroc, I would assume.
Yes.
You are running
So you need
the 5
11
purple tricorn.
So you don't always have. So yeah, that's the question whether you can get like 11 other purple, which is probably not. But when you do, it's great.
Yeah.
You also get AT every turn, so I don't know. I think there is a place for this card, and I gave it a 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can make a comparison with like Star Swirl, say for example, uh,
Yeah,
as
you're
a
right.
4 cost 4 power. He's probably more value over time than this.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
you're probably right on that.
so yeah, 2 for me
Yeah, that's fair.
because it's there with. Alrighty,
Next card.
really well. I was gonna say we should evaluate these next 2 together, but also kind of not. I'm the guy.
Yeah, that's what I said to you before the
it's
stream, and
fine.
you disagreed.
I'm the guy who kind of best grades them separately. I'm the only one of us 3 who didn't give them both the same number.
Yeah, and
Fair
boy,
enough.
they are different.
Okay. So Starlight, 3
Hmm.
cost, 3 power, 3 purple. Other friends here have Studious. At the start of a face-off here, put a 2 purple Figment friend token into play.
So
So
here's my question
go
to
ahead.
you: why would you play this card without Sunburst?
This card is useful without Sunburst. It is, it is well, okay, not necessarily. Studious does require you to win the face-off, but you're gonna
Yeah,
get yourself 1 AT without, without
for winning
necessarily,
it.
yeah, for winning a face-off.
Yeah, but like winning face-offs is hard.
It,
Like that's hell of a condition. Like Twilight had at the start of the turn. This has when you win a face-off. That's really hard.
Mhm.
And it costs 3, so I think like by itself. I mean, I guess you get the figment thing,
Mhm.
but that doesn't do much. It's only 2 power unless you have Sunburst. So I
Right.
don't know. I
So,
think
right, okay. It goes specifically in a purple farming list, I think, pretty clearly. Face-off focus tricks necessarily always go into farming, almost. And it's true, yes, when you put it that way. If it's only one archetype, and that archetype definitely also runs Sunburst, that's a fair point that you're making there.
yeah, I just can't. I just don't see this card not being run in the same deck as Sunburst. Like, again, I can't imagine a deck that would like to run this card but not run Sunburst.
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point.
That's why I like when I was giving rating to them, I kind of considered them the same card, like as a single unit, because they're kind of inseparable. Very flavorful, by the way.
I mean, yeah, well, I think we have this one basically from Word of God, as it were, that they're functionally designed as a matched
Yes,
set.
yes.
Um, so yeah, well, okay. I think yeah, I agree with you there. So I'm willing to join the club and give them a pair of ratings.
Yes, and my rating is 3 for Starlight, and so it's 3 for Sunburst as well.
Same as me.
I think it will see play. I think like beyond experimentation, but like not consistent. But people will play it, and
Yeah,
I know some people tried Purple Farm, like I think even Mono Purple Farm in Core, and these go there. I think so. Yeah.
if you can make it work, it's a real good swing for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be at
5
least
AT.
2 AT. No,
Oh, 2 AT swing. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, but probably more than that.
likely.
I'll just throw up Studious there. Or wait a second. Is it? It might be more. So wait a second. If characters can have Studious more than once, right?
Yes.
Right. So yeah, you will have 3 Studious triggers off of just that. Because Sunburst will have Studious, Starlight gives him another instance of Studious, and then the Figment token has Studious. So it'll be 3 triggers
Yes.
off of just the 2 of them.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of AT.
Yeah. I mean, you have to invest 5 AT and 2 cards into it, but you get free AT back guaranteed, probably more.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's a big deal if it works. And
So,
go ahead.
unlike Starlight, I think Sunburst can actually be used without Starlight if you run other studios' friends. Unlikely in current core, so that's why I think they still should be rated together. But like in Harmony, it's not that unlikely that you like Ursa Vanquisher is a studios card. There might be some other studios cards you want to run, and if you have a lot of them, and if you like, I don't think that's like too remote of a chance that you would like to run Sunburst, not run Starlight. But not the other way around.
I mean, it's fair to say, based on my history, the history of past Harmony, that the question was asked before. Why doesn't Studious stack? So it's fair to say there's probably a niche there for him. Alrighty.
Next card.
Next card. Tempest. 3 purple, cost 1 rec, same as all the progressive unit cards. Prepared, and at 10, when you play an event, exhaust this card to move an opposing character. So, I'm a little more optimistic about this card than a lot of the other big Unity cards because the deck that's going to be removing everything is purple pink. And so that deck probably has somewhat greater ability to hold on to its stuff. Yeah. You're going to have Selena, you're going to have your Mrs. Cake, and et cetera. So your opponent's going to be the one on the back foot, and you're the one capable of making a play like that. Holding onto your stuff and being able to hit that unity. I don't know. I don't know if she's necessarily an obvious staple in that deck. There might be other stuff. Maybe when Selena gets banned, there might be a spot opening up for her. But yeah, I think she's a pretty solid 3.
Yeah, it's a 3 for me as well. I think Unity 10. I mean, I don't think Unity 10 is that hard to get. And moving an opposing character for any event you play is pretty strong.
Yep. It's a really good farming counter.
Yeah. I mean, not only farming, like, it's a trick that you can play.
Well, yeah. I think purple farm is going to be one of the harder matchups for that kind of control, probably, because the removal doesn't work. Yeah. That's one of the situations where this kind of trick is going to be.
So for pages for Starlight and Sunburst and this card, it's all 2.5s.
Yeah.
Next card.
Next card. Last one for purple. Twilight and Spike. 5 cost, 5 rec, 4. Sorry, 5 cost, 5 power, 4 rec. Meticulous 2. Prepared. Once each of your turn, you get to play an event from the opponent's discard pile, ignoring that card's play requirement, and banish it. So, I don't think it's actually that good to be playing your opponent's stuff. Like, it
depends on the stuff.
It's true. It's true. Cards that go into decks are generally good. Citation needed.
Hopefully.
But by the same token, the cards in your opponent's deck might not necessarily synergize very well with the stuff that you're doing in your deck. Granted, if you're playing like slower control, a lot of their disruption stuff might be useful to you. Less so like yellow stuff that creates tokens or movement effects or similar.
Mm. I think this card will see at least some play in either Reanimator, but I don't think Reanimator, or Alicorn aggro.
That is a fair point.
Yes. Like, with Flash Magnus, this card costs only 3. I think 3 for Meticulous too, and this effect is good enough. But I guess it is situational. Like again, yeah, you don't necessarily know what your opponent will be running, what kind of events. But like, if you're running Alicorn aggro and you're against blue or something, I think it's kind of good because they have like movement events and stuff, or maybe cost reduction events for. Well, I guess not in core, except Changeling can change, but like still. So I do agree that it might be a little bit situational, but I think it has place in some lists. That's why I gave it a 3.
It's agreeable. Alicorn aggro was been a little while since we last saw it in be much of a presence in core, but it's still out there, and a good number of Alicorns coming into it with this set too. So that's a fair argument to make.
Yep.
2.5 from Cadence. All right, to white.
White.
Luizotl. 0 cost, 1 power, 3 rec. Costs 1 more for every 2 points you have, rounded down. But has +1 power for every 2 points you have. And
What?
scores a point on the Chaos Trigger. Not bad at all.
Nope.
Now, you've got the 4.
Well, it's a good card, Brett. You play it for 0, and then you ramp it up.
Right.
Or you reanimate it, or like some other, like you can get around that additional cost thing somewhat easily. So I think this card is fairly valuable, and
I think it's going to go in
I think
every white deck, or
well, maybe not control white decks, but if you're playing white and it's not control, probably in those decks for sure.
which is like a Celis.
Yeah, I get. Well, there's blue white.
I mean,
You know, there's hats.
Oh, hats are if the meta's full of removal, then hats are awful.
But hats got so much support this set.
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I'm pretty down on hats generally. Because
okay. That's fair.
If you spend 2 cards and your opponent removes it with 1 card, then that's bad for you.
Yeah, that's true. But well, that is if you play the hat, like if you choose the hat somehow, you didn't really have to spend a card.
Right.
And that's what a lot of white cards were about. Like we'll see soon.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll stand by my 4. I think this card is like okay. So another white Iger list that's not a Celis is orange white, and I think this card goes into orange white.
Oh well, yeah, that's for sure. I think that's pretty true.
I'll stand by my 4.
Yeah. Okay. It comes down to your value judgment, because basically I agree with everything you said. I just don't think white is a 4-point color.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So 3 for me. 3 for me.
Okay. So I want to point out. Remember when you said that the purple was the lowest score for you,
True.
and I told you that might change. It did.
It did. You argued me up on Sunburst.
Orange is back to the bottom. Sorry, Orange.
Alrighty, Miss May. Power 2 cost, 3 rec. When you play a troublemaker to a problem, move an opposing troublemaker at that problem. Situational.
Yeah. I mean, good against old Grogger. That's it. I mean, good against mimics, I guess. I don't know. You have to play a troublemaker, and like you move an opposing. It's very specific.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Yeah, it's not without uses. Usually slamming troublemakers into each other. But yeah, very.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see an obvious deck to slot it into. Safe on the one here.
Yeah, me too.
And pages. Okay, Pharynx.
All right, tell me, why is this card good?
Well, it's good insofar as it goes in the Chrysalis deck and is another thing that your opponent has to play around.
Okay.
It's everything to say, like, essentially the Chrysalis deck is built around making sure that when you flip Chrysalis the first time, it's never going back. And you do everything you can to make it as hard as possible for the opponent to put it back. So I think events, for example, are going to be a relatively common choice to be that first card that gets doubled in cost.
Okay. So my issue with this card is that we've seen cards that cancel events before, and we've actually seen super similar card to this, which is Octavia from Sequestria. It costed the same, and it had pretty much the same effect except without the restriction. It's a pay 2 to cancel the event.
Well, it was also in purple. That was the restriction.
Yes. You could argue that's a big restriction. I don't think it's that big because I haven't seen a single. Well, I guess I've seen one deck, but like other than that deck, I haven't seen a single purple white deck that would want to run that Octavia. And whenever I played that Octavia myself, it felt really bad to pay 3 and then to pay 2. Like that's a lot of AT you have to spend to like cancel one event. And I was in purple. Like it's not like purple doesn't have AT, right? Still felt really bad. And I think this card kind of falls into the same place. And on top of that, like, yeah, it's not purple, but it has this Unity 10 thing, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. And your opponent can sometimes make sure it doesn't work when they need to. So, like, they can remove something so you don't have white anymore.
Well,
Not white.
If they're removing something, are they not playing an event to do that?
I don't know. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
They could frighten thing with the stick. Or some other things. Like bounce with a Fluttershy friend. Like there's plenty of ways to get rid of friends outside the defense.
Fair to say, white better against sticks these days. White has resource removal.
I suppose. Yeah, so I'm unconvinced in this card.
I can tell. I don't have strong enough arguments to push you off of that. So that's fair.
Yeah, so that's why I gave this card a 2. So the only reason for me this card is a 2 and not a 1 is because of Chrysalis decks. Like I expect people to try this card at least, like to put it there. And see that it's too expensive for what it gives.
Okay.
And maybe I'm completely wrong.
I think the rating is, as with any of the white cards, honestly, in the set, the rating is kind of married to Chrysalis.
Yeah. That's fair.
Okay. And Pages was also a 3. Right. Chrysalis. By the way, not this Chrysalis. Talking about the other Chrysalis. 4 cost, 4 power, 3 rec, showy 3. I remember we had a discussion about this when we did our first impression stream on it, about how bold, I guess, it is to put showy 3 on a card. It's still pretty irrelevant, often
Yeah,
enough.
like, is it showy 3 or showy 10? I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Pretty much, yeah. Now, it's true in this set, showy potentially means more than that, thanks to, I believe it's Yona and Sandbar. The one that makes showy apply to plays.
All of them? Oh, plays, right. Yeah. Still, I like card synergies like that are often like you don't usually build your decks with like, oh, these 2 cards work, so I'll put them in. You usually need cards to work together separately as well.
Absolutely. It's
like you never rely on a single synergy between 2 cards.
similar
almost
to
never.
what we just talked about in purple with Starlight and Sunburst.
Yeah, but like they give you so much more value out of there.
That's
yeah.
It's a very different comparison.
Yes.
The ability to gain significant amounts of AT versus what really is a mild inconvenience, even at showy 3.
Yeah. So, what did they give it? It's a 1. It is.
Yeah, we're 1s across the board.
But yeah, I'm waiting for showy 4 next step.
I mean, yeah, who knows? All right, rarity. You mentioned earlier 3 costs, 2 power, 3 rec. The ability to throw an accessory onto a friend from hand. Unity 15.
Yeah, look at that Unity 15. It's you don't spend cards to get cards.
It's fair. It's true. How many accessories are in store right now? There's some number of them.
There's a fair amount of them. There's Herd of Adoring Fans for one.
Is that an accessory?
Oh no, that's not an accessory. Never mind.
Yeah.
I think it's a condition.
Yeah. Accessories, I think there's like 5 or 6.
There's the pirate thing. The one. I don't remember if it's pirate, but like, it's the one where the friend gets dismissed. You may bounce it back to your hand instead, like the resource.
Yeah.
There's cheerleader's outfit, obviously. There's some just regular power accessories.
Yeah, cheerleader's outfit is an accessory, isn't it?
Yep.
Not that I think it's a particularly good put on all your friends.
There are some accessories that are good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need something like Applejack's hat from the.
There is the wedding ring. This set is an accessory. It's not a bad one to have on all your friends.
Yeah, but see, hats can be good. I think this card makes hats good. That's why it's a free.
I mean, you like not only do you have to worry about Metabrook, same as always, but accessories on friends are more vulnerable because Frighten and Bounce and Dismissal and all that also.
Yeah, but that's tokens. You don't care about tokens.
I mean, maybe.
Like, you just spend this card to get a bunch of stuff for free because they're tokens.
I'll admit. I mean that is better. Although you do have to have the accessory in play to start with.
Yeah, but like, you probably will have one.
Yeah, I guess by the start.
Because this card says when this card enters play, you may play an accessory from your hand for free.
Right. The ordering of the triggers, yeah.
So it just kind of works together,
That is honestly a pretty fair point. Well, actually, wait. We both have her at 3, so there's no. I was looking over. It's like, am I going to let you argue me up to? But no, you're also at a 3. So
I'm fine if you bump it up.
I, hmm, I don't think I'm willing to put it into
I'm
4
just
territory.
yeah. So like the only reason I'm arguing here is because of our like previous discussion. Like a hat's good, or a hat's not
Mhm,
good,
mhm.
and I think hats are well maybe like not top tier, but hats are good. I think they're all right.
I mean, like, so I remember last set there was so much hype about that Rainbow Dash, blue white. Well, I don't know what so much hype per se, but people did talk about it, and that went nowhere. So
I mean, sure, but I'm rooting for hats. Like
well,
definitely this set.
that's fair.
That's what we say every set about hats.
It's true. Yes. Who knows? Uh, Pages slightly below us on 2.5.
Yep.
All right, Sandbar.
Oh look, it's a cheerleader.
Well, you have him at 2,
It's
which
because this effect is at least some like it's more interesting than the rest of them.
okay, fair. Yes, this is. I guess just to spoil for everyone, this is the only cheerleader that Brock gave a rating other than 1.
Is it actually?
It is,
It might be. Yeah, it is.
and I fully agree with you. Getting a friend, getting any friend back from the discount pile, no condition whatsoever. So it does go back to your hand.
Yeah,
That's
nothing.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's all right.
And admittedly, white being the color that's perhaps most likely to just throw in a cheerleading outfit um, for free. You throw it out there, you activate your sandbar, you use that event to throw the cheerleading outfit at the opponent's stick. Um, yeah, I think that's more reasonable than any of the other colors doing it.
Yeah.
I think it's a 3.
No, it's not. I don't think. I mean, it's if I had like it's between 1 and 2 for me.
Mhm.
I put it on 2 because I'm inclined towards 2 a little bit more, but I'm not convinced on cheerleaders. And even like if it was putting it into play, that would be so much better. It would go into reanimator list. Reanimator would run cheerleader outfit, I
Well,
think, just for that.
that's fair. Need a
But into
little bit
your
higher
hand,
rec, I think, if you're going to be putting friends into play for
nah,
a
nah,
discount.
just keep it this way. Just keep it this way. It's fine. Yeah. So it's a 2 for me, and it's 2 for pages too. I just don't think cheerleaders are. It's an
Right.
interesting mechanic, and the ponies are cute, but the effects are not cutting it
Yeah.
for me.
All right. All right. Okay, Sans Smirk. Costing 2. Power 2 rec. As this card enters play, name a friend, event, or resource. Players can't score points with cards with that name. One of, I think, the most interesting abilities that cards, of any of the cards, honestly. As a reminder, that's confronting problems with that card, any abilities of that card which score points, any face-offs that card is involved in.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty sweeping, okay? And
Yeah,
likely to be pretty effective on most boards, I think. Uh,
yeah, but you gotta know what name. Just could be hard.
hmm.
This card destroys farm. At least.
Well, you can't name the opponent's main, but
Oh, you can't? Oh, never mind. And you can't name Troublemaker Savage. That's sad. Should have said main. That would be fun.
if the if the opponent has Ember, you can just name Ember, and she blocks people from scoring points in their
Yeah,
face-offs.
yeah, that's annoying. I don't want that, so that's why this card is a 4. I think if there's a white deck, this card is probably there.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah,
And
it's think about if the opponent has a set of friends sitting on a problem, you name like especially if they've got two of the same one there and then they're confronting that problem, you name that friend and now they've got to worry about somehow getting rid of them if they want to confront that problem again. Just
you
move them
name
away. But
Creator against yellow.
yeah,
Against
yeah. Also very true. Ability to name tokens, not to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Especially, I guess, against Stunning Wonder as well. The how often yellow decks will play corralling critters, use the trigger to plop the two critters into
Yep.
play. Effective there. Granted, they'll still confront the problem, and if they were shooting for a face-off to get rid of a troublemaker, then fair enough. But they won't score the point.
Imagine playing this against Pegasus Royal Guard deck, and you name Pegasus Royal Guard. They can't confront problems with their Pegasus Royal Guard anymore.
Well, they can confront the problems. They just won't score the points.
Yes. So there's no point.
They'll still get face-off points. Like, well, no, they won't. Shoot.
No, exactly. So like, it completely renders that card useless. Yeah, sure, you win the face-off, but what does it does it do any good for you? Yeah,
Ouch.
it's
Anyway, all this to
a good
say,
card.
4.
Yeah.
Page is slightly below us on 3.5. All right.
He likes those halves.
Finally, we get back. It's because he was on the sim stream first, and those guys are all about
He
their
gets spoiled by halves.
all about their 0.5s. Yes, I know you're here, GP. I know you. Anyway, cost. All right, Sweetie Belle. We finally come to the end of the 3 larger than lifes. 2 cost, 4 power, 3 rec. Joey won, and at the start of a face-off involving this card, it banishes itself till the end of the face-off. You get to choose where it comes back, right? Or does it come back in the same place?
Nope.
All right.
You choose.
I'll admit that's not necessarily not useful.
Yeah. That's why I didn't give it a 1.
Mhm.
I gave it a 2.
I agree.
I think it's the most interesting, out of this free card cycle. I think I gave everyone a 1 except this one, and I changed my Apple Bloom because of the exhaust synergies. But out of them, I think this effect is the most useful and interesting out of all 3 of them.
Right. So until the end of the face-off, that'll happen before problem-solving process, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll still go to home, but I think there's some still things you can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a single face-off, you could have it enter at the other problem, and then it won't go home.
Yeah.
Um,
Also triggers bodyguards and
Also,
other fun.
yeah, it does have some interesting synergies. But yeah, we're all in agreement on 2.
Yep.
All right.
Next card.
Ending of White, Thorax. Excuse me. I'm guessing you see the benefit of a 3-for-1 in White. As a changeling, I'll bet.
Yep. That's exactly why. I think if you're playing a Solace deck, this card is there, and it's there fast. Because guess what? It can have power higher than its cost. And it's a changeling. And I don't think Unity 7 in the changeling deck is all that hard. And I don't think there's any better white entry there. So yeah, it's free for me. I think it's the only entry. Like it's the highest.
Yeah, those are all really good arguments, honestly.
It just strikes a lot of marks.
You've argued me up to a 2.5. Yeah. Changeling decks want cheap changelings. Not that anyone made yellow-white work up till now, but people are still going to try. Yeah, Marcellus will love it.
Soul looks great with Timble. Who doesn't like Timble?
Timble is the eternal goal of many folks, I'm sure, myself included. I mean, I still am kind of the opinion that Timble's a trap. People will try to chase after it, but it just isn't going to work out for them.
Yeah.
But there are other reasons to want to play cheap changelings. There's your Thorax and Pharynx from Friends Forever.
Mm-hmm.
So, argue me up to 2.5. Pages is down at 1 point.
Which is so fair.
Alrighty. Yellow. Now we're almost a third of the way through.
Hey.
Angel.
It's been 2 hours.
Yeah. Angel. Cost 1, 0 power, 3 rec. This card has. That's interesting. That's a typo. Do I not have the final art of this? I assume the final art of this probably has it. This card has +1 power for each following play. So, 2 power, always, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Which will make it a 2 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I think often enough, it's going to be much more than that when it's.
How much more?
Well, it is a Pegasus. That's one big thing on it.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Angel, Pegasus, something
yeah,
wrong.
I know. And if there's a dilemma in play, which is quite possible as well, and one more there. I think it is often enough going to be 4. Is pretty huge for one cost.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I think I was saying earlier that I thought the Pegasus deck was really well tuned and it was hard to find cards to replace in it. This card makes the cut for sure. So I'm willing to make it a 4.
And the chaos is really good too. You know what? Sure, it's my time to bend. I will also put it at 4.
Going
Add
nuts.
it at 3.
Pages was also.
No, I don't want your yellow. I don't want any of your yellow. Not until you ban Middlebrook.
Okay. Cotton Sky. Same thing. Except yellow, well, it's a Pegasus. And so.
That's why it's a 2 and not a 1.
Okay. All right. I assume your argument's functionally similar to what I was saying earlier. The Pegasus deck is so refined.
Yeah, and like it's this card has the same problem as the pink entry. The alternatives are just so much better. Like you have Kind Pony. Actually, I can't remember any other yellow entry. But I don't think you replace whatever entry you have in your yellow decks with this card. That's what I don't.
How do yellow decks work? I haven't actually. I mean, I guess
they run yellow mains. That's
right.
What they do.
Yellow mains. You start with like Buckball or something.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like since it's a Pegasus, it could be 1 for a lot of power, and yellow is having 7 yellow is a problem.
Mm-hmm. The Cloud Chaser and Flitter are just a straight cost reduction, right? Not to a minimum of 1.
Yeah, it's a straight course direction.
So this is 0 for 3 or 4 or.
Well, it's a 1. It's just Cloudhurst and Fleeter are just an AT gen.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
So
So that card's not going anywhere.
no.
I don't think it's necessarily as doesn't have nearly the same value as Angel, so I'm not willing to put it into it. I think 3 is a good spot for it.
I will leave it at 2. I'm not convinced.
All right, that's fair. Pages is with me at 3.
All right, Fluttershy.
Right, Fluttershy. 2/2/2 Swift. When an opponent confronts a problem, you may put this card from your hand into play at that problem. Now, gotta say it again. It is a Pegasus.
Doesn't look like a Pegasus.
That's true. Doesn't look like a Pegasus, but for some reason it is. Now, I will say this one is definitely much the worst of the Fluttershy Angel pair.
Yeah. So why is it the 3 then?
Well, I think it is. It's relatively easily going to come into play. And yeah, like almost always, you're not going to pay for this. If you're playing,
Yeah, but why would you want it in play at that point? Like, so okay. In the aggro versus aggro scenario, your opponent will confront the problem when they are going to DFO. You don't need this card then. So why instead not have something better in your deck that will help you DFO instead of having like a kind of trick, face-off trick thing?
it's not a face-off trick. It's just a free 2-power Pegasus.
You go to your home immediately. What's the point of that?
It has Swift.
I mean, I guess it then you're paying 1 for it. So it's kind of the same as the entry card, except it has wreck this time around.
GP says, let's do confront for only 2 AT against opposing confront to flip. So we're assuming on like a buckball strategy. Oh,
yeah, you pay a thing and then you play this. And there's a face up.
That's a fair tempo play.
I don't know. It's this card. What did I put it? 2?
2, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Like, if only entry, I could somewhat be convinced closer to a 3. Not here. I don't believe in this card. Sorry, Fluttershy. I mean,
no, I think you're entitled to that. That's understandable. Pages is with me.
Sure.
Okay, Fluttershy. So, we're all high on this one. Important I finish that sentence. Even though, as I said before, I think the Unity 15 is okay. Granted, yellow is easier to get there than a lot of other colors. I've been harping on the Pegasus thing for 4 cards already. It's true. I'm still giving it a 5, mostly not because of that Unity 15. And I think the first ability is a lot more relevant. There's some great stuff that you can get out of your discard pile. Cost 3 or less is pretty wide margin. There's some good stuff there. And I think this is a natural inclusion, going to be a power play. And lots of yellow decks, even if you're not necessarily getting that 15. And you are going to be able to get that 15 on occasion.
Yeah, it's true. That's why this card is 4. Don't think it like defines decks, because like the existence of this card doesn't affect how people build decks. I don't think so. Well, maybe a little bit. But it's definitely a good card that will likely see consistent play. So 4.
Mhm. Pages on 4 as well. All right, Mage Meadowbrook. The last card in the cycle oh no wait of the pillars. No Star Swirl. That,
Very sad.
no, it is very sad. 2 power, 2 cost, 2 wreck. Functionally, an extra home limit slot. It's
Yep.
interesting. There are certainly decks that would appreciate that. I don't know if they'd necessarily be willing to have a card do it. I think it's a well, it's a 2. I think it's there are more valuable cards that decks could put.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think increasing home limit is that useful by itself. And we have a bunch of other cards that do that, like for creatures and stuff, and they're usually better.
Mhm.
Like, and yellow is pretty packed on like super valuable cards, and I don't think there's really a place for this card.
Yeah. So we have 2s across the board.
Yep.
Okay. One of our first reveal cards from a long time ago. Or was it only me who revealed it? Anyway, I don't know.
Which one? Oh, it's this one. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it was you. You did the Dex thing. You built like a bunch of different decks.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that was, well, lessons from. Anyway, Celestia. 4 cost, 4 power, 2 wreck, persistent. And at the start of a face off, you choose one of your characters involved, and this card kind of swaps in for it instead. Really cool effect. I still stand by that. But of questionable utility in general
Yeah,
situations.
yeah, agreed. I
Like,
don't really have anything
yeah,
to add.
it's it's possible to dream up scenarios where this is going to be super useful, but most of the time, probably not.
Yeah.
So yeah, 1s from both of us,
Yep.
2 from Pages.
I can somewhat agree with Pages too. Some people could experiment with it.
There, you may be looking or talking to one. Uh, Queen Novo, 3 cost, 3 power, 1 wreck. 5 unity, persistent at 5 unity, and at 10, when an opposing character enters play here or is moved here, character gets -2 power until the end of the turn. Calming 2 universally.
Yeah. 2?
Uh-huh. It's interesting. I feel like there's been a fair amount. There is a fair amount in the set of kind of questions being answered. Why can't you? Why can't Studious stack? Why can't showy apply when people play stuff? Why can't calming apply when people move stuff? And yeah, they're all in here. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not really going to have a big enough effect.
Yeah. At least not in the decks we see today, yellow decks we see today.
Interesting to be there. Maybe
Yep.
in the future, more cards along this line might very well become a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, just a 2.
Just a 2 from all of us.
All right, Sanctuary Patience. 4 cost, 4 power, 3 wreck. When this card leaves play, put 3 1 yellow critter tokens into play.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, I'm the guy with the high rating on this, so I guess I need to justify this. It is admittedly a high cost, and yellow decks generally don't like to play big stuff. So there is that. The what's the word? The benefit that you get from the leaving play, though, I think is pretty significant. 3 critter tokens go over to. Whoops, my apologies. The other problem, the assumption being that you retired this to. There are several events that you can do it with.
Yeah.
Yeah. To some effect. I believe there are plenty of ways to do it at immediately. Yeah, I can't think of the cards right now. But the critters go over there. They likely have more than 1 power each. Maybe
Yeah.
you're playing the problem that's going to boost them up by +1, or various other effects that will do it. And I think that's pretty good value. Consistently pull that off.
Yes. So here's my counterpoint.
Sure.
It's that big 4 number in that white circle there.
Uh-huh.
4 is a lot, even for 4 power, and like potentially 7 power. Yeah, you can do like some tricks and stuff, which is cool, which is better than Red Delicious, who is also 4 power, 7 4 cost 7 power. But I don't see an aggro deck spending 4 power on 4. I keep mixing it up. 4 cost 4 AT for a 4 power prend, even with like maybe some future benefit, right?
Mhm.
Like 4 AT basically means skipping a turn. I don't see myself skipping a turn for this card. Like it doesn't give enough value for me to skip a turn as an aggro deck.
Yeah, that is a fair point. And there's no good way to cheat it into play.
No.
Quite intentionally below Fluttershy's window for coming out of the discard pile, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Or above Fluttershy's window, rather.
Yeah, so that's why I gave this card a 2. I think some people will try it in yellow decks, but I think 4 costs are just too hard to justify here. Whatever tricks you might do.
I think it is enough value, but that's the disagreement. Pages is with you on 2. Okay. Now
Oh, this is the big one.
you're the player with the high rating here, so you should go first.
All right, so you see this blue pony there?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's
2 points already, I'm sure.
that's all 5 of them. I mean, if I could give this card a higher rating than 5, I would. If I could, I would give it a Trixie rating, which is the best rating.
I'm gonna have to put that in for you next set, I guess.
Yeah, it will be like, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Trixie. But more seriously, I don't. So Bugle has been very skeptical with this card, right?
Mhm.
He's been like, oh, but you're paying 3 AT, and your opponent will like miss out on 5 AT at most, like at best, most likely on just 4. So it's pretty hard to like. Well, it's not worth it to pay 3 AT and make your opponent lose like 4 AT. But I think there's more to it than that, because there's also like raiding and drawing, and you can play around that, and it protects your friends. Like while this is in play, you can pretty much like, it's kind of like Brian, but costs 3, which is, I guess, not great. But so I think this card is a 5. There we go. That's I'm
Fair
not
enough.
gonna give it low.
I am. I see this card and I'm reminded, first and foremost, of the purple Celestia. That was
Gambit planner.
yeah. When it's the same trigger when an opponent dismisses or banishes one of your friends, you get 4 AT, which functionally the same thing, essentially. Yes,
Yeah.
the readying and the draw, yada yada. But in terms of AT swing, which is what people look at this card primarily and see, it's the same thing. And that card went nowhere. I played it. I got an autographed version of it, but the that card was nowhere to be seen. And because people. Well, okay. To be fair, I guess because it didn't see play, I can't say people always removed her first or whatever. But yeah, I think the opponent will find ways to play around this. It's functionally going to
Well,
be a. Go ahead.
oh, well, that's the thing. I don't think you will ever get this effect unless opponent doesn't care about it, right? They will just remove this card first. But that's fine because at least they removed this and not some other thing.
Right.
That's the point of protection.
Right. But then, like, how is this better as a 3-cost than your 1-cost Brian, which does functionally the same thing?
Yes, that's why this card is not a competitive 5. It's a 5, but it's not a competitive 5.
Right.
Like it's not Brian's level of good, but like if I had to give it a real rating, I would probably give it like a 2.
Okay.
Because it's a cool effect. I think people will try it, but no more than that.
I give it a 1. Now, Pages is over here with a 4 and not able to defend himself, and I'm sure he's not doing it for the Trixie meme. So,
Oh, maybe he likes Trixie as much as I do. So
possible, I guess. I don't know. I think I'll appreciate hearing his opinion on this one at some point later.
sure.
All right. Finally,
Next card,
Yona, our last
the last
troublemaker.
yellow.
I already told you. Sorry, our last friend, monocolor friend. I already told you Hithroc's rating when we covered a sandbar.
Yep.
Yes. 2 from me. Although, admittedly, I might go down on it, honestly, because yeah,
This
this
is probably the worst one of them all. Well, it's kind of competes with orange in my book.
it's fair. The cheerleader restriction is honestly it is relatively and yellow is a color that's probably not going to get far in with
Like
that.
yeah, so that's the thing. Like in yellow specifically. Oh, I made this as a resource. I didn't know I could do that in yellow. Cool.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
because
there's so many other cards that do it that you wouldn't play Yona for this ever.
yeah. Honestly, it's kind of interesting. If this was in any other color, probably not bad, but
Yeah, it'll be alright.
yellow totally needs more ways to dismiss resources.
Yeah, so like out of all cheerleader effects, I think this is like it's either this one is the worst or the orange one. Like the orange one is a discard a random card, which is also not amazing. Like this one gives you more value, but it doesn't make it better because it's compared to anything else you have in yellow. It's like you just play volley trend.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
volley trend is not a cheerleader, so you can't like trigger your other cheerleader. But
Be noting that this is potentially useful as a bootstrap cheerleader, as the one to get things started.
why run this and not cheerleader outfit? Well, I guess you won't necessarily like. You could argue that this does serve as a resource removal.
Like if you're willing to play the first one, then the other ones do get better.
Yeah, nah, it's a 1.
All right, 1.5 me, and from Pages was a 2.
Well,
Hithroc argued me down to a 1.
yeah. So like, when the next Coco results come in, we'll see how many cheerleaders are there.
Now, notably, this argument about yellow. Sorry, where's the block boundary? It's on leaders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when Meadowbrook rotates and yellow has suddenly got a little bit less resource removal, might become a bit better.
I don't know.
Okay. We're on to the multicolored cards.
Yeah, so this is the card that gets me excited about blue orange.
Okay. Yeah. GP was talking about this before.
Yep.
Pretty good card. 2 power, 2 cost, 2 Rex. When you exhaust one of your friends, you may put a +1 power counter on that friend. Exhaust this card to move this card at immediate.
Yeah. I have my faith in orange blue, so I give this card a 4. And like, if orange blue ever exists, there's no way it doesn't run this card. Like, even if it's not just like, even without exhaust synergies, you still just naturally have a lot of exhaust in those colors because you have First Mate Mullet, you have other things that exhaust, and this thing can ramp up their power real quick. It also ramps up itself, and it's 2 cost, 2 power with 2 rack. Like, this card is so good. And if you run blue orange, you run this card, and I believe in blue orange, so that's my justification for rating.
Pretty fair assessment. I think the gap between us, based on the scores, is functionally a measure of how much you believe in blue orange.
Yeah,
With Pages a little bit less and me a little bit less than that, 4 to 3.5 to 3.
that's fair.
Yeah, and it comes down to me saying I think there's going to be enough removal that it's going to be tamped down somewhat.
Yeah, but like, it's not like we have an orange protection against removal or anything, right?
Well, wait. There's orange white.
No, there was a card like an hour ago that said your friends with 4 or more power can't be dismissed. Or was it cost?
No, it was power. Yes, that was the big
Yeah.
Applejack.
Yeah, so and
It-
doesn't sound too hard to get this card to 4
okay,
power.
you're thinking about playing it that way. It's
Well, it's one of the ways. Like, you don't
right.
have to. You can just suffer through removal.
That is a fair point.
So I do believe in blue orange, and I think blue orange is like one of my favorite aggro decks
It would be
at this
nice.
point.
It would be great if it works.
I just
I
wish we had Muffin Mare back. That was so fun.
I'm prepared to eat my words if it. Hey,
Yeah.
I am prepared to eat my donuts if if it works.
All right, next card.
Next card, Molder. Now,
Also blue orange.
yes, I'll fully argue. I think this card's also excellent. That great power to cost ratio. Yes, all just keywords, but keywords that work together quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Or yes, gonna ramp up in power very quickly. Does what blue and orange want to do. It helps you win face-offs, helps you confront problems, helps you get better at winning face-offs. It
Yeah.
seems good.
Yeah.
And so I'm willing to put it at the same rating as Joe because I think they pretty clearly go in the same deck. Yeah, 3 across.
Yeah. I put it at 3 because I can see this card not being used in blue orange, but like, it's more like 3.5 for me.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Pages was a well, yeah, I already said 3.5 for Joe, 3 for this card.
Yeah.
All right,
Pretty cool card.
Gallus,
I
Captain of the Guard, at 2 cost, 2 power, 1 cost, 3 rack, blue pink. Uh, Not the original text, but when you discard a card for the first time each turn, you move this card.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, this is one of our disagreement cards.
Yes. It's one of those.
Right. So as I've said before, I'm a believer in blue pink this set.
Yeah.
I think with
We choose our own tribes here.
with this and with Crown of Grover coming up, and with lots of the excellent blue cards that are in, pink and discard cards very easily with Pinky Sense, and
Mm-hmm.
with other stuff. So yeah, I think this is a relatively easy card to trigger. and at a big at a big cost to power ratio like that, it's going to show up often. Those blue pink decks. I'm willing to give it a 4.
Okay, so here's my reasoning. What did I give? I give it a 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Like, I don't see myself discarding a card to get to power. Like, a card has so much more value than that for me.
Well, I mean, you're not necessarily discard. Wait a second.
No, you do discard. Like, it says there, when you discard a card, you have to discard the card.
Right, you can't replace that, right?
No, you can't. If you replace
Okay.
it, you are not discarding a card.
Fair enough.
So, like, and so the thing here is that the only instance where I can see that being worth it is when you have Gabby in play, the one that like draws you cards until you're at 4, and you're below 4, and like you discard a card and you're gonna draw a card anyway, right? So you're not actually losing any card advantage. That's the only instance I can see where
that's relevant. What if you've
discarding
got the other Gabby that says when you move a Griffin, you get to draw a card?
I mean, sure, but are you gonna play that Gabby? She costs 3 for free. That's kind of
I don't
a
know.
big.
I see a lot of relevant Griffins suddenly coming into this
That's
conversation.
and I see that as a like kind of a big loss of tempo. You play 3 for free for something that might be useful because at some point you might move a Griffin and all it gives you is you draw a card. I don't know. That's a lot of assumptions for me.
Fair.
And by itself, just moving to power around is not worth it. And especially when you discard a card. Like Swift, like you can see this as Swift 1 for 2. And like Swift on 1 for 2 is not amazing. We had Swift on 1 for 2 with Agile, and nobody runs that.
True.
And this is basically that, except you discard a card. And sure, some of the cards are less useful than other ones, but I'm like aggro tends to lose steam a lot. That's why people run Gabby, right?
Right. I mean, honestly, the more I look at this, the more I realize that all the cards that we're talking about are Griffins. And so the card you're discarding is a stop fighting because you've got Grandpa Gruff coming up next turn, or
Why would I discard it instead of playing it? Like, okay, so you would discard Stop Fighting just to move a 2 power around instead of keeping it to play it as a trick?
maybe.
I don't know. I don't
I mean,
think
yeah,
that's
not always.
value.
Situationally.
Yeah, so yeah, that's why this card is a 2 and not a 4.
Ah, there you go. GP is right. Follow my lead. There you go. That's the correct answer.
I mean, sure, I'll give you follow my leads, but still unconvinced.
Okay. Pages is right between us at 3.
Yeah, I think it's a 2. I don't see this card as a 4 at all.
All right. Doctor Who's. Blue purple, 2 power, 2 cost, 1 wreck. Meticulous 1, and when you put a card on top of your deck, you may move this card. So we were just talking about the lengths you would go to move a 2 power.
It's exactly the same, except you even use Pinky Sense, the same card, to trigger it.
Fair point. I guess, yeah, you have the same rating. So you're saying functionally the same thing.
Yeah, like, I don't think moving to power around is really worth it. And this one, unlike the previous one, moves itself most of the time. Or some of the time. So it is better than that one. Well, I guess it costs 1 more. And I just think you have better things to do with your card slots in your deck than this.
Right. I mean, so if you look at blue purple as a deck, which absolutely was a thing last set, or I don't know if last set, but at some point, it was a fine archetype. It kind of, I think, appreciates more meticulous. I'm always very hesitant to talk too far down about cards that 1/1 wreck, because that has always been a very powerful slot to have cards in. Granted,
Yeah,
a lot more important in the days of trading traditions, but still pretty important. Yeah, I'm absolutely willing to say to bring him down below Gallus. But I think there's a reasonable chance in the new purple blue vector forms.
I think this is better than Gallows, but I'm still not convinced that it's that good.
Okay.
So for me, it's a 2. Pages and you gave it a 3. Maybe there is some blue purple deck that wants this, but I think there's better things you can do with your cards in your deck.
If he is cluing us into something, which is a fair point.
I mean, yeah, same time delivery, but like you can say that about any card that has Meticulous in it. So sure, this card has Meticulous in it. I think you can get better Meticulous cards for 280. You can get Selena Blue for 280. I guess not in blue purple, but still. Why would you?
He's saying you play same day. Move it for
him. Yeah, but I might as well just have Pinky Sense and play and do that.
Well,
and also get 180.
I mean,
or
Pinky Sense
like
is pink. It's harder to justify in a blue purple.
Okay, that's fair. But like, yeah, I mean, sure, you. Okay, sure, you can move it for free sometimes. Like, you can do that without same day delivery. It has Meticulous, but I don't know. It's still just moving 2 power around. And you know what? I think I'd rather get 180 from my same day delivery than move 2 power around most of the time.
And it's. I mean, to be fair, I do have a fair amount of deference to GP, as he was one of the guys who like played blue purple quite a lot.
You know what other card moves around for free every turn and has way more than 2 power most of the time? Party Mare.
Yeah.
And that one sees play, but not all of the time. Like, I think it pretty much only sees play like in Poppy decks and some like mono pink decks, right? Maybe more than that. Like that card actually sees play, right? And
yeah,
this one doesn't come close to that, like by the effect. That's why I'm putting it at 2, and I don't think it deserves a 3. Sorry, Dr. Who's.
Okay, fair enough. You just want to make sure that Trixie gets the vice head mirror.
Yes, he's not worthy.
All right, Granny Smith.
GP disagrees with me,
Yeah?
but I'm standing by I'm not convinced. Okay.
Yeah, Granny Smith.
We can see the Coco results and see how many Doctor Who's are there.
Well,
or like a year later, I can eat my words.
Sure. 2 power, 2 cost, 2 rank, blue and white. When you play this card, choose one of your friends. Then an opponent chooses one of their friends, start a face-off. Win, you get to put this card back into your hand. Players can't play or activate cards during face-off started by this card. So, I see a card called Tough Questions.
Yeah, repeatable.
Yep. Repeatable Tough Questions, and it exists so that you can trigger your Daybreaker. Any other application I'm missing here?
Gallus.
Okay. Gallus. Wait. Sorry, the main Gallus?
Yes.
But you can't play cards during the face-off.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you can't. There was some other application. I just not remembering it.
Okay. If you can think of another one, then I might go above 1. Right. As this is another card to activate your Daybreaker.
Starlight and Sunburst.
That is the third color.
and 180.
Twilight Sunburst, Ember Daybreaker.
I mean, Daybreaker is honestly good enough for a point for me.
Oh, okay. I'll admit that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Twilight Sunburst, Ember Daybreaker. If you can get yourself enough AT back to play this again, right? Then
Well, you
you're
don't like Ember has studios
right.
and Daybreaker has studios, so you get 2 ET back. So you
Right.
just play this.
Yeah. Okay. I'll admit to that being
A thing.
a thing. Yes. I suppose
So there you go.
I do have the opportunity to change my rating right.
Cards that start face-offs on specific friends are scary, and you should remember that.
Yeah, that is it. Okay, I mean, yeah, all those pieces came in this set. I was gonna say, but tough questions didn't see any play. But
No, the point of this one is it's repeatable.
oh wait,
Unlike that.
well, why do you have it at only a 2 then?
Oh well, I don't think that will see much of a play. People might try it, but I think Living to Love combo is so much better.
I see. All right, I'll. It's enough to argue me up to a
3? I'm gonna put it at 3.
3 because, like, well, okay, it's a small cheat because I'm willing to bet that TP here is not going to just discard it in the first week. He's if he's this excited about it, then there must be some potential to it.
Sure.
Fair enough. I missed that. I tunnel visioned on Daybreaker and I missed the forest.
I will leave it at 2.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm the Skepti man.
All right, Fluttershy and Bulk Biceps. 3 cost, 3 power, 1 wreck. Blue and yellow. Hasty. When you win a face-off involving this card, you may retire one of your Pegasus friends here to score a point. So, bit of a face-off trick. Potentially scores you another point. A little bit expensive. 3 AT and a friend for a point.
Yeah.
Granted, could be a Pegasus token. If you're playing something like Crash Cloud, it could be the free Pegasus token you got from that.
Yeah, but like it's still you basically pay what 3 AT for 1 point. Like even if you remove the retire phase, you pay 3 AT for 1 point at first, and then you pay 2 AT for every consecutive point. You also have to win a face-off, which is you don't always win face-offs. So that's without retires, like not even considering that you have to retire a thing, and it has to be at the same location. So just run Bunyip. That's my answer.
Seems like a pretty reasonable answer. It is cheaper, 4 cost yellow. Now this is a blue-yellow Pegasus. Always got to take that into account. But I feel like
Yeah, it costs 3 though.
that wellspring has finally run a little dry.
Yeah.
Now, this is one that Paige has rated quite a bit higher than the two of us. He has it at 3.5. We have it both at 2.
Yeah, I don't think this card is that great. Like Bunyip, sure, Bunyip is a little bit more expensive in a way that, well, if it was a face-off, it costs 3 to bring it back. But if there was no face-off, it costs 2 to unfrighten it every turn. Which is kind of like the same cost as this card. A little bit more expensive, but not by much. But there you don't have to win a face-off. All you have to do is to confront the problem, which is so much easier. So I'm not convinced on this card. If it's a 3.5 for pages, sure. He can show it to us in the next tournament.
Yeah. He should be up by now. He probably has something to do.
Yeah. That's fine. We have his ratings.
We have his ratings. I'm very thankful for them. Okay. Mod and Mudbriar. Orange, pink. Well, these are your colors, so you can start.
Let me see. What did I rate it at? I rated it 3. Rocks strong. That's my reasoning.
Okay. Fair.
But
These two
yeah.
colors are drawing lots of cards.
Yes. Yeah, that's the actual reasoning. Like, I don't think it's that unlikely that you'll draw that many cards in those two colors.
This doesn't go in your combo deck, though, right?
No. I don't need rocks. So, yeah, and that's what I meant by, like, not all of the cards that do card draw like go into that deck, because that deck only cares about efficient card draw, doesn't care about anything else. And this thing can be useful outside of that. So third card in your turn is only 2 cards, because you draw a card at the start of the turn. So you only have to draw 2 extra cards, right?
Mhm.
And I think orange pink can consistently do that if you have like a berry punch or something, or your main is silver stream. I think it's pretty easy to get those rocks going. And rocks are pretty good. It's a free power, potentially for free. And this card only costs 2. And it's a 2 drop. So I think it's good enough to say it's a free. I think it will see some play in some decks.
I feel like I know the answer to this question, but just to be sure, your token friends can't be frightened refers to the verb frightened, not the adjective frightened, right?
Yeah, I mean they can't the token friends.
If something would turn them face down, they still go away.
Yeah, they disappear. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That would be a little problematic. Wasn't the case.
Well, if it referred to adjectives, it's just stating that's something that's already true. Token friends can't be frightened.
Well,
in the game right now, so it's a verb. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a fair argument to make. Like I guess I'm a little skeptical of, and it's possible that I tunnel visioned a little bit. Orange pink are just is the living to laugh combo and didn't consider other things that
No.
you can do in that color.
Do you remember Lyra deck from Continental?
Yeah. I remember the other stuff from previous scores.
So,
and
sure,
honestly,
there's no Lyra anymore, but
honestly, there's a potential for an interesting head fake of just your opponent sees orange pink and they immediately think you're playing the combo, and then you just bury them under rocks.
But so even if you don't have any draw engines, to get a rock here, all you have to do is to pay 2 ET. So that's already efficient, because if you had a card that's costed 2, had free power, and said when it enters play, draw 2 cards, would you play that?
Sorry, I was updating my rating. What were you saying?
Well, prepare to update it further. So if you had a card that said pay 2 AT, it's a friend, costs 2, has free power, and when it enters play, it draws you 2 cards. Would you play that?
2 power, 2 friend, 3 power. This play draws me 2 cards.
Yes, because that's what this card does. If you don't have any draw engine at all, you pay 1 to draw 2 cards, and you put a rock into play.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily play that in every deck.
No, but
but
like that's the
it's
worst case scenario for this
yeah.
card,
Yeah,
and it's already pretty good.
it's about an average card, yeah.
So
And I guess I can have as many of those in my deck as I want. So
yeah, so but you probably have some synergies with this card anyway. So that's like the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario, you pay 2, get a free power friend, and draw 2 cards. But the better case scenario is probably you pay nothing, get 2 cards, and get a free power. Like I think this card is all
yeah,
right.
yeah, I think you've argued me up. Pages was with me at 2. Was now he's alone at 2.
Yeah. All right, next card.
All right, Spike and Gabby. 2
This card
cost
is cute.
power. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you on that. 1 rec, pink and orange. And this card is Chaos. Flips an additional card, and during face-offs, you get to choose and ignore one of your flip cards. It's random X, where X is
Yeah.
whatever the color of the card you just flipped.
Yeah, I don't know. So I could see that like in Chaos Control, but
Mhm.
in a regular deck, why would you include it? Sure, it kind of improves your flipping, but kind of spend an entire card on that. Like I'd much rather run Heaven Bay than this
That's a pretty fair argument.
for the same Rex and one less cost.
Yeah. I think it does have a baseline value that's enough to at least be worth considering. And as I said before, I always give a little of extra consideration to 1/1 rec cards, of which this is one. As
Yeah,
as you stated, Haven Bay also a 1/1 rec card.
yes.
Pretty good way to get yourself started as well.
And I
Yeah.
would argue the other way. So I gave this card a 1. I don't think it will see play,
Hmm?
but if people will play it, sure.
We'll see. Orange and pink is but yeah, it's way outside of my wheelhouse as far as the colors I'm familiar with. So I'd be willing to accept potentially being wrong on
Yep.
it. Alrighty. Spoiled Rich, purple and orange. 2 colors we were both looking.
Pretty good.
Yeah, sorry, this looking bad here. I'm not sure which CC you're referring to.
Chaos Control.
Oh, Chaos Control. Yeah. That was a deck that was like supposed to be getting better, right?
So yeah, so that's the thing about Gabby, right? I mentioned that the only deck I can see it being ran in is Chaos Control, and I don't know if Chaos Control is orange, pink, and core. It probably is because of like Pinky Senses and stuff, but I don't have much faith in Chaos Control and core. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it has enough chaos effect. Or at least it's not the same as in Harmony. I want my Cheerily break it up. That was great. We need a reprint.
Well, yeah, there's nothing like her. There's a couple cards that like kind of come close-ish. And I'll freely admit that I didn't.
Yeah, GP makes some good arguments. Like people will probably experiment with chaos control, but they might or might not run this card though. So
It's
I don't.
always been
I'll
one of the best control ideas.
I'll leave Gabby at 1. Sorry, Gabby. Has a cute art though.
So, as I was saying, purple orange, 2 colors that look good and look good together in this set. 2, notwithstanding the fact that I gave a lot of low ratings to purple cards and orange cards.
Yeah,
2,
to the close.
2 power, 2 cost, purple and orange, 1 rec. Stubborn, and when an opposing character becomes exhausted, you may exhaust this card to move that character. So, I think there's a fair amount of things are going to get exhausted in this meta upcoming.
Mm-hmm.
Selena Blue, if nothing else. And while it's fair that moving her home isn't that big of a deal, it's still moving eccentric away from the problem, and in theory could put your opponent into a home limit situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say it again: 1/1. Always give deference to those cards. So I think this is pretty reasonable in the spot for purple and orange. There's obviously going to be a control deck or something.
Yeah.
Says the guy who built a purple orange aggro deck.
So for me, this card is free. So the thing about this card is, for the things that your opponent exhausts themselves, this card is kind of like soft breakdown, right? Vinyl breakdown was like, oh, you exhaust the thing, that thing dies. Here you exhaust the thing, that thing that can't confront problems anymore. I think for the most things that exhaust, this doesn't matter. Just as you mentioned, like moving Selena Blue home. I mean, can impact something, but same with like Starry Glimmers and other stuff. And as a control card, like, we have some exhaust effects in orange. This is kind of like control more, I guess, card. Kind of card, because like you're already exhausting a thing. Why would you move it? Or, well, moving is still useful, but you're kind of like by using exhaust, you're already kind of achieving something. And moving it back is just like helps you a little bit, but
I don't know. I just say that the moving is a much bigger deal than the exhausting generally. Like the exhaust will come back on its own. The move costs 2 AT to.
Yeah, but like if you run cards that exhaust, you don't want them to become useless if you don't have this card. So you're probably running something good, like a bailout. Well, bailout is Harmony, but like it's something similar, right?
Yeah.
And if you already like imagine this card with bailout, it's kind of like bailout already does the job, and this one like kind of helps a little bit, but also not really. So that's my counterpoints.
Sure.
Why this card maybe not as great as it may
Right.
seem, but I'm still putting it at
Right.
3 though.
You put that all together, and we end up with a
3. Yeah.
Which, yeah, that's fair. Pages off at 2.5.
Bugle will yell me about the segment.
I
Why?
I assume Bugle is a proponent of chaos control.
Oh,
Seems like it's kind of a deck.
I mean, sure, I love chaos control. If chaos control is a thing, that's great. See, maybe I'm saying things so people can prove me wrong. It's like a joke about Linux. Like when you need help for Linux, you don't ask. You just say that like, oh, Linux is trash, I can't do a thing, and people help you.
Yeah, I think I heard.
Because they want to prove you wrong. Either way.
All right, Burnt Oak. 3 cost, 3 power, 3 wreck, orange and white. When a player plays a card, if it isn't the first card that player has played this turn, that player discards a card. So, this is one of the cards that I have married to Chrysalis in terms of its rating. Because, like I said, the point of the Chrysalis deck is to make it as hard as possible for the opponent to turn her back over, and this works towards that effect, which I guess means that the Chrysalis deck is purple, is white and orange. But that makes sense.
Sure.
So yeah, I give him the same rating as I gave Chrysalis, and that's 3.
I think this card is too expensive for what it gives. Like it's free AT and play like it's free AT for free power card and with free rec, and all it gives you is if the player plays more than one card, they discard the card of their choice. That's kind of underwhelming. Like, here's another card with free cost, free power, and free rec. Daybreaker.
Yeah, okay, put it that way. comparison's a little much. So, I guess it's also fair to say that this isn't a cost, right? So if they only have one card left in their hand, they can still play it, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a trigger. So like, oh, I have nothing in my hand, I can't discard anything, so whatever.
Interesting.
So yeah, I think the return you get out of this card is not worth the what would you pay for it. I know Daybreaker is an extreme example, but the difference between them is also kind of extreme. So
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced on this card. I think I would do the 2. Yeah, 2. So like people might try to run it, but I don't think it's that good. If it was a random discard, I think it would be a little bit better. But it's not a random discard.
It is a fair
whatever.
point. That's true. He might be on the lower end of 3.
Yeah. It's like the rec is high, the cost is high, power, and
right.
it also affects you.
Right. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So GP mentioning it is symmetric. Notably, in purple and orange and white are the two colors that will appreciate that more than any other.
Yeah, but there are more effective ways to discard things, like Smolder and Sadbar. Just exhaust to discard, or Grudge. So, I think there are better ways to spend your cards than discard.
Yeah, Sludge, I think you mean, right?
Oh, Sludge, yeah.
Said that, I was like, wait, what a second.
Yeah. That dragon guy who retires.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 for me, 2.5 for Pages, and 3 for Garson.
3 for me, yeah. Like I said, same rating as I gave Chrysalis. Firelight. 1 cost, 1 power, 2 rec. Orange and white. When this card enters play, if you didn't play it from your hand, it has 3 power. Technically, it has 2 plus some power counters, but that's the worth. You can come out of your discard pile if you banish another card in your discard pile as an additional. No.
Pretty cool.
What?
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. A card. I mean, it's always cool to see cards that are designed not to be played from hand. I mean, this one can be played from hand, but it is much better to throw it into the discard pile at first.
You probably never play it from hand.
You probably never. Which is good for those orange and white decks who, maybe run something like that. Orange and white being all about discarding stuff. Good to give them a card that they want to discard.
Yeah.
So
they have like Volume Elite already. They have this card, and they have a bunch of. They have Golden Parachute, and they have a bunch of discard engine already. Like as I mentioned, Sludge, Smolder, and Sandbar. So yeah, I think. What did I give this card? I gave this card as free, right? Yeah, free.
Yeah, and I think that matches it. That I don't think. I think that purple. Why we you want to say purple? Orange and white isn't going to be top tier, but it's absolutely going to work. Yeah, this card.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Alrighty. Pages of 2.5. Sunburst and Cranky. 3 cost, 3 power, 3 rec. Orange and yellow. Diligent 2. And if you would put any number of +1 power counters on this card, you put that many -1 power counters on an opposing friend instead.
Mm-hmm.
So, as happy as I am that -1 power counters exist in this game now, and as much as I absolutely will try and play this card to get some use out of my black dice, I don't see it actually being much play. I mean, so the orange-yellow deck is Thorax, and this card has more than 2 printed power.
You could build other orange-yellow decks. It doesn't have to be Thorax.
In theory, you could, I guess.
Doesn't to be Thorax, and also this card doesn't have to state problems. It will probably the way you're using it probably doesn't go above 3 power ever.
Mm-hmm.
And you can yeah, it's diligent, so like it sounds like you want to win face-offs with it, but you don't have to. Orange has plenty of ways to get power counters other ways, like shovel.
Shovel, yeah. I mean, this is not an Earth Pony, so you miss out on a couple uh,
Yeah,
of the ways to do it.
but I still think some people will try it out, so it's a 2 for me.
It's fair. Yeah, Pages is with you on the two. I don't know.
I mean, I think 1 is also a fair point, but
Okay. Our second Trixie. And this
yeah,
time, you calling it a
5.
5 isn't a meme.
Well, it is and it isn't.
Bit of both, yeah.
See, it will be a 5 no matter what was below the Earth.
Yeah. 2 power, 3 cost, 2 rec, purple and pink. Play a card, choose another friend, put a token copy of that friend into play, then finish that token friend.
Yep.
So aside from the Trixiness,
Yes. So even if it wasn't a Trixie, I think this card would still be a 5. Because it does define the meta. I think BRB kind of deck could still be pretty strong. And oh, look, in Sequestria, everyone had to think about that deck when they were building their decks. That sounds meta defining to me. So I think this card, as well as all the other pink purple goodies, kind of does define what the top level decks are. Especially with all the other pink stuff we've got. We've got so much pink stuff. Oh my god.
yep.
Pink got a lot of love this set.
I pretty much, well, I guess I don't fully agree because I have it as a 4, not a 5. But yeah, I think there's a lot of amazing stuff you can do with it. I too am reminded of BRB. I have already seen Bugle cycling postal mares with this and doing awful things.
It's a BRB electric boogaloo.
Kind of, yeah.
With tricks.
Yeah, purple and pink are going to be amazing until Selena gets banned, and then they're probably still going to be pretty good after that. So
All I'm saying, I'm really happy to see a Trixie that might finally see play, other than highest level unicorn.
yeah, but hey, Trixie Main is like super competitive in Harmony, right?
Yeah, that's true. Thanks to Leo and Andrew.
Pages was with me on the forum. Okay. Yona and Sandbar. By the way, this is halfway.
Hooray! It's been
Yeah.
2.5 hours, so 5-hour estimate was correct, I think.
Yeah. 3 power, 3 cost, 2 rec, pink and white. We mentioned this card earlier. The card that makes showy more than showy.
Yes.
+1 to play cards in problems with one or more of your characters with showy. So, yeah.
Yeah, cool, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think it goes along with a lot of the other stuff that we had before with the card that makes calling more than calming, and the card that makes
studious more studious.
Studious more studious, yeah. Only, yeah. I see that we all have it as a 1.
Oh no. I think I lost you there.
Oh? You still hear me now? Hi?
You there.
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm back.
Okay. Let us know, chat, if there is any interruption there. Not sure if there was an issue or not. But yeah. I mean, we all know what pink and white do. And, well, yeah. When you when you remember that the unicorn tokens are prepared and not showy, it's a lot worse than what you might have thought.
So So this card is kind of expensive for what it gives, like, and it's kind of the same problem, right? That you won't run showy friends just because of this card, because without this card, showy friends are kind of eh.
Yeah.
So while this card does help, does make showy better, without this card, showy is still showy. And there aren't that many cards that are useful and also have showy. I think there are a couple that like have showy and they also have some useful effects, but there aren't many. And I don't think you're going to run this card just for them, right? Because it's kind of expensive. 380.
Very interesting rare in draft. Or Joey's a little bit.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
And as I said, we were all together on the one.
Yep.
All right, Lyra and Bonbon. 1 power, 1 cost, 1 wreck. Pink and yellow. When you play this card, you can put a resource or troublemaker into its owner's hand. Put a card into a player's hand, you may look at that player's hand. So, there is some value in that. Bouncing resources.
Yeah, bouncing resources, bouncing troublemakers, but I don't know. Yellow has so much better stuff than this. I guess looking at the player's hand is nice.
Excuse me, sorry, I had to moderation. Yeah.
There.
Yeah, so, the ability to look at player's hand is not nothing. It's obviously a little bit less useful if you're bouncing one of your own resources or troublemakers, which is a thing you can do with this card. Sorry, we're getting to the point of the stream where I'm tired.
Yeah, so balancing your own stuff could be actually really useful for just 180. But I don't think there are actual like really good applications of core for this right now. So unless I'm like missing some really big brain decks.
Right. Pink and yellow have been on the sidelines a bit over the past little while.
So I gave this a 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's some room to explore here with this.
It's yeah. I think I kind of agree with you that it's. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if suddenly pink yellow deck that no one had saw coming. The colors have been kind of off on their own for.
Yeah.
But yeah, this card I don't think is going to make that thing happen.
Yeah, unless there's like some real secret tech with it.
Yeah.
Which there could be, because it can balance your own things, which is you don't get very often.
I just remember strawberry. Pink and yellow occasionally come together to do cool things that are useful.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of pink and yellow doing cool things that are useful, pound cake and pumpkin cake. 0 power, 2 cost, 2 wreck. Pink and yellow. When this card's problem is confronted, change control this card and opposing friend here until the end of the score phase. This card would be sent home. It isn't sent home instead. So, interesting little face-off trick, I guess you could say. To steal an opposing friend till the end of the phase of the score phase.
Yeah.
Help you win the face-off. One assumes you have some way of not giving the friend back. Pink is good at that.
What I like about this card is that it's when the problem is confronted by any player, like doesn't matter who did it. Could be you, could be someone else. And it does for a single face-off, like it does check the numbers before it exchanges because it's a trigger. So it's an interesting card, but does pink yellow have any like retire engines outside of
Um,
like belly flops?
well, I guess Mrs. Cake is main phase only. Uh, Pink and yellow.
Yeah, no shoe
Uh,
shines.
Shoe Shines, no Amusement Factory. Um,
Yeah, so
okay,
that's
yeah, you have to splash for it, I guess. The
yeah,
the
so
answer.
and that's the thing why this card is a 2 for me.
Mhm.
I don't like other than a neat face off trick, I don't think it really does much else. Like sure you could steal a Daybreaker or something like that, but your opponent will definitely play around it because it's proactive. And even when you do steal stuff, you still have to kind of give it back.
There's
Doesn't
a fair amount of stealing stuff in this set. I wonder if the blue Get Your Friends Back card is gonna potentially have a place. Anyway,
yeah.
anyway,
So yeah, this
uh,
card is a 2 for me.
yeah, we are across the board in agreement on two. Alrighty, Octavia. We're almost through the multicolor friends here. Octavia, purple and white, 2 power, 2 cost, 3 rec. When you play a song card, put a music counter on this card, and then you get to remove 2 music counters to get a song card for free. Banish it. We have some number of songs in core right now. We have the single
Yeah.
color songs from Defenders, and we have a bunch of tricolor
Mhm.
songs. And then we have that one neutral song.
Yep. Most of them aren't that good though.
Probably fair to say. Yeah.
And like unless you're playing a 6 color deck, you'll be probably sticking to 1 or 2 different songs. And given that you only have 6 of them in your deck, the maximum value you'll get out of this card is free songs.
Yeah, that seems correct. That's if
W-
one Octavia gets to see all of them. Well, I guess that's not so easy.
Yes, which is unlikely, and eh, like that's this card is super specific about what it wants to do.
Yeah, I gotta agree. And the possibility for super combo free Magic of Friendship grows is definitely there. And I'd love to. I mean, actually, you yeah, I mean, you could discard that song, play another couple cheap songs, and then get it for free.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Or even this card, you have to play it. You have to play songs to put counters on this card.
yeah. So you're playing cheap songs, and
But
and
the
and, and
problem,
yeah.
well, we don't really have any cheap songs left in core.
Well, two ATs are cheap. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, we do have some really good songs, which are the Defender Cycle songs. I forgot their
Yeah.
songs.
Yeah.
Girls over there and stuff, but I still don't think this card is.
Oh no, it's a meme. Absolutely, it's a meme. But it's a
Yeah,
meme I might want to try.
sure.
Anyway, cards of one.
One though.
Pages with a two.
2 per pages.
Alrighty,
Big
Big
Mac.
Mac. Purple and yellow. 2 cost, 2 power, 2 rec. Coming 1, and during face-offs involving this card, opponents ignore their flip cards with 4 or more power. Now it is useful against some decks,
Yeah.
namely decks filled with events, decks filled with troublemakers, decks filled with both of those. Um, I think most. Well, I should have actually looked at some old decks to see what percentage of the cards get ignored by this. But I'd imagine for most decks, it's less than half, probably, maybe around half.
Yeah. I would agree to that.
So I guess it's not really worth having a friend to deliver that kind of value. I guess.
I don't know. I think again, there are better things you can do with the card slot,
Mhm.
like run Spooky Ruins, which denies the flip altogether.
Well, yeah.
Sure, this can like deny multiple cards, but it's such an unlikely situation that opponents like flip multiple cards. It's pretty much never happens.
Mhm. And as we are well aware, calming one is functionally irrelevant. So,
Yeah,
well, it's it's relevant only for its obscurity often enough. It's only the opponent just totally forgets it's there, and
yeah,
yeah. Anyway, two
right. Yeah, me too.
pages at 1.5.
Which is fair enough.
Okay, Celestia and
Now
Luna.
the disagreement card.
Another disagreement card. It's true. Um,
You put
purple.
Celestia at one.
I did. I did.
Second Celestia at one. You're butchering the set.
I mean, anyway. 3 cost, 3 power, 3 rec, purple and yellow. Harmony Alicorn. When this or another one of your Alicorn friends enters play, look at the top card of your deck. If that card is an Alicorn friend, reveal it, put it in your hand. Otherwise, put it on the top or bottom of your deck. So, and I guess you can answer me a question here, because it had been a little while since I've last seen Alicorns play.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Alicorn deck often run out of cards in hand?
The card's what?
Did the Alicorn deck often run short on cards?
I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe sometimes it's an aggro, so can run out of steam.
That's fair, yeah. Like if that's the case, then yes, this absolutely has value to it, because it is this card draw kind of card advantage.
It's
Um,
meticulous. Also,
yeah, and
like
and
even if it's not an alicorn, you can still see what card it is.
oh yeah, it does go to the bottom.
You can put it either on top or the bottom. It's kind of like meticulous.
Right.
So I
Wait,
think that
if the
yeah.
card is an Alicorn friend, can you not put it on bottom of your deck?
Mm, I think if you don't do it, you do the otherwise thing. Like it says you may reveal it, so if you don't reveal it, you just put it on top or the bottom.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, you can choose to keep it there. But if you want to draw it, you have to reveal it, which is makes sense. So yeah, I think this card definitely goes into Alicorn deck, and it's great for searching for your Flash Magnuses, and pretty much any friend you play will trigger this. So most of the friends you play will either draw you a card, or at least give you like a meticulous trigger. So that's why I put it at four. At four, not at four, at three.
Great. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know about one.
No. No. I think you off of one. A little putative. I'll bring it up.
Eh, yeah, Pages has it at 2.5.
Okay. And last one. Last multicolor frame. Crackle Closette. Sowing Distrust. 3 cost, 3 power, 2 rec. White and yellow. Agile. Opponents need +2 to confront this card. Follow them for each color among their characters here. So, as we had covered, Agile is not the greatest on a 3 power friend. Now,
Yeah,
this card is often going to be eccentric 4. I think it's relatively easily going to be eccentric. and has the potential to be much more than that against certain decks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not nothing. Although to be fair, we talked about Gilda, the agile, eccentric Lots friend in pink.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, it's a relatively similar card design, actually.
Yeah, it
And
just doesn't have the unity restrictions and in different colors.
yeah. So I think it's fair to throw the. I don't remember what the rating. I know it wasn't very good. I think two similar.
Yeah, I put this card at 2, and I think I put Gilda at 2 too. Yes. Well, you guys threw ones at poor Gilda.
Oh,
So yeah, it is kind of the same deal as with Gilda, and I think it has some applications. I do think Gilda is a little bit better than this card though, because pink likes its eccentric, and you can actually build like an eccentric pink deck. But so white yellow has always been this weird color where you could go into aggro if you wanted to. You could also go in control if you wanted to. But right now, I think white yellow control is in kind of a weird state. Like I don't know what it looks like.
yeah, I definitely agree. I
So like
I think of
when
white
someone
yellow
says
as changing colors.
yes, exactly. When someone says white yellow, I think aggro changelings, and that wasn't always the case. Like we've had like bedtime. Remember that card?
A while ago, but yes, I do.
Yeah, and like people were building decks around that card, and I've seen some uh white yellow control decks around, and I think this card might fit in there. But in current core, I don't think white yellow control exists. So that's why I think Gilda is better than this card, because Gilda is in like in pink, and pink eccentric is definitely a thing in core. So that's my reasoning, and that's why this card is 2. White yellow control is expensive without ATGN, says Anamoy. Yeah, I don't think white or yellow have any kind of ATGens.
Uh, well, depending on your definition of AT-Gen.
Well, anything like Cloud Chase and Fleeter are an ATGen.
Fluttershy main is an AT-Gen.
Yeah, but like not for a control
Not
deck.
for a control deck, no.
All right, next
All right,
card.
next card into the no color friends.
It's the Apple Monster.
Apple Monster, yes. 4 power, 8 cost, no colors. You pay 1 less to play this card for each of your token friends. Start of your turn, choose one of your token friends for the token copy of that friend into play. Now, you guys convinced me when we first saw this card of the shenanigans of potentially
Yeah,
getting a token copy of this into play. And I'll admit, that is shenanigans right there.
yeah, there's some fun shenanigans with this card.
Um,
Yeah, so I put this card at 3. I think it has some nice value, not amazing value. And we might see this card in some decks, especially the decks that like actually run tokens, and probably not your like creators and stuff, but actual copying. And yeah, if you get a copy of itself into play, that's great. You have to kind of try hard for that to happen, though. It might be easier to just have this with like Pegasus Royal Guard.
Yep. Easy to Pegasus Royal Guard. Yep. You see a lot of critter tokens. Honestly, a lot of critter tokens and a lot of Pegasus tokens, often in the same decks. So yeah, this seems quite reasonable. Get into play.
I don't think it will see play with like pink decks though, because even though pink has some tokens like Trixie or Discord Second Opinion, I don't think you'll really have enough tokens to have this card be at the low cost.
I mean, what if you generate some Earth Money tokens, and then you can cycle this into anything with Mrs. Cake. It always comes back to Mrs. Cake.
Yeah, all you're thinking about is Mrs. Cake. It's pink is just Mrs. Cake at this point, which is probably true. Yeah, but you have to generate Earth Money tokens for that, which is you can. So what you do is you copy Mrs. Cake, and then you play this card, and you copy Mrs. Cake, and then you have many Mrs. Cakes. I don't know why would you do that, but you can.
Because you're trying to mill yourself to win with living allowed. Anyway, yeah. I'll also give this a 3. It absolutely has application.
Yeah. All right, next card. That's the. You got some convincing to do.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Giovanna. 2 cost, 2 power. As this card enters play, choose a color. This card is that color. The unity requirements are reduced by 1 for each of this card's colors. Right. So, this is a Kevin.
Yes.
Well,
that's why it's a 1.
A Griffin. Kevin absolutely saw play.
Oh, it's a Griffin. I see what's the
No, it's not just that. I mean, so for one thing, there is a lot of reasons why you'd want extra help towards your unities. Given that, like I said, unity is going to be hard, but the cards are good. The cards are very good. It is not necessarily a given that you're going to get to the end of your deck and have 15 unity to win with your living time, for example.
I wouldn't say that, but sure.
And multicolor decks are going to be a thing. Good enough tricorns. The blue deck's going to need to get into Legion of Doom. And Pinky's not bad either. And it is a Griffin. That's true. It's not nothing. So you're right that 3 might be a little generous, but I don't think it's a.
I think it's a 1. Okay, so the problem here is that this card has to compete with all of the effects of the other entry cards, right? Sure, it is a wild card. Sure, I'm giving it that. But would I run this card? Would I take the extra reduced unity, or would I take a free move from Loyal Pony? Obviously, the free move. Would I take the dismissal of a friend with 2 or less cost from Professor Latter, or 1 extra unity? I would rather take dismissal. All other entry cards have really impactful effects, and having just 1 extra unity just doesn't compare to them. So because of that, this is just a Kevin for me, and getting that 1 extra unity doesn't really change anything. And also, another thing that kind of ruins this card is that we, in this very set, have the Rushed Makeover,
right,
which is so much better entry than anything else.
It's a fair point.
So this card not only has to compete with all of the other entry cards in the same price point, but those cards have amazing effects, unlike this one. Having 1 extra unity doesn't compare to them. Then it has to compete with all of the 1-cost resources. So would you rather play this card to have free unity of a color, or play Motivational Speech and have exactly the same thing? So the only reason you do that is that you need unity of the color that is your main. Then Motivational Speech doesn't work anymore, right? But otherwise, you prefer Motivational Speech because it's 1 cheaper and gives you exactly the same thing. it's even better because it gives you more color. And then you have Rust Makeover, which is just better than anything else.
Well, I mean, yeah, I said I think 3 might be a bit generous. You've argued me down to a 2. That's fair.
I think I'm dead set on that it's a 1.
I will admit to having the benefit of cheating a little, knowing that in the deck that Bugle played in the online con, he had this card in it. So I there's that.
Okay, okay, that's fair. But
yeah.
So maybe my 1 is wrong, but I'm still dead set on it.
Okay. Pages was it also 3 for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Okay. Events. Apple
Hooray!
delivery. Very, very strong event, I will admit. Got to this point in my ratings, and I was like, wait a second. Maybe I shouldn't have rated Orange so badly, because this event's really good. It is. For all that I said, or there's going to be problems with so much removal running around, Orange is the color that can say, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say that I still don't think it's enough for me to call this a 4 or a 5. But go ahead.
Okay. So this card is a 5 for me because I run it in my combo deck instead of EEA. Why would I spend 480 on something when I can spend 280 and get pretty much the same thing? And I think that's the case for any other combo deck, even if they don't run Orange. Well, I guess 4 rec makes this harder, so I guess it does depend on the combo deck in question. But like, this is one of those combo protection cards, which works really well. So that's one reason. And the second reason, it's also like a general protection card for other decks as well. Which is why I'm putting this card at 5. Primarily combo, but it also has uses outside of that.
Right. And it's fair to say, usually, that even in its immediate form, the card isn't that bad. If you're playing against blue, for example, you're perfectly fine with just saying my friends can't be frightened, because they're probably not going to be leaving play via some other mean. If admittedly, persistent is worse if you're playing against pink or yellow or purple or the other, but still potentially worth it. And in those kind of situations, you just play it during your main phase.
Yeah.
GP brings up the golden parachute argument, potentially, probably in relation to your combo question.
Oh, for combo.
Or pointing.
So the thing is that you don't know how much removal your opponent will have, and this card just says that nothing ever works until the end of the turn. And golden parachute only works once. You use it and it's gone.
No, twice.
It's for the same.
Perhaps, but
well, yeah, it's the same reason why Brian's are kind of combo protection, but not really at the same time. Like, Brian's do protect your friends, but they don't protect all of them all the time. Like, I feel much safer playing this card than the golden parachute and combo. So yeah, I'll leave this card at my high rating. I think it will see play.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all. Absolutely will see play. I'll admit I missed the combo avenue. You're treating it's kind of similar to the vote, except
yes,
it's a more powerful
the
vote,
bats.
really.
It's more like the bats than the vote.
More like bats, yeah, exactly. All right, Pages is with me on. All right, attention-seeking behavior.
Next card. I like my events, all right.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, you and I have the same average event score over all of them, despite. Well, I mean, you have some interesting. But anyway, yeah, you have the high rating here again. So what?
This card is a great face-off trick for a color that doesn't win a lot of face-offs. That's good enough for me.
That's fair. Yeah.
I think it's like, would you not run this in your yellow color, yellow deck,
Well,
which has critters in it?
the fact
Not on
that the critters
Pegasus.
have to be involved in the face-off is one thing, right?
Yeah, but you're guaranteed to at least to double power of every critter you retire, unless you retire critters with like 2 power.
Uh,
Like if you retire tokens, it's unlikely you'll flip ones. You'll probably flip twos or more. So, on average, I would say you at least double your power.
well, I mean, what if you're playing Thorax?
If you're playing Thorax,
Then you're retiring 2 power
you're
each.
well, yes. So you don't run this card because you're winning face-offs anyway.
Hmm.
Because your Thorax is so huge. You don't
Okay.
run this in Thorax, I don't think.
So like, and I mean, okay, my arguments to the contrary should be taken with the grain of salt because I rated it a 3. But like, nurturing nature has never cared about winning face-off. Stunning wonder.
Well, it never cares about winning face-offs until there's a bonus 2 bonus point problem on the opponent's side, and then suddenly you do care about winning that
Right.
face-off.
But like, when are you getting into a contested face-off? Like either the opponent DFO'd and all your stuff is at home, so you can't do anything anyway, or you DFO'd and you're going to win anyway.
You don't necessarily win when you TFO though. That's the
Oh,
problem.
I guess.
And you could also have cases where you have a single face-off. And if that single face-off happened to involve nurturing nature, probably losing that one. So I don't know. I think this card will definitely.
Yeah, and yeah. As I said, I give it a 3. I certainly don't by any means think it's bad. I think it absolutely has applications. Just trying to devil's advocate you on the 4.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Pages here gave it a 2, so I'm sure if he was here, he'd have more to say about it. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Try Song, our first 3-color card of the set. 6
I think that
power.
was the first spoiled card too.
This was. It was a long time ago, but it was the first card to get spoiled.
Yeah, it was like March.
Yeah. Jeez. That was a long time ago. Anyway, blue, purple, and white. Main phase, choose one. Move each of your characters at home to the same problem. Players can't win face-offs till the start of your next turn, or gain control of an opposing friend. Excuse me. So, a lot of these are pretty useful.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is going to be pretty good. Like, I move some stuff over to one problem to confront it, and then play this and put everything at the other problem, and I can see that being useful. The second one, situational, but I can see it being useful. If again, if you see a big bonus out and you know you're not going to be able to clear it away this turn.
Hold on, I'll stop you there. I think you're forgetting what 3 colors that we're talking about. We're talking about blue, white, and purple. The not anti-farming colors.
Oh, okay.
The second mode is definitely for protecting your troublemakers more than anything.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's fair.
So I think like the big bonus securing the big bonus is an application, but I think the big prize here is to protect troublemakers. Like when they see that there's a chance that you might not defend the troublemaker, and just play this card and you don't care anymore. And even if your opponent does a double face-off, sure, they don't win that.
That is pretty legitimate, honestly, yeah. You think that you could... these are the colors. If you wanted to run Song Octavia, to be able to get multiple uses out of this.
Yeah, as well as like Luna's Futures is gonna works.
Mhm.
So yeah, you could do that.
Could be interesting. We have it at 3.
Yeah, I do have it at 3 though. So I would put it at 4 if I had more faith in blue, purple, white. But I still don't because Middlebrook exists.
Fair, yeah. You're going to be complaining about that until she
Yeah,
rotates, I'm sure.
Yeah, until she's banned. No, rotating is not an option.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Gonna take some work. Alrighty. Chaos Magic Blast.
Oh, it's this card. Immediate
Cost
removal
2 wreck.
or very cheap.
Immediate speed. Miss a random opposing friend with cost equal to the number you chose. I'm already aware that there are some situations where you can use this pretty in a pretty targeted manner. I choose 12, and I'm guaranteed to hit one of these Celestias on the other side. Restricted section, right?
Wait,
that is.
why 12?
Well, because they're usually pretty big when you play them.
But it's a cost.
Oh, cost. Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Sorry. Still.
You can target things, but...
Still, yeah. It's part of the... I mean, yeah. But this, and Belly Flop, and the various friends that do things, and this is part of what's building into my idea of pink being the color of no one is allowed to have friends except me.
Yeah.
And this will be a pretty big part of it.
Yeah, it's a really good card. Like, sometimes some decks don't really have a lot of friends and can't really run belly flops. This is a great alternative to belly flops because you don't have to retire a friend. It has one less wreck. And just 180 more. 180 more is not.
Yep. Pretty good chaos effect, too. Those
Yeah.
chaos control decks out there.
Also Poppy.
Also Poppy. I've already tried building a Poppy deck.
So yeah, this card is a solid 4.
Because you can Mrs. Cake into the Poppy.
New down, more like Mrs. Cake.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Anyway.
That's how Cursed sees the set.
We all gave it 4s.
Yep.
Alrighty, Cockatrice Encounter. 3 cost, 1 orange. Dismiss an exhausted friend to put a 3... Actually, I should be very careful how I say that. Dismiss an exhausted friend. Put a 3 orange rock friend token into play exhausted. Dismiss an exhausted friend is not a cost. But
yeah, it's not a... If you can't do it.
Yeah.
That said, if you have an exhausted friend, you have to dismiss it.
That's true. That is true. Yep. Yeah. So 3 cost dismissal in orange, and the rock friend token. It's not bad. It's not. It is quite good, but it's not bad.
It's all right. It's 1 orange wreck, so it's kind of like entry into your orange. Not as good as push comes to shove, but something.
The rock friend token does come into play exhausted, so not.
You'll get your color.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's a little less useful from a tempo perspective.
Yeah, that's true. So that's a 2.
I agree. 2. Davis also agrees. Okay, Chronic Apology. Cost. Wreck. Banish a friend. Main phase. Then banish a number of cards on top of your deck equal to that friend's cost. In this set, everyone is getting removal.
I mean, White used to have removal back in the day, right?
It's true. True.
But then everything
it still
changed.
does. It's going to work. It's still a card.
I mean, yes, and I guess there's Petit Sneeze, but
Not anymore with the next card.
so yeah, this card is a good removal in White at last.
Yep. Good cost. Banish anything. You don't usually care that much about stuff being banished off the top of your deck. Sometimes you might actually appreciate that.
Yeah. You only care about banished stuff when you're either playing like a combo deck and every piece matters, or you will actually like bottom yourself out of the deck. Because again, like if you banish something and you didn't reach the bottom of your deck, it might as well have been on the bottom of your deck. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Huh. It's not,
So this is
a typo in that flavor text. Anyway.
Seriously, darling, one just apologize. Come hard. Where is the typo?
Rehearsal.
Oh,
has
rehearsal.
Has an A.
Yeah. I see that.
I don't know if I might not just have the final text, final art of this, but oh well.
Yeah.
Flavor text is not game text, thankfully. But I think White's going to appreciate this because all colors like removal, and they can get it basically.
Yeah.
This is nice and efficient.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 4.
I agree. Next card.
3.5. Alrighty. Speaking of things White has wished it could have for a long time. Fashion Overload. Cost 1, 3 rec. Immediate speed. As an additional cost to play this card, retire a resource. Dismiss an opposing resource. Belly flop for resources.
It's a belly flop, except it has the proper text for additional cost.
It's true that, yes. So this is a card I think that is relatively easy to rate. How good do you think White is? This will be in every White deck.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, White has no shortage of resources.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a 4.
Got to agree. I think it's pretty clear 4.
Pages doesn't have as much faith in White, so he has it 3.
He has it at 3. Alrighty.
Right, next card.
Now this Pages disagrees with us by a pretty good margin here, so we'll see. Faster Flyer. Cost 1, 3 rec. Add immediate speed until the end of your turn. When an opponent moves a character, you may move one of your characters. Now, I thought about High Alert.
Me too.
Similar kind of card, where you kind of try to head your opponent off at the pass, and say, well, if you want to do stuff, I'm going to do stuff. But that card didn't really work out. And I think
some play,
it saw some play, but not as much as I was really expecting.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is going to fall into the same kind of issues, where the opponent is well within their rights to just say, okay, guess I won't then.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I put it at 1.
Right.
I don't think that this card helps you a whole lot.
Right. I'm watching the chat warily because Pages has it at 2.5. It is a fair point GP makes. You can play this proactively as a way to make purple think twice about moving one of your stuff. So that is a fair point.
Yeah, but that's super specific.
it's enough to make me think like this has some value. It's not necessarily a pure one. I don't know if I'm ready to move off of a one, but it's fair.
Nah, I'm not convinced.
I'm thankful to have you here with me. Okay. Friendship summons. Well, this is an interesting card. 6 flip, 2 cost. Search your deck for a friend with Applejack, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, Rarity, or Twilight Sparkle in its name. Reveal that friend, put it in your hand, shuffle your deck. I was gonna say for an Applejack, yada yada yada. Not strictly speaking true, thanks to the multicolor cards. Excuse me. So, how important is it going to be to find one of these friends? Unfortunately, the one that is a win condition isn't going to be that way because the point of that deck is you have to draw your whole deck anyway. So there's not much point in
Yep.
tutoring around.
Nope.
As far as the other ones go,
you can find your alicorns.
Yeah. There's some of them that are specific answers. I can see value in potentially searching for a bait and switch, or
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the big Unity ones, obviously. Oh, yeah. DP has pointed out that I've once again forgotten Plushy Dash, as I always
Yeah,
do.
I was about to mention it.
Okay.
You can find Plushy Dash, but do you?
Or wait, no,
Want
that
to?
was actually Pancake who said that. Sorry, I saw that your name is the same color as DP's, and I just assumed they were the same people. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to search for stuff not in the combo deck though.
Broadly speaking, that seems reasonable.
Because like 2 AT is a lot of AT. Like nobody played PFF ever outside of combo. Well, at least I didn't see anyone play PFF ever outside of combo.
Not seriously.
Sure, that had 4 pink rec, but I don't know. So yeah, this card is a 2 for me.
So I guess in Harmony, what you got to do is you got to use like Professor Sparkle to be able to find like a bunch of breezies, and then boom, 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 boom,
Oh,
and
no.
score your 12 points with Magic of Friendship Grows, or something like that.
That's the tech.
It's the classic cursed combo of being. Anyway, so I have it at 2. I see you do as well.
Yep.
Pages at 3.
Mm-hmm.
A little more confident. Okay. Oh yeah, GP pointing out that Paradox Pony played PFF and wasn't a combo. Per se.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alrighty. Heartfelt Apology.
Mm-hmm.
Pink and white, cost 3. Immediate, choose a player until the end of the turn. When that player scores 1 or more points, put a friend or with cost 2 or less from your discard pile into play. You're the guy who has the high score. Oh, go
Okay,
ahead.
so unlike those other proactive cards, there are points in the game where you play this card and your opponent can't prevent
Necessarily.
things that are about to happen.
Yeah.
And you get a friend, put a friend into play for every time they score a point. So if they're going for a double face-off, you're gonna get free friend. If you're going for a double face-off, you can get free friend.
Well,
because you can choose yourself if you want to.
3 if
you have like
they win the face-off.
Yeah, if they win the face-off. But like white has other ways of scoring points, like you can play Mistmane or something, right? So there are plenty of ways to get a lot of value out of this card. And I think even for the simple scenario where your opponent just goes for a DFO, right? And you get free friends back. Free friends for free AT is pretty good, especially when those are like bodyguards and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I will admit, you argued me from 3 to 3.5 right away because I had forgotten about the possibility to play it on yourself, and that is pretty
Yeah.
good.
You're a player, it turns out.
Who'd have thought? Um, so yeah, that is definitely something, and yeah, very true. That played at the right time. Yeah, the opponent, in theory, might have ways of stopping themselves from scoring points,
And that's great. I
but
just
yeah, exactly.
spent a card to stop them from defaulting. That sounds good to me. So yeah, I think this card is pretty good. And if if a pink-white deck exists out there, which I think it will,
Yeah, bodyguards hasn't gone
we
anywhere.
will see it there. That card will be there at least as a one copy.
That seems fair. Yeah. So yeah,
Well,
you argued me up to a 3.5.
I have
Pages
a 4.
is down here at a 2.5.
Maybe I have too much faith in those two colors.
We'll see. All right, Heat Wave.
Hey, it's my
One
5.
of one of the most impactful events we've seen in a long, long time. Cost 1, 2 orange wreck. At immediate speed, exhaust an opposing character, and take away the abilities from another, well, probably another opposing character. Could be the same character.
Yep.
Questionable decision, probably, but yeah.
It's not a friend character. Great
Yeah.
against Thorax.
Great
Either
against
of those abilities.
everything, yes. This is functionally pay 1 AT and take 2 opposing characters down. Well, okay. That's not strictly speaking true. Not every character is really bummed out by losing their ability.
Yeah, but you can make it work for you.
Yeah. But yeah, the exhaust is super useful. There's probably going to be something on the opposing side that you'll want to take the abilities away from.
Mm-hmm.
The main, if nothing else. Yeah, this is a great event for both like a slower deck and also a great event for a faster deck because this is great, great disruption, great tempo.
Yeah, just 180 disruption. Like
Yeah.
aggro decks love those. Like well flops, satisfactory works, stop fighting.
Yeah.
And this one is just as good.
Yeah.
5.
Absolutely a 5. Pages over there with the 4.5.
He has no vision.
Whatever. I'm pretty sure he's kind of like you. He was really hesitant to give out the 5s.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think this one, like, definitely 5. It does shape the meta.
Okay, I know this one. I know which deck this goes in.
What is it? What is it?
And it's the combo Living the Laugh deck, but not just that. I think it's also just a great card in pink in general. 1 cost, 2 pink wreck. Immediate speed, draw 2 cards. Your opponent may pay 1 to copy this card's effects. Not relevant. At 7 unity, you get to draw another one. Not necessarily when you play it, also. Could be just discarding it and you draw a card if you have 7 units.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though, notwithstanding that, yes, when you play this, it signals to your opponent pretty well. It sends a signal. It's like, this guy might be trying to draw his whole deck, maybe. But yeah, it's just also an excellent card in general.
I don't think you played this, though. Just discard it.
You think you just call it?
Oh, and... yeah, I think I would just discard it. I don't want to play it.
I mean, it's not
In Limit to Laugh.
an awful card to discard, I guess.
Well, the thing is, like, if I play it, I get 2 cards, right? So that's 1 more card than just paying 1 for... Right?
Sorry.
Just paying 1 for
Yeah.
180. And either I play it or discard it. I get the draw from Unity anyway. So I think I'd just much rather discard it because 2 cards for 1 AT is not that efficient.
Well, it's 3 cards.
Well, the third card you're getting anyway, whether you're discarding
Okay,
it.
okay. Argue it that way.
So it is 1 AT for 2 cards. And there are more efficient ways to draw cards. So I think you just discard it. But the fact that it cycles itself is already good, and that's why that deck runs Spitfires.
Mhm.
And that's why the deck runs Discord too. So yeah.
Okay, all right. I mean, I think this has a place not just in that deck.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
absolutely.
in general, this is going to be a pink staple. Might become even better once Selena gets banned.
I don't know about all that, but I think there are places for this card.
It is
I don't
funny.
know about pink staple though.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
So was Let's Get This Party Started the pink staple
Well, I think
outside of combo?
it was at the time, but I mean, Premiere was a very different time.
Mm, it's just like that card is kind of similar to this one.
It's true. It is. All right. You gave it a 3. Ages gave it a 3. I gave it a 4.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know,
I mean,
maybe
maybe I should give it a 4 just based on the fact that it definitely goes in the Living to Love deck, and I don't know. It's a 3.5, but I don't want to use fives.
that's fair. Alrighty. Infiltrating the party. And it is great that is a ninja.
Yeah.
2 cost, 2 wreck, yellow and white. At main phase, you get to choose a trait from among your characters. You get to put 2 power, 2 power, colorless changeling friend tokens into play with that trait, and at the end of the turn they go away. So, at minimum, 2 costs for 4 power. Potentially, you can divvy it up 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Likely, it's more than 2 and 2. Given that you're playing in these colors, you might have any number of Anthem type effects that will help that out.
Will you?
Well,
I think you're in this colors you choose changelings, right?
Well, no, they're. Oh, right. They're not automatically. They don't automatically have the changeling trait. Changeling is their name. That's true.
No, they do have trait. No, the changeling is the trait.
No.
Oh, yeah.
You're choosing a trait, and then the friends have that trait. Do they automatically have the changeling trait as well?
So the changeling friend token here means not the name, but the trait as well.
Right.
It's like the 2 yellow creature thing.
Okay.
You know?
So there'll be both changelings and Pegasi if you choose Pegasi.
Yes, but white yellow doesn't run Pegasi. That's why this card is super weird.
I mean, it might have the yellow. I mean, yes, okay. You'll be running the yellow problem that allows you to have +1 power to things with a given trait.
Yeah, that's like kind of the only thing that
yes,
really helps you.
Fair. And so yes, you say changelings. Fair enough.
Yeah, so that's like this card already makes changelings, so the entire naming a thing kind of in this colors kind of renders less relevant. And sure, naming changelings is great, like with Timble, but I don't know, not convinced.
I mean, there's potential value in naming critter for stuff that wants you to get critters, for for attention-seeking behavior.
I mean, sure, in the changeling deck. I don't think you're gonna run attention-seeking behavior in the changeling.
There are other. I mean, maybe you're anyway. It's you're giving it a 2.
Yeah,
I have a little bit more faith, enough to
Sure.
give it a 3.
That's fine.
Pages is with you. Okay, last minute changes. Purple and blue. 2 costs, 3 rec. Add immediate speed. Pay 2 less for your next friend this turn, and 2 less for your next event this turn.
Mm-hmm. Great
So
value.
potentially up to a -2 cost event.
Yeah, potentially gives you 2 ET.
Which, in that sense, kind of an interesting way to reprint quotation marks, read the manual.
Mm-hmm.
I think that blue and purple will be able to take advantage of these both more often than not. It's a couple of colors that do often have friends and events to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it is a legitimate inclusion in those colors, enough to earn itself a 3.
So here's why I gave it a 2.
Okay.
This card requires you to play 2 different other cards.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of forces you into the card type as well. You have to play a friend and you have to play an event. If you don't do those, like if you don't play an event or if you don't play a friend, you kind of lose on all of the value of your card and it's kind of wasted. Like you just wasted the card, right?
Well, I mean,
Which makes this card really difficult to use because you have to find yourself in a situation where you would want to play a friend in an event in the same turn. And don't get fooled by that immediate timing. In these 2 colors, it's unlikely you'll have anything hasty, so probably doing this on your main phase and not anywhere else.
no, I could see this in troublemaker phase, maybe. With a, I'm not going to forget it about it again this time, Flussy Dash.
I mean, sure, that's a possibility,
Or any
but
other
still,
face-off trick.
you have to find yourself in that situation where you want to play a friend in an event on the same turn. Otherwise, this is a dead card. Which is, I find that situation being very specific, and I don't particularly have much faith in this card, even though it can provide good value.
Good question, Anna. I believe you can. Yes. Like, you could play a 0 cost last minute changes as your event.
Yes.
And then you would have a floating 4 cost reduction on a friend.
Yeah, and a 2 cost reduction on event.
Yeah.
You can also copy this with Professor Twilight, so that's fun.
Yeah, you could do that as well. Be interesting.
For the whopping 680.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm gonna play a free Star Swirl and then a free.
Yeah, you only need to find yourself with a
What?
4 cost friend and the 4 cost event.
What is the stinking event? The double score phase one.
Simula Duplexis.
Duplexis. Yeah, exactly. Worth it when it's free.
Yeah, I was thinking more like Party of One or School Shutdown, but sure, we'll go with Simula Duplexis.
I have it as a 3. So this page. Alrighty. Legacy Leech.
Alrighty.
This is my time to shine, I guess. It was one of the first cards that I built with when this set was first released, and it's good, real good.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't look at the events at the what happened in the first tournament, but I had myself. I think my best one gained me 2 AT and drew me 11 cards.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then play an 18 power Celestia. So
It's all
yeah.
about Celestias for you, isn't it?
Oh yes, that's the thing I like best about that deck. It allows me to own the game with purple Celestia. But yeah, it is absolutely possible to build around this card. It is a brilliant way to refresh and refuel an Harmony, or aggro, rather. Yeah. If your opponent happens to be obliging and also play a bunch of events, then it's even better.
So the thing here is about this card. So I put it at 4. Getting all of the value back on this card is so easy, right?
Yeah.
All you have, like, to go into net 0, all you have to do is to banish 3 events from your discard pile, which is probable with purple, and banish only 1 event from the opponent's discard pile, and now you're like on the same, like you still have, like, you gained 1, you played this card, so you lost 1 card, and you drew a card, so you gained 1 card back, and you gained your free AT back, so you're at 0. So anything beyond that is already positive value from this card.
Yep.
So it's pretty good.
I will say though, the when your opening hand with spell for that has 2 of these in it, you're very sad.
Yeah, that's why you mulligan it.
I mean, yeah, but sometimes
Get
you
it
drop
again.
2 of them. All right. Yeah, 4s across the board from us.
Yep.
Yeah. Levitation Meditation. Cost 3 rec. Immediate speed, move an opposing character. At main phase speed, move 2 opposing characters. That's real good value.
Yep. That's Magicite without chaos at the very worst.
At the worst, yeah. And it's quite possible to effectively play this at main phase timing and set your
Get
opponent
burning bridges.
real far back, yeah.
So yeah, pretty good. I like me some Magicite. I guess Magicite had 2 rec, which was really good thing about Magicite. Like, it was really easy to splash into Magicite.
Yeah.
But this is good enough.
Yeah, I think this is a I appreciate after the Odysseys block rotated, there was a time where purple events were just so sad. They were
Yeah.
just they didn't have any good events anymore, and it was
Everything about purple was sad, if you ask me.
yeah. But now we're back. We're back on that horse.
Yeah, we're getting back to the good events. I'm just waiting for that blackmail reprint.
Well,
So
yeah.
yeah, it's
We might have to wait
4
a while for
from
that.
everyone.
I believe, yeah, 4 for everybody.
Next card.
All right, riled up. Cost 1, 4 rec. Intermediate speed, ready one of your characters. At Unity 7, that character gets competitive 3 until the end of the turn. So, go ahead.
What? This card is terrible. Don't play it. That's my reasoning.
It's not amazing. I agree. At intermediate speed, ready one of your characters. So there is some value in that.
Okay.
Well, you know, if let me see, what am I about here? All the like immediate speed, exhaust to move stuff. Thinking about. So yeah, you had your first mate mullet. Even Twilight Sparkle and Spike, because that's admittedly pretty expensive because you have to pay 2 to use that. But still, not nothing. Admittedly, I can't think of a way to really effectively use the competitive 3 as well. Let me see here. Had like a.
Well, if you're playing against like orange exhaust deck, this could be useful.
Yeah, I guess as a defensive, right? If you just got like bailed out or something, which that's not me, but
well, there's still bailout kind of effects in core, like that Apple Bloom, which exhausts the thing.
right. You know, actually, that's a good point. Pancake makes it's not. You could play this card as just 1 AT competitive 3 on a character that's already ready.
Yeah, is that a good face-off trick?
Not awful.
it also requires you to have like 7 blue rec. Like, I don't like my face-off tricks being at 7 blue rec. Just gonna say that.
That is a fair point.
Like 4 blue rec is already kind of high for competitive 3, but 7, nah.
Yeah,
And I
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't really see much value out of an event that just raises a character. That's a very specific thing. And like an event that's one time only, I think it's kind of a waste of a card slot. I think there are better things you can do than just radiate character. Like you said, oh, you could get an extra move with Twilight Sparkle and Spike. Or you could get Formation Flying and get exactly the same thing, but better.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So I don't think this card will see any play. I'm very confident in my one here.
That's pretty fair. Point from the chat that it is good Gallus.
Okay, Gallows, sure. One Gallows will be in the meta. I'll give it to 2.
I mean, they're just each 3 more events. That's not the only thing, but it's one of them.
Yeah, this card is kind of good with Gallows though. Yeah, because it you can ready Gallows with this. So you play something, and then it's 1 point for 180. So yeah, but I don't think Gallows is coming back just yet.
Well, I've been talking about Griffins the whole stream.
Well, if you're gonna
no. It's not that way. That's a paint deck. Anyway, I don't know if I said 2 for me, 2 for me. All right.
Yeah.
Royal Cheering Voice. 2 costs, 4 rec in blue and yellow. One of your friends into its owner's hand. You have to pay 2 less to play the next friend with that card's name this turn. Now that's not nothing as an ability, but the recs are pretty high. Granted, in these colors, 4 is nothing.
What would you want to bounce?
What would I want to bounce? I mean, it's something with a enters play ability.
So,
so
Flashy Dash is 1.
Flashy Dash, Loyal Pony. Even.
Don't know about Loyal Pony, but sure.
Really?
So, that'll be paying 2 to move something, which is like you can just pay 2 to move something instead of doing this.
You're paying 2 to move Loyal Pony and something.
I mean, yeah, but you're also spending a card on it, so. I don't know. So
yeah, as TP points out, it's functionally this card is a Loyal Pony, which I don't know if that's so bad.
Yeah. What did I give it? I gave it to 2. I think I'm okay with my 2 on this card.
I think would I be willing to play this on Bunyan? Maybe if it was Frightened at Home, because now you're taking what would have been 3 AT to get back to a problem and turning. That's less good, but
still spending a card on it, like having a card in your hand, like it's not the same cost still because you're spending a card. Spending a card and not spending a card is different things.
Yes,
you can say that like, oh, I spent here 1 less AT, but it's not still cheaper because you spent a card, which is a little bit less than 1 AT, but still.
Yeah. You're functionally having a card in your hand that is a sort of floating wild card that can be whatever enters play ability you want it to be on the field. There's value.
Yeah, but it could have been some other, perhaps better card.
This is again one of those cards where I feel like I'm arguing, even though we both give it a
2. Yeah. Well, it's nice to have discussion.
Yeah, of course. Not like we've been here for almost 4 hours now, or 5 hours actually.
Yeah, we're 1/3 in, I think. Oh, 2/3.
2/3. We're almost at 100. Yeah. Okay. Pages at 2.5. Rushed makeover. At least this one will be relatively quick.
5.
Yeah. 5. It's one of the most efficient color entries we've had in a long, long time. In fact, it might be the most efficient ever. Well, I guess Strange Vision was better by then.
Yep, pretty good.
Yep.
Next.
A1, get in. Yeah. Once again, Pages wasn't willing to join us at 5. These are 4.5.
This one is a solid 5.
Yeah. This is going to be around everything. Spider Surprise. 2 cost, 4 wreck. Animate speed, an opposing friend goes to the top of owner's deck. Sure, you're excited enough about that already. Add Unity 7, you get to put it beneath the top 3 cards of its deck instead.
Yeah, I don't care what it says at Unity. The first paragraph is good enough for me.
Right, 2 cost Napcakes. Even better than 2 cost Napcakes. 2 cost Universal Napcakes.
Yep. Has a little bit of high rec, but who cares?
Yeah. Purple is no problem beating that wreck.
Yep, that's a solid 4.
Yeah, has no problem meeting that 7 either. It will. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily that exciting of a choice, whether it goes under the top 3 or at the top. Naturally, if you are playing it like a Napcakes and there's a face-off starting right away, may as well put it on top and put it on the bottom. But yeah, it's good. It'll go in purple. It's a solid 4.
Yep.
Page is slightly more optimistic than us, giving it a 4.5 again. Okay, number 100. Spontaneous Song and Dance. Cost 3. 3 pink wreck. At main phase time, you get to put a number of Earth Pony friend tokens into play equal to the number of cards in your hand. At the end of the turn, banish them.
I like my Earth Pony tokens.
You do,
They
don't
draw
you?
me cards.
They do. Well, they do a lot of that for you, to be honest. Draw your cards to get you to 15 pink. Why would that be important?
Yeah, it's 15 is a very important number, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I put it at 4 just because of that deck.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm pretty sure exists and I think is alright, like good enough to compete.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, I'll tell you, it is. Was someone playing that in the first tournament?
I have no idea. I haven't seen the results yet.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I know that I've played against it a number of times already. Usually GP. If he's still in the chat, played that against me a couple of times already. Anyway, even outside of that, this is relatively easily going to be a relatively efficient power play, even if all you care about is just spitting a bunch of tokens on the field. It's easy enough for this to be 7 or 8 or even up to more than that. Played the problem that increased your max hand size. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you're the expert to know if it's automatically going to go in that combo deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you want to draw cards from your Earth Ponies.
If that's the case, then I'm willing to take it above 3.5 to 3. Or rather, 3 to 3.5.
Alright, next card.
Pages at 3. Stop short. 2 cost, 2 yellow wreck. And main phase timing, an opposing friend goes into its owner's hand. Unity 7 can't. The opponent can't play friends with that name until the start of your next turn. That's pretty good.
It's okay.
Yeah, you get to take it away through all of their turn. I can think of a few possibilities of what you might want to hit with that.
Yeah.
says that, and then desperately tries to think of friends. Well, even
Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
so that's why I gave this card a 2, right? Uh, it's kind of specific. Like it's a bounce that you can only use in main phase, which is already. We know that main phase removal has to be good. Like has to be really powerful to be good.
Mhm.
And the fact that they can't play friends with that name, I mean, sure, but it's only for one turn. So if it's something that you don't want them to replay, it doesn't really help because it's only until the start of your next turn.
Right.
Like it's a quite a short period of time.
Well, I
So I don't
mean,
think.
it could be enough time. Like,
Yeah,
say
I
that
mean, it
you're,
could be relevant. Yeah.
you're looking at the board, and you're like, okay, I don't have enough AT to DFO right now, but I'm, you know, if I take that away and they can't replay it again, then next turn I will.
Yeah, but
So,
they might have something else in their hand.
I
Like,
mean, maybe it's it's fair.
so, like, my thing here is like, other than the power, you don't usually want to give your opponent friends that they can replay.
That
It's good for
has
them.
that has been the problem with yellow removal, pretty
Yeah,
much. The
and
opponent's board is always full of
delaying
stuff with enters play conditions.
delaying it by one turn, that doesn't always happen.
Right. I mean, yeah,
So that's why I gave this card a 2.
it's definitely most useful if you can use that turn to do something. Probably
Yes.
DFO. That you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise.
I just have a hard time imagining such situation.
That's
At least
that's
consistently. Like,
that's yeah, that's fair. I think it might be on the low end of 3, but I'm willing to give it.
sure.
And so is Pages. Okay, Sudden Closure.
I like this card.
This card's great. 2 cost, 3 rec in orange and purple. Put a friend or troublemaker on the bottom of his owner's deck. So I put this in orange purple aggro, and I play it against troublemakers more often than not. It's great. Good idea to get rid of a troublemaker. Granted, if it's mimics.
Yeah, but who like the mix? Yeah, it's like crack, but not.
And even
And
better than crack in some cases.
yeah, it can get rid of friends too. Like, it's a great card overall. I think it's a pretty easy 4.
Hmm.
Pages doesn't agree with us, but that's fine.
Fine.
We'll have all the fun and we will play this card.
Yeah. Now, CP points out that yes, this can hit mimics before the tax happens, and that's good, great. When you can do that, then put it in a place where it's difficult to get it back. Absolutely.
Yeah. Crack can also hit mimics before they.
Yeah. Just unfortunate if you mimics happens first, then you draw this.
Mm-hmm. Next card.
Next card. The Last Laugh. Our other song. Well, not strictly speaking true. Our other tricolor song. 2 cost. Orange, pink, and yellow. You get to say that opposing cards don't ready during their controller's next ready phase. You get to draw cards until you reach or exceed your maximum hand size. Or opponents can't spend action tokens this turn. Right. So, yes, I've got the high rating, so it's my job to argue in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that the opponents can't spend action tokens this turn is potentially reasonable. I mean, that's the vote.
Yeah, you tend to
Again,
do actions without action tokens.
yeah. It's a relatively expensive vote, but if you're in these colors, not bad.
Okay.
The draw is potentially useful. I don't know about necessarily completely useful, because if you're in these 3 colors, if you're playing pinky, you're not gonna have a deck that's just gonna throw your cards out onto the field and be at a low hand size. Probably gonna be at a moderate size hand size, but still, you're drawing maybe 3 or 4 cards. I'd say, just not nothing, I guess. And the opposing cards don't ready during the control things ready phase. That's not. I guess that's not amazing. There are certainly things that it can hit. I look at Selena again as usual, but other things possibly too. It's not an amazing value, but I think for for decks that will get into these 3 colors, and I think there will be decks that get into these 3 colors, it's a potential inclusion that won't get cut, therefore be a 2. I think it's a 3.
Well, yeah, I guess that's where we differ. I think that's one of those that will get cut.
All right, that's fair. Hey, disagrees with you.
Yeah, I know that crack isn't core legal. I was just using it as an example.
Oh, that's right. It is not just opposing friends; it's opposing cards. That's a good point. Thank you. Yeah, so opposing resources don't ready either. Opposing troublemakers
Yeah.
don't ready either for that
Oh, for that one troublemaker.
yeah.
And for that elite pony badge.
Opposing
Alright.
problems don't ready either.
You convinced me. Like, if troublemakers don't ready, this must be a 4. Yeah. No, I'm still on. I will leave it at 2.
That's fine.
Let's go table the turn.
Right. Turn the tables. 2 cost. During a face-off involving an opposing troublemaker, end the face-off. Challenge that troublemaker with all your characters at its problem. If an opponent played a card during the previous face-off, flip an additional card during this face-off.
Alright. I gave it a 4, unlike everybody else here, because it's a troublemaker answer.
True.
In any color.
Yes, that's the main reason I gave it a 3. Or at least I was looking at that and saying, yeah, this is a great answer to farm. The troublemakers in general, yeah.
And what's great about it as well is that it ends the face-off, which means you don't have to move anyone home because you didn't lose the face-off. And you just get to redo your face-off after your opponent played all of the tricks and you already flipped the cards. All of their tricks.
Mm-hmm.
So not only it's a colorless troublemaker answer, it's a fairly good colorless troublemaker answer. And I think for colors that don't really have many troublemaker answers, this will be pretty much an auto-include, like with resource removal.
So, if you're playing this after your opponent plays their tricks, most face-off tricks are going to involve moving people home or getting rid of stuff. Or
yeah, but you flip an additional card.
Yes. I don't know if flipping additional cards is necessarily enough to make up for one of your guys getting moved home.
I think it can be. Also, Pancake there with the secret tech where you play this card while your opponent.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. This is a 2AT and the face-off that anybody can play against farm. That's cool. Even if I have no chance of beating the thing, if I have no characters at that problem, it's still 2AT and the face-off.
Unless you have characters at that problem.
Yeah, even
and you can beat the thing.
Even better if I do, but I would probably play this as just.
So would you run this in farm?
I think you
run this in farm, right?
In farm.
I'm pretty sure you run this in farm. Why wouldn't you?
Well, it's only useful if there's an opposing troublemaker involved in the face-off.
Okay. Yeah, so it's really useful against mirror.
Okay, that's fair.
And it's really useful when you're just starting off with farming and you might not have enough luck winning your first face-off.
if your first face-off is against an opposing troublemaker.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I guess for that case, it's more of a sideboard card than in the farm deck. But like in decks that can deal with troublemakers easily in colors, I think this is an auto include. So at least like some of the copies. So I think that's why I gave it a 4.
It's a fair point. This is a card whose rating is much complicated by the existence of sideboards.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
The 3 for me, 2.5 for me.
X card.
All right, wedding ceremony. Cost 2, 2 in orange and yellow. Unfrighten up to 2 friends. Friends unfrightened this way get +3 power until the end of the turn. Situationally very good.
I guess.
I mean, if your opponent is playing Grogar's Lair, rather, you just great, frighten my friends. They'll come back stronger.
Yeah, but so specific.
Yes, that's very much so.
So I think it's a 2. Or even the 1. Like it's a very, very low 2 for me. I say it's a 2, but I look at it and I don't really believe we'll see it.
I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of frightening happening.
Sure, but
yes, it's still again a sideboard card, right? I mean, unless you're proactively frightening your own friends, which, well, in these colors you can't really do.
Nope.
Except for playing a villain, which, admittedly, let a villain frighten your stuff and then immediate challenge is not awful.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing Thorax Farm, I guess, or something. No, I don't know.
It's
It's a low 2 for me.
It's 2s across the board.
Right, now we are to the third card, which has Trixie.
That is true. You didn't give it a 5.
Well, it's not a Trixie. It's a wing.
Okay.
That's why I had to deduct a point.
Right. So if this card was called like Trixie Winking, then it would be a 5.
Yes, it'll be a 5.
Okay. Wink. 0 cost, 4 rec. At immediate speed, your opponent must pay +1. Play the next card this turn. At 7 unity, it's +2 instead. Now, it's interesting actually, now that I think about it. We gave poor rankings to Faster Flyer on the assumption they would be like High Alert.
This one costs 0.
That's a fair counter argument, I think. Yeah.
Also has Trixie on it.
But I think I kind of agree that at 0 cost, it's much less of a thought. Sorry.
Yes. Also, unlike ranking flying, this card can really screw your opponent's plans, right? Because
right, it's not merely a question of, okay, you do your thing, I'm going to get some side benefit out of it. It's haha, you just did all that aggro math. Now you got to pay another 2 AT for it.
It's standstill. This card is standstill. Because if they did all their aggro math, you can just put a little wrench into their plans by making them pay 1 extra AT, which they can't afford.
Mm-hmm.
All their plans come to ruins, but they already executed half of it.
Yeah, that is the worst part of it.
So this is why I think this card is so much better than that moving card or High Alert. And it also costs 0, so all you have to do is to have 4 white rec, possibly 7. But I think even without Unity, this card can be enough of a range thrower if you play it right.
Yeah.
It makes it easier to play it with the 7 Unity.
A comparison to Standstill is pretty apt, I think. That's pretty true.
Yeah, Standstill is also 0 cost, so they're really similar.
All right, yeah, 4.5.
Yep.
Okay, we're
I
on
mean, I can
into
agree with Vegas.
resources. Getting there.
Oh,
Okay, amusement factory. Cost 3 rec in pink and purple. Goes to your home at immediate speed. You get to shuffle one of your friends into its owner's deck. You get to gain 1. They're useful on stuff that you stole. Useful in its own way on stuff that has an enters play ability and isn't super useful in play, and you might want to get it back at some point.
mm-hmm. Tokens.
So, yeah, tokens, absolutely. Do you, if you play
No.
this, if you use this on a token, do you shuffle your deck?
That is a good question. I don't think it's defined in the rules. I think you do.
Okay, if he says you do.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, point taken there. That's yeah. So I think it has value. And pink and purple are going to be colors.
Definitely.
So I think it's a good solid 3.
What did I give it? Yeah, I agree, apparently. I forgot what rating did I give. Yeah, 3 sounds right.
And pages.
It's a high 3 for me, though. It's an AT gen. You can't really. Well, it's a very conditional AT gen, but it's better than Sweet Apple Acres, which is remove a power counter, which is kind of hard.
Yeah.
But I guess shuffling is also.
Starting to get a good number of AT generators back in the meta.
Yeah. All right, next card.
Next card. Okay, this is a disagreement card. I see.
Oh. Yeah.
So
Tell me why it's so great.
battle plan. Cost 2, 3 rec, 6 power dilemma on both sides. While your main character is here, your friends can't be frightened. So
that's how I read it too.
So you granted, can't be frightened is a relatively niche. But like your main character being here is easy, right? Play this, you have a staff in play, because of course you do. Your main character is confronting this problem, right? That's not hard. And now you're, again, only blue face-off tricks or immediate speed tricks, but it's something. I think it's good enough that like orange didn't have great dilemmas before. I don't think. I'm struggling to think of what they had before. So I think
they've had the one. I think it's called Protect the Princess. That flips you an additional cards in all of the face-offs. Any face-off flips you an additional card as long as it's on the board. Another one they had is, I think it puts +1 power counter when you confront it or something, like on all of the stuff there. Or something like that. And, Protect the Princess is much better than this one, I think. Yeah, that one also costs 2. But flipping an additional card during all of the face-offs is much better than this.
Okay.
And that didn't see play.
That is a good point. If he wasn't convinced at all either. Okay. That's fair. If there's already better dilemmas that didn't see play, then he's kind of collapses.
Yeah, like it's a 2-cost dilemma with 6 rec. Like you're just making it easier for the opponent. You're spending resources and making it easier for the opponent.
All right. I'm willing to be argued down with that.
Yeah, so for me it's a 1. I don't see this card.
I still have the highest rating of anyone in the group at 2. But yeah. Or in line. Pages at 1.5.
Yeah.
All right, cheerleading outfit. 0 cost, accessory resource, makes a friend into a cheerleader, even gives them the competitive one, which is that's pretty fair. I was a little bit higher up on cheerleaders than you.
Yeah.
And so, I think this is one of the ways to do it. I think, of all the colors, white is the main way to do it, but white has a pretty good cheerleader. So I think it's a legitimate opportunity. Not one that'll last. That's a 2, not a 3. But I think it is a legitimate thing to try out.
Yeah, I already told my stance on cheerleaders.
Yeah. And
before 6 times.
As
So
Pancake points out, it is you play this to get into your cheerleader cycle, and then you throw this at a stick. It's
I don't know. Nah, 1.
that you had said your thing about cheerleaders already. Pages is between us at a 1.5. All right. Crash Cloud. Cost 1, 3 blue rec. Ghost your home. When any one of your non-token Pegasus friends enters play, add a problem. You also get a Pegasus token, which goes away at the end.
No, I think that's the one we disagree in, right?
Well, kind of. It's not a disagreement when we're only off by 1. Pages is right between.
Okay, so let me use one argument that you've been using this entire stream.
Okay.
It's a Pegasus token.
That is a that's a fair point. Yes, it's a fair point.
I think that's all I have to say here.
It is true, honestly.
Like
yes.
you play a thing, and you get a free power token with it. Sounds pretty powerful to me.
Yeah, I think 2 is more honest.
Okay, 2.
Sure.
Sounds pretty good to me.
That is pretty good. Yeah, and I'll admit it has extra special good synergy with the Spitfire, functionally reducing the number of friends you have to retire to get that troublemaker. So that's not bad either. I mean, it's kind of hard. I've been saying it all day. I can't really come off of it. That's a good point. It's a good point. Get me up to 2.5.
Yeah. See, only one word is enough.
It's a Pegasus token.
Yeah. I genuinely think that's like generally a good card. You only pay 1 AT for something that like you'll get way more value out of this than what like. So like it applies for every friend you play. So even if it stays for like 3 turns or something and you played 4 friends, that's 4 power you've gained.
No.
I mean, with the restrictions, but still.
Yeah.
And it's a Pegasus.
How did Wonderbolt's runway work again? It was just at the start of every turn?
Yeah, it was winding up, and when it like gets removed or gets 5 counters.
Right. Yeah, but okay, yeah. It's a lot easier to... You will play more than one Pegasus friend per turn. Presumably. And so, yeah, you'll get you'll get more value out of this. And it's also, generally better to get a Pegasus token where you're already playing another friend. You have a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah.
Crown of Grover. So I said it all the way back. Geez, it was a long time ago now.
Yeah.
I have a lot of faith in blue and pink this set, and this is the very good reason for it. You will. To be fair, I haven't I played some blue and pink, and I haven't yet felt like I fully took advantage of this card in a turn. But I'm the way these two abilities work together. Move something, you play something for cheap, and you move something, you play something for cheap. That is going to enable some really absurdly good turns, I'm sure. And
True.
blue and pink are the good colors for doing it. So
Yeah.
I think this goes in that deck and is gonna do good things. It's a 4.
Mm, maybe I just don't have enough faith in blue pink.
Your faith is in blue orange. It's understandable.
Yeah. Like,
Only so much faith to go around.
but yeah, I think if blue pink deck is like a thing, I think it runs that card. Yeah.
It's too bad Pages isn't here because clearly there's not enough belief on this panel.
You say that's because he also has 4 in it. Yeah, I'll keep it at 3. But it is a good card.
Okay, Friendship Express. 1 cost, 3 pink wreck. Goes to your home and says, friends in your hand are hasty if you pay 1 more from them. I think there have been multiple cards that have given similar versions of this effect before. Granted, not quite in the same sort of constant effect. So like Philly Second, what was it? You play her, and then for the rest of the turn, your stuff's got hasty?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you flip your stuff as hasty. But I think, broadly speaking, it's probably not, probably not worth it most of the time to pay 1 extra to have a friend be hasty.
Yeah, probably not. I don't like hasty is rarely ever relevant. Unless it's like some strong interplay effect.
Right. Yeah.
The only reason you'd use hasty is like as a face-up trick, and paying 1 extra for that is kind of So, and we've seen a bunch of like other cards before that gave hasty, and they were never played.
Well, Philly Second was played in that one deck.
We don't count that. we don't talk about that deck.
That's fair.
So yeah, I don't have much faith to see this card. Like, if it makes it in, great.
It's true. GP does have a point with the pink starting problem that reduces everything's cost by 1.
Yeah, but you might as well just play everything by 1 less and have 18 instead of not having 18.
Similar. You and I both at 1. Pages gives it a 2. Okay, Rogar's Lair. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Outstretched hand for a 5. This is I think this card is pretty incredible.
It's study session for blue.
I mean, yes. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. And study session completely wrecks some decks. So this has the opportunity to do the same thing. And yeah, I think not every blue deck will play this, but Tyrek and get to 4 easily, and then throw this down, and then watch the opponent squirm.
Yeah, I agree. I gave it a 4.
As did Pages.
I should have given it a 3, given that I put Tyrek at 3, but that's fine.
There are
you might
other
actually see play outside of Tyrek.
Yeah, there are other blue mains. Okay, in the zone. 1 cost, 3 purple wreck. It was on a character. When you play an event for the first time each turn, you put a counter on it. A magic counter, for what that's worth. At immediate speed, you exhaust this card to give that character +1 power for each magic counter on this card until the end of the turn. Up until just recently, I probably would have given this card on the high end of 3. I don't know if I'd necessarily have given it 4. I've actually soured on it a little bit since then.
I'm actually thinking, why did they put a 2 there? This card sounds like a 1.
Interesting. So it has a very natural fit into purple aggro.
Okay.
And it was actually the card that essentially gave me the inspiration to build purple aggro at first. But the more I've played purple aggro, the more it's been like this card hasn't been super relevant, honestly. It's mostly been Celestia and Rockhoof that have won me games.
So, yes. Why would you use this card instead of a shovel?
So the biggest reason, I know GP will point to this probably in the chat, is the ability to duck under confront requirements so your opponent can't face off you back. One thing.
Okay. Anything else? Like, well, the thing here is that.
Well, it's also in your primary color because you're playing purple.
Yeah, but from what I like from your story, you're playing orange too, like Roku.
Not a whole lot of orange.
Well, shovel is only 1 rec, so. So my problem with this card is that it's only like for the first time each turn, which means you're getting 1 counter per turn max. Maybe 2 if you're playing something in your opponent's turn, which is not always. You also don't always play events on your turn either. Like there could be turns where you don't play anything. So the gain of counters is super slow. And
I mean,
unless you play it on your main, like if you play it on your main, then it's kind of like a worse shovel to me. If you don't play it on your main, then it's just terrible.
Yeah. So the argument is that you turn over spell for that turn 1, and then throw this on your main, and then honestly, that deck has made me feel more than almost any deck that I've played in this game has made me feel like I was playing a blue deck in Magic, where at the end of my turn I just pop off an opt, and like you're gonna you play stuff on your opponent's turn. I mean, yes, you have to ready this card, but you can pretty reasonably grow this every turn in that deck because you have a pile of events. A lot of them are general purpose cards that you play.
All you're getting is power, which is like fine, I guess. Like that's a lot of work for very little output.
Oh,
and takes quite a while.
GP also says shovel is 2 rec. I believe he's correct.
Oh, it's 2 rec. Okay, should have been 1 rec.
Pretty good at 1 rec, to be frank. But as I was saying, I've actually, the more I play with this card, the more I actually think it's not super critical to the way that deck functions. So I have it down at only a 3.
All right, I have it at 2, but like it's a very low 2. I don't believe in this card. I don't have belief.
Fair enough.
Pages has it at 2 as well.
2 as well, yes. Monumental Evil. This is a disagreement card.
Oh yeah. So this card is great. Why would you rate it a 3? It's a 5. It doesn't have tricks in it, and even then it's 5.
Let's see. Okay, so it is when Bowling Dilemma enters play, you get rid of it. That's great. I admit it.
Yeah.
That's very true. That's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Then at UND7, when opposing problem leaves play, you exhaust opposing character. Character doesn't ready. That seems fine. I don't know if I'm still gonna be willing to take it to a 5.
So imagine this board state, right?
Sure.
You're playing purple orange. You
Sounds
have
like
this
Sounds like something I would do.
resource. You have this resource in play, and you have double mimics. You know what? Even a single mimics is enough.
Yeah, because I don't have to name resources.
Yeah, I guess you don't. You could still name resources, and then you're really sure they're not even going to play dilemmas through the tax.
Mhm.
Because to actually play a single dilemma, they have to play two dilemmas. Because if they only play a single one, it gets immediately replaced.
Mhm.
And the unity thing is just a bonus. Like, the replacement effect alone is good enough for me. Especially since it's just 2 rack, costs just 1, has nice flip. Like, I'm not sure why you wouldn't run this card.
I mean, it's true. Those are all pretty good points. Yeah, I don't know if it's as secure against dilemmas as that. Because like I'm imagining Stunning Wonder
Mm-hmm.
and play the dilemma. Sure, they draw a card, they gain an AT, they play another dilemma.
I mean, sure, but like that's one specific main, and even then, it puts branches in their plans
I mean,
by like they have to spend resources on that,
was a,
while you only spend just 1 AT.
the fact that
Don't
this
have
is
to,
one it is admittedly that is a good point.
like, yeah, that's a really low investment for something this good. And like the only reason why I could think, so there's two problems with this card, right?
Yeah.
The first problem, it's a resource, or rather, it's a Middlebrook. Is that is the problem? uh, but Orange has some ways around that now, right? We have that Rock Hoof, which is also great. We have Desert Road. We have other nice stuff. The second problem with this card is that it's proactive. So your opponent is not going to play dilemmas until they can go through this card,
Right.
which is annoying. But it still stops them from playing dilemmas for a little while. And if you have mimics, it's even worse. So I think this card is really good, and I think
Yeah.
it like we'll definitely see it around.
It's a fair point. I think you've been pretty effective so far this stream, arguing me up sometimes. Which I guess is gonna come in handy here. Um,
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
the one.
Oh, uh, apparently I don't. TP. Yeah, I might not have the final card out here. There's been an errata apparently on Monumental Evil. Yeah, let me go take a.
Number is it 115? I should have images somewhere.
150. This looks like same as what I see on Pony Head. I have to card refresh.
When an opposing dilemma enters play, you may exhaust this card to replace that problem. When an opposing problem leaves play, you may exhaust an opposing friend. Oh, it's now instead of character, it says friend.
Ah, I see.
That's the
All right.
difference.
Well, I mean, we were considering that Unity text to be functionally relevant on readings anyway.
So, well, it should affect the rating because it's still part of the card, right? But like
Mhm.
all of my points were regarding just the first ability.
Yeah.
Which even strengthens my points because there's also the second ability, which is also fairly good. Because even if they play double dilemmas, you get to exhaust an opposing friend. So I think it's a really strong card. I
It's fair.
think it's a 5.
You argued me up to a 4. That's fair. Alrighty.
All right,
We knew
it's
this one
the
was coming
thing. Yeah,
at the start of the stream. The only one where we disagree by 3 points. I think.
you
Phyllis,
guys are so wrong.
cost
This
1,
card is great.
3 rec. It goes to your home. During your opponent's turn, you have 2 fewer points. So minimum of 0. A 1 from me and a 4 from Hithroc.
Yes.
And a 2
So
from Pages.
this is a 4.
Okay.
I think yellow decks will run this because it gives a great AT advantage. Because your opponent will get less AT on the AT steps,
Mm-hmm.
which is amazing for given that you're only paid 1 AT for it.
I mean, it's true. How much AT do you think you're going to deny your opponent over the course of the game?
The earlier you play it, the better it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't have to worry about crossing the 6 threshold anymore because the threshold for you now is 8, right?
Yes.
So that's the first thing. So if you play it like turn 4, or well, if you play it like early enough, every turn your opponent will get denied like 180 for several turns. So I can easily see like up to 8 AT being denied.
Okay. So that's definitely the main distinction. I looked at this and said, I think this is 3 or 4 AT over the course of a game.
Okay, 3 or 4 AT is also fine. The second point here is that a bunch of cards that care about 8 or more points, you get them earlier than your opponent, like Professor of Laughter and other things. So that delays them too. So
Right.
I think it's a really good card overall.
Pancake also,
brings,
yeah. Well, you saw it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he brings a point that's if and only if you're the one behind. I think it's the other way around. It's if and only if you're the one ahead.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you have 2 fewer points.
Yeah.
So you have to be ahead. That's true. It's a big downside of this card. But I still think this card is good enough. Like it still can provide a lot of value. And I like okay, 4. I'm still on my 4, but it's definitely not a 1, all right?
Okay.
It also has Trixie in the flavor text.
That's fair. I okay. I'll admit that 1 is a little extreme, perhaps, but and the fact that it's not unique is definitely something. Because if you get missed, excuse me, 2 or 3 of these, now you're in a pretty good spot. Because you can potentially, I mean, with 3 of these out, you're potentially at a 2 AT gap in ready phase, right? If you're that far ahead. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're that far ahead, you're probably winning the game anyway. I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing. Now, yes, I will freely admit that I have a history of underrating cheap cards. I absolutely do. I remember Rockhoof from so long ago. So I'm willing to say that maybe I still don't know if I'm willing to spend a card to potentially deny my opponent some AT over the course of the game.
So if you had an event that for 1 AT said your opponent loses 4 AT, you wouldn't play it?
Well, that's not what's happening.
It's kind of what's happening.
No. 4 AT, like right now, that's beautiful. But like the opponent can see this coming. They know that, okay, on my next turn, I'm actually only going to gain 3. Like they can plan around this rather than some gotcha that takes away a bunch of AT.
Yeah, but it's still value. And it can throw some wrenches into plans as well.
It's true.
Especially when taken by surprise. Like, your opponent could do the entire aggro math only then to realize that they're going to have 1 less AT than they planned for.
We'll see. Vegas isn't here, but he's with me in spirit on it too. So
Phyllis is great.
We will
belongs
see
to trash, but
one.
great.
This is the bet between us for this set, I guess. All right.
All right, next card.
School of Friendship. Cost 1. Goes to your home. Pay 1 and exhaust his card to choose a color. Friends with that color and +1 power until the end of the turn. I mean, I don't think it's awful. I think only costs 1. Well, 2. For the first time.
Yeah.
But still not awful. I was thinking about this as a potential. I mean, this is an awful combo, but that's what you come to me for. This is a reason to play Equestrian Leader, finally.
Which one is that?
The one that readies resources. Pay 5 AT to give all your yellow friends +2 power.
Oh,
for the turn.
Amazing.
I mean, that's what Twilight, the Tricorn, does. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, except a bunch of other things.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's not amazing, but I think it's got enough actual value to be higher than a 1.
No, I don't agree. Why would you run this card in your deck?
Well, you're playing a monocolor deck. Really.
Yeah, sure.
And you need either you need a big boost to get over some unity threshold, or to do a DFO.
Okay, so why wouldn't you just use the tools that provide you, like the tools that are provided to you by the color you're playing? Like yellow has pretty much the same thing, except you don't have to pay 1 every time. Blue has some of the similar things. Like, my issue here is that the effect is temporary and you have to pay for it. So that's kind of I don't feel like I would want to pay for it every time I need to do a D for something.
I mean, yeah, I'm not giving it a 3 either. I think there's enough here that might be attractive enough for a monocolor, especially one that's got a lot of little stuff. Like, suppose I was just underneath the Unity 15 threshold. And, I get to pay 1, and then what does she do? 1 to every problem, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm one.
Right, 1 for you, 2 for me, 2 for me. All right, stained glass tribute. 2 cost, 2 pink. Correct. Goes to a problem. If that problem would leave play, you may retire this card instead. If you do, banish that problem and put that problem into play as a dilemma. Now, we talked a lot when this card was revealed about potential combos.
Yep.
That whole time, I was thinking this was a meme. I think you agree.
It wasn't?
Well, Pages has it as a 2.5.
Ah. I thought there was some deck at the tournament or something.
I don't remember there being one. I know Bugle was a guy who was somewhat excited about it. I don't know if he was sincere in that or not. It's true. Pink is not my color, so I'm not super sure what you would do with it.
Yeah, I don't know. This problem, this resource seems to be quite specific on what it wants to do.
Pink does probably have more problems set up in this set than it has had in a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. I don't think either of us has the idea that will get us to a 2.
Yeah.
So,
we need Pages here.
1 for me, 1 for Hithroc, 2.5 for me. Okay, stuck together. The good dilemma of the set, I'm pretty sure, based on the way
Yeah,
we're rating it. One costs 3 blue, rec 5 for everybody, and when you play this card, everybody. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. I was going to say, when you play this card, everybody gets 2 action tokens, which is technically
I
true,
wish.
but not quite the
No.
same. Everybody gets set to 2 action tokens.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it's when you play this card and not when it enters play.
Oof. Yeah.
Because remember that card that like searches for dilemmas and puts them into play? That was the worst.
That. Well, I mean that card's coming in this set. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be useful as an uneven ground that the opponent doesn't see
Yep.
coming, and it has use as a way to get to AT in your aggro math as well.
Yep.
Yeah. And a 1 cost 5 power dilemma is pretty competitive as well. So
Yeah. It's all around good dilemma.
yeah, ticks all the boxes.
5. It's one of those defining cards that you have to think about when you build your decks.
That is fair. Got me thinking about 4.5 right now. Don't know if I'm willing to get there. 4.
Okay, so sure. Like it's like about uneven ground. When you build a purple deck, you have to think about uneven ground.
Yeah, that's so true though.
Same here when you build a purple deck or like any AT related deck. Well, purple probably.
Yeah. And when you
You
play,
have
you have to be thinking about it so much.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good point. Up to 4.5. Okay. Getting to the end of the spreadsheet. Starting to see the ultra rare. Like,
It's there. I see the light.
this card. I'm not even going to try saying that name. We've been going at this for 6 hours. Truth Talisman of Onatiuch.
I think you did a good job there.
Cost 1. Quirac. Goes on a main character. That character's controller plays the top card of their deck revealed. At the start of that character's controller's turn, pay 1 and exhaust this card to shuffle that deck. So you see value in this card, apparently.
It's a shuffle effect.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of needed those. And remember when everyone used Sunset Festival for that?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say everyone did that, but some.
Any pink deck did that, I'm sure, when Chaos Control was rampant.
Hmm.
So this is more of the same. Nice shuffle effect. You get to see their top deck. You can also play it on yourself. I don't remember why would you do that, but there was a reason.
For planning more than any. I mean, for the same reason you used to play Noted Speaker back in the day.
I don't think it was that reason, but sure. So I think people will at least try this card out. And at least as a sideboard card against Chaos Control. So that's why I can't give it a 1. I think it has potential to see some play.
The sideboard versus Chaos Control is a good point. That is realistic enough. But I'm going to keep it at a 1.
Sure.
As did Paige. All right, Wedding Ring. Cost 1. Blue and white. Quirac. Goes on a friend. Friend has experienced. Move that friend to a problem. You may exhaust this card to move another one of your friends to the same problem. I think it's one of the best cards to propagate with your Unity 5 rarity, Unity 15 rarity rather. If this is on all your friends, you're in a good spot.
Yeah. Yep.
You're also in an interesting spot because everyone's married apparently. But yeah, There's that. It's also just pretty good on its own. Because you're exhausting the resource and not the friend involved.
Yeah.
However, I'm, as I said earlier, down on hats in general. So 'tis but a 2.
So in Hat's decks, I think it's great. But it is a 2 for me as well, because kind of want your hands to give power, and this one gives power like super conditionally. I wish it was like just gets +1 power, and then maybe experience. But I think like that friend has experience is worse than that friend has +1 power.
Yeah, makes sense. It is in this era of token friends. It is possible for experience to be +3 power. Theory.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true. But it's gonna be hard to pull off.
That's a rare occurrence. Absolutely.
Unless you're playing Mrs. Cake. Then it's super easy.
Yeah. Oh, 2 for you.
Yep.
2 for Pages. Moving on. Last resource, Wishing Flower. Purple and white, 2 cost 1 rec. Goes to your home. You get to copy the opponent's event for 1. Play 1. Or copy the opponent's resource for 1 if they play 1. I think a lot of the best points about this card were made during the Sim stream, honestly. That, if you want to copy a resource, play what's his name?
Stygian?
Yeah, exactly, Stygian. And want to, oh yeah, it's not even cancel event, it's copy event, so less good there as well. Yeah, I think this card is not very good.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's fun. I believe that someone will try it out to see that it probably doesn't work, but it looks like a fun card.
It's true. I mean, it's always nice to play artifacts.
It's also it's kind of like the dilemma replay. Like, it's not as bad as you think, I think, because it's like that one that replaces dilemmas. While this is in play, they're not going to play resources that you can potentially copy that they don't want you to have, and they're not going to play events that they don't.
I mean,
yeah, it doesn't cancel events, but still, even the threat of an event being copied could be good enough.
Could be, I guess.
So I think that's good enough for me for 2
Right.
on this card.
Okay. Pages also gives it a 1.
You guys are no fun.
All right. Well, you're the guy who gives this card a 1.
This card is definite 1.
Luffy, 4 power, 1 point troublemaker. While there are 4 or more characters at this card's problem, card has +3 power and is epic. Troublemakers are always really hard in core these days because there's a lot of good ones already.
Mm-hmm.
Like mimics. Old mimic. It's gonna be a fine day when that card rotates. Not much.
Gonna be a sad day for control.
Yeah, I mean it is. It was a sad day when Portal got banned, but we all agreed it was the right thing to do. Anyway. Hey, I don't like having to justify myself this late in the stream.
Yeah, why is this card 2?
Well, I think that a 7 power 1 point troublemaker is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It is admittedly not as good as like a Pony of Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not difficult. Or it's not easy for the opponent to deal with. And it's easy enough for 4 characters to show up there, especially given that it counts your characters. That would necessarily prevent you from confronting the problem, but that's okay, I think. I think that if you're viewing this consistently as a 7-power 1-point troublemaker, it's not a 1. Not great, but it's not a 1.
It's not consistent 7-power 1-point troublemaker though.
Wow.
It's 4-power and 1-point troublemaker, which is sometimes 3-power and stops you from confronting problems, being super annoying.
Sorry. It'd be 7 if it's confronting you. It's stopping you from confronting problems.
Well, not necessarily. Like there has to be 4 characters. You could be confronting problems with 1 character. So I don't know. Even at 7-power and 1 point, I wouldn't run this over Pony of Shadows, over Mimics, over Cozy Glow. Like all of those are 1 point and 6 to 7 power, and they have way better effects than this one. Like I do not believe anybody will put this troublemaker into their deck unless
it's a fair point.
It's not the fault of this troublemaker. It's just we have so many good ones. Just
core
as I mentioned.
Is what core is. Yeah. I feel like I should probably. I think honestly, got a good point. I'm willing to take it down to a 1.
All right, next one. This one is free on pages. Wow.
Yeah, he's not here to defend himself. 3 power, 0 points. Has a color when it's turned face up, and counts toward play requirements and unity requirements on that color. Yeah, you and I both give it a 1. I think 3 power, 0 points is kind of a laugh, and I'm not super enthused about using it for the other effect.
Yeah, so like, why would you do this instead of like a speech, right? Well, okay, so like that's one like downfall of speech is that you can't really increase the amount of color you already have on your main. Like if you have blue main, if you play speech with blue, that doesn't make it 6 blue. So that's the application there, I believe, but I don't know.
CP is apparently going to give us an explanation here.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like training traditions, but
I'll admit that's not nothing.
I'd rather find Grubber Tempest.
That's not nothing, I'll admit. Especially with Grogar. That's legitimate. A1, hit yourself 3 and something else at the start of the turn with a troublemaker. That's fair. That's a fast start.
Still sitting on my 1.
Yeah. I'll be willing to take the lumps with you. Alrighty. Cozy Glow.
Cozy Glow.
5 power, 1 point. If you would move one of your characters to a problem, you move this card to that problem instead. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm just seeing GP here. That again. Well, in Tempest, not in Cook.
Yeah, I guess.
And as much as we've been going on this thing about how Selena ban is virtually inevitable, we're still rating for the meta where she is legal.
I mean, she's not banned yet, and we don't know if it's gonna be banned.
Okay.
I'm okay with my Selena Overlord. Either way, Cozy Glow.
Cozy Glow, who I think is fair enough. Well, yeah. I see you guys both have her at 1. I am going to have a hard time justifying 2. I feel like I was a little bit loopy last night, or, well, no, whenever I did this. No, it was the end of rating a lot of cards, and I might have been out of it a little
Yeah.
bit. I think there's vague usefulness here.
Okay, so this
But
troublemaker basically has text.
yes.
Pay 2 to move the troublemaker.
Yeah.
That's it. And has 5 power and 1 point.
Mhm.
So why?
I mean, it's not necessarily just pay 2 to move this troublemaker.
Okay, what else is it?
I mean, it could be 1 sometimes. It could be move this troublemaker to a random problem
Okay.
at the start of your turn.
Yeah, sure. But still, why? If this was like an epic troublemaker,
I was just thinking, yeah. Move
then
this troublemaker to a random problem. You've effectively turned Cozy Glow into Flutterbat at that point. Which, yeah, that troublemaker saw play. Yeah, it's a good point being made by all. These troublemakers that are going to have awful rates.
yeah, they're not having a good time. It's a fun effect though. I like fun effects. Ooh, it's this one.
Okay, Rogar.
We have it all at 2.
Yes. Which, yeah. 3 power, 1 point. Gains you an AT. You exhaust it. Because that's a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's interesting enough to potentially see play. It's probably not good. You're
Nope.
painting a big bright red bullseye on him whenever you exhaust him. Opponent's going to look at any possible way to get rid of him next turn. But it's a legitimate play choice. Be able to exhaust him. I guess the problem is he's 3 power, 1 point. Right? It's not like the opponent is going to look at him and be like, "Yeah, there's no point in putting friends there. No way I can beat that."
Yeah,
So
unless they exhaust it.
yeah.
So yeah, the problem for me here is that it's a 1 point, and even if you get like free ET out of it, so net positive 2, and they defeat it, which is very likely because you've been exhausting him so much, it's still not worth it because you may have gained 2 AT, but you gave your opponent a point. It's a very high risk for very little reward.
Yeah. We have 2s across the board.
Yeah.
Okay. For Direk. 5 power, 2 points. Start of a phase health involving this card, you may put a card from your discard pile on top of your deck. Opponents must challenge this troublemaker during the troublemaker phase. At least 1 character here. So I think that Chaos Control really, really loves having other ways to proactively start face off. That's pretty clearly what this card is aiming for, given that you get to stack your deck when you do it. And so I think that it has a shot making it in there. potentially being reasonable. Now, I'll admit
Okay.
it's a very chancy 3 because 5 power 2 points is that's tough, right?
Yeah.
You know, usually farming decks look at that and be like, "Ooh, easy troublemaker with only 2 points."
2 points. Nice.
Yeah. So I'll admit it's not a solid 3, but I think it barely gets there.
Okay. So the fact that it stacks the top deck, you might think that helps with chaos control, but it stacks your top deck from your discard pile. Your chaos control cards don't usually end up in your discard pile unless your opponent is specifically wrecking your plans.
Which they tend to do.
Yeah, I guess they tend to do, but still. I find that ability to be unlikely very useful for chaos control.
Mhm. Well,
Unless,
you can still take the face off and then use your pinky sense. That also works.
yeah, and then it serves like as a way to get cards back from your discard pile, which is fine, I guess. But it's 2 points, 5 power. Like, not competing with Mimic
No,
or
well, no.
and
It's not supposed to
friends.
compete with mimics. That's absolutely fair. Yeah, it's yeah. If you find that your deck is short on ways to proactively start face offs, and to be fair, the opponent can just not put friends there, not put characters there.
Yeah,
But if they're not doing that, then it's working as intended as a troublemaker.
yeah, that's fair. I think 2 is a fair point.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not. This is a 3.0, not a 3.2 or 3.3. So yeah, 2 is quite
Hmm.
valid. Okay,
Next card?
next card, Chrysalis. 5 power, 0 points. And you need -1 wild to confront this card's problem for each trait among opposing characters.
This goes with Cozy Glow.
It does go with Cozy Glow. And it's not just opposing characters here, it's opposing characters. So always at least 1. And often more than that. Quite often more than that. Potentially a
Yep.
lot more than that. There's been a number of traits lately. Ally and Changeling, which often goes with another one. And Unique. Royalty
Donkey.
actually means something. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. And yes, as pointed out, this is the one troublemaker of these so far that's like, oh yeah, this goes in Cozy Glow. This is what she's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, not notwithstanding that I gave Cozy Glow the 1, I think this is reasonable enough that it might see some play even outside of just. But she's enough for a 2 for me.
That's fair. It's a 2 for me too. This card is great and limited though.
Oh yes, 5 power, 0 points. Pretty good on its own.
Yeah. Problems?
Okay, problems. Home stretch.
We're getting close.
Well, not
I
home
want to
stretch,
go to
really.
sleep.
Back stretch. Um, Now, I had thought, as I was doing my ratings, that the problems in this set are really good, because they are. But I realized, actually, that looking back through our previous ratings, the comparison between the problems and the ultra rares is actually about, like, in most of the sets that we review, the problems and the ultra rares end up having about the same average rating. Kind of interesting. And they do here. Both of us actually have the exact same average rating for the problems for the ultra rares.
Do we?
Well, not the same as each other, but the same of the 2
Oh,
categories.
oh yeah. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
so bring out your best. 4 yellow and 3 wild for you, 7 wild for the opponent. Bonus 2. When this problem enters play, you get to name a trait. Your characters here with that trait have +1 power. We've already discussed what trait you name each of the times we talked about this card before.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
that's the thing about the. So yellow is an interesting color with that. All of its decks really like to go tribal. So with yellow, you can have Pegasi, so you name Pegasi on this card, or you could have Critters, so you name Critters on this card, or you could have Changelings, so you can name Changelings on this card.
Mm-hmm.
And this one, like one size fits all card that works for everyone.
Yep.
Pretty good. Also has 2 bonus.
2 bonus is nice. It's somewhat difficult to confront, but at the same time, not that hard. Your main with a stick will probably do it because you're giving her +1 from whatever the thing you named was.
Yep.
Yeah, and 7 is pretty good. I mean, I guess that's one theme over the course of the set. The problems have pretty high requirements across the whole set of them. Actually.
Finally.
Yeah, I know. We'll get to that when we get to the purple problems. So yeah, this seems like a really good inclusion in what yellow. Great 4.
Yep. 4.
Pages agrees. So yeah, speaking of, it's right here. Buzzer keep away. Main phase, pay 3 to score a point. Activate this ability no more than once per turn. 3 purple, 4 wild for you, 9 for them. Remember that line. 1 bonus. This is not like halfway across Equestria, 10 and 0, but it's much more in line with what we used to have for control problems, that's for sure.
My decks are so struggling for good problems that if this problem didn't have text on it, I would still run it.
Mm-hmm. Like I'll really say, I think this problem is a lot worse than some people make it out to be, because if I don't think you should be particularly excited about pay 3 to score a point, because Changeling Throne is still in the format. If you've got spare AT, why not pay 2 AT to score a point? But
pay 3 to score points, it's missing.
Yeah, 9 for them. I'll put it in my deck. It's as easy as that.
Yep. Pretty much. 4 for me.
4 for me. 4 for Pages.
Next card.
Alrighty. Cool mares. Don't look at explosions. Purple starting problem. 5 for you, 3 purple, 2 wild, 7 wild for the opponent. 1 point. If your opponent would score points for defeating a troublemaker, while none of your characters have a color other than 0, or 1 fewer points instead, to a minimum of 0. That's -1 points would be helpful.
Be pretty fun. So,
well, go ahead.
Yeah, I have this card too, because I just don't know. Well, I guess it's good with Tempest, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a starting problem and you only have purple and you have a troublemaker. But you're probably getting Grubber anyway, so it's still 0 points. It doesn't do anything. If you're not playing Tempest and you're not getting Grubber, then you're probably having more colors than just purple.
Possibly. It's true that by the time the opponent's going to start thinking about defeating Troublemaker, a few turns will have gone by, probably. Presuming that you played the Troublemaker turn. And so there is that. I
mean, 3 is still a fair score.
Yeah, it does have value. I don't think it's necessarily just Tempest who's going to play mono purple, and I actually think Tempest probably doesn't play mono purple.
No, my point there was that while Tempest doesn't play mono purple, Tempest is one of those minions that can bring out the troublemaker real early.
Right.
So before they will get into their second color.
Right.
But they are probably bringing out Grubber, and that already has 0 points. So
yeah, I think I'm also relatively cool on the problem text here, but it is a 7. That's similar to Buzzer Keep Away. That's just high enough. Now, to be fair, if
Mystery at Hobbs Hollow.
Yeah, if that was all you cared about, you could run that. You could run Royal Breakfast, something else that probably gives you a little bit more value. Although this allows you to put another 7 into your problem deck. Nothing. You get
that's fair.
have a problem deck that's probably average over 6 wild for the opponent. Well, okay, 6 wasn't hard. 7 average. I think it's a reasonable. Okay, yeah, we'll try to
That's
see
fair.
2 for pages as well. All right, final question.
We're so close.
Yeah, we're getting 20 cards to go. Final question. 4 blue, 2 wild, 6 wild for the opponent, 2 bonus. When you confront this problem, it is the first problem. If it is the first time this problem is confronted in this game, score this problem's bonus. This is scary if your opponent's running it. It's a lot of points.
It's we're back in Premier again.
Yeah. I can personally vouch that seeing this come up after a DFO on the opponent's problem deck is ugh.
Only once per game though. So you're at maximum scoring 2 points. 2 points from this per the entire game, which is good.
Yes. 2 is a lot of points.
Yeah, it is a lot of points. So I'm pretty sure I put this card at 4.
I heartily agree. It's a also nice, relatively low confront requirement for 2 bonus for the blue deck. So
yeah, it's blue keeps getting good problems.
Indeed. Pages with 4 as well. Gaggle of Geese. 3 yellow, 2 wild for you, 7 wild for the opponent. Bonus 1. While none of your characters are a color other than yellow, opponents can't play troublemakers here. So, I don't know if this is necessarily a problem that yellow will want to start with. But I
feel like you just run Lacking Lessons.
Yeah. But if you start with Lacking Lesson Plans, you might want to put this in your deck too. I guess if you're mono yellow. Thorax, I mean. Well, Thorax doesn't care.
Yeah, so that's kind of like I don't think many decks are going there are some mono yellow decks. But would they still run this problem? Do they care about even troublemakers? Like yellow is the best color to deal with troublemakers.
True.
It has middle rooks, and that's enough.
Good point. You're kind of arguing me down there.
Well, I think we have the same score for it. So
we have the same score, but I'm struggling to think of a good justification for that, honestly.
But yeah, I think I'd rather run Lacking Lesson Plan.
I think I agree.
Next card then?
Oh, you mentioned Stained Glass Tribute. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching the chat. Were we talking about Final Question or? Anyway, sorry, GP. I didn't see when exactly you voted. Which problem it was pertaining. Yes. Next card. Party Signs. The same starting problem structure, except for pink. While none of your characters has a color other than pink, you get to pay 1 less for your first pink friend this turn to a minimum of 1. This is also very good.
Yep. So this is the problem that I struggled between 4 and 3. I ended it up with 3, but it was hard to decide there. It could be a 4.
I mean, this has good applications in both kinds of pink decks. Whether you want to start aggressive or want to start slower. In the case of a slow deck, you're going to be playing big friends, and you'll appreciate this, especially because it makes it easier to start a Mrs. Cake cycle going. I'm not going to stop that. Yeah, and pink is gonna stay pink for a good number of turns, I think. And there are other colors you might want to get into, but you're probably going to get a few triggers off of this, for sure. They'll be worthwhile. And I think this is a great starting problem for a lot of pink decks. 0 to 4.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just as soon as you play a single color, you don't get this effect anymore. A lot of pink decks are not single color.
I
So you'd only get this benefit for like first couple of friends, which is could actually be good enough, you know.
even better
But
when your opponent removes your entry, which of course they're going to do. You're back to getting a discount.
yeah,
But anyway,
yeah, I think I'll leave it at free, but it's like leaning toward it's a very high free.
all right, that's very fair. Okay, prospecting interruption.
Now this
3
one,
white, 3 wild, 7 wild for the opponent. And opponents don't score points for confronting this problem.
this one is definitely not a free.
Okay.
This one is a 4. Because it's so good. They just like they can confront your problem, but it doesn't do anything because they don't score points. You basically have a problem where you don't even have to have a troublemaker in it because it's kind of like a troublemaker by itself. Sure, it doesn't prevent DFOs, but it's really annoying to deal with for the opponent once it's out. If it's out for a while, like it's can really block your opponent from confronting or like scoring points.
I mean, I'll admit that it is definitely difficult for the opponent to kind of properly deal with it, right? Because yes, you're not going to feel good about going there and putting your friends there to do single confronts or anything. And admittedly, that is a good thing to do that on one of your problems, because usually you're disadvantaged when single face-offs happen at your problem because your confront requirements are lower than the opponent's.
Yeah.
So it is good to have that there. Would I put this in every white deck?
I don't know about every white deck, but like control white decks for sure. Like this problem is kind of like blackmail. Sure,
I don't know if I'm. Is it kind of like blackmail? I mean, it's not. It is kind of like blackmail. I'll give you that. It is kind of like blackmail. And Chrysalis's Chrysalis's thing was play 3 cards. I think
this card is a definite 4. That's what I think.
I think I'm going to stand by the thing I've been doing and say it's a 3 because Chrysalis is a 3.
Okay, I think this card goes
But I'm
more than just Chrysalis.
I'm willing to give you that.
Like if you're playing pink white, are you not playing this card?
Your main's pink?
Sure.
I'm always a little bit hesitant to play cards that are outside of my primary color. Problems that are outside of my primary color.
I mean, that's fair, but
it's true. This is doing something even if I can't necessarily confront it.
yeah.
So it would probably be a consideration. That's a fair point. All right. And Pages also gave it a 3.
All right. Next problem.
Say hello to my little friend. Your opponent needs. Okay, sorry. 4 pink for you, 4 wild for the opponent, at least. Opponent needs +1 wild to confront this problem for each card in their hand at a bonus of 0. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly don't know why I gave this.
Yeah, so the reason I gave it a 4 and not a 3 is Well, your opponent is probably gonna have cards in their hand, so I would assume this card that would be at least 6 for them, which is fine. Probably 7, which is also fine, but potentially like 10 or 12 even, right?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
on average it's going to be an 8 or a 9
yeah,
even.
yes, and sure, it's not reliable. Like opponent can play around it, but what really sold me is not the ability, but that 0 right there.
Yeah.
Zeros feel good, especially when they can potentially require like 8 power to confront. And it's super easy for you to confront.
Yeah.
So that's why I gave it the 4. I think it's a really good pink problem.
Yeah, I think.
I think in the purple pink control deck, you play this problem.
It's you're starting to get into like actual choices to make in purple and pink control, which is great. Appreciate that. But yeah, it's definitely high up on the list. All right.
Yep.
Pages is still a 3. I don't know if it would be just either. But I'm a 4 now. Okay, standing up for yourself. 5 and 5. One bonus. While you have only one character here, that character can't be moved or frightened. So
Cool, I guess.
interesting, yes. That one character is going to be your main, probably. With excuse me.
Are you sure about that?
Um,
Because like you probably like your main can't be frightened anyway. So the only thing
that's a
that
good point.
changes
Yeah,
can
yeah,
be moved. It's good for farm,
yeah. I mean, I could say that one of the things you were scared about in Farm was that forced movement.
but orange farm only exists only in harmony now. So
I mean,
do you run this card in Thorax? Do you?
okay, no, you don't run problems you can't confront in. Okay. I was going to say you don't run problems you can't confront in any deck. That's not true. Blackmail was a thing. Fair enough. But
Well, combo decks are also a thing.
I mean, combo decks are different. Rules don't apply to combo only, right? Yeah, but no, you don't run this.
Yeah. So as long as score is concerned, I think this card is a free in harmony with like mod farming. Probably better.
Probably better, yeah. But it's a admittedly the power ratio is pretty awful. 5 for both, so you're not
Yeah.
able to take good advantage of it. But you can still put something there that can't be moved right. Great place to put a like friend that's really strong from hand, but like temporarily.
Yeah.
Although I'm not that in orange right now.
Yeah. I think this card is a free. I don't think it's a 4. I don't think it's a 2. I think it's a free.
Let me see. He mentions work hard, play hard, which is what does that mean? Even do again? It's like
Keeps
+1
the thing
power for each
exhausted.
exhausted friend.
Yeah.
Oh, right. He's saying that you can farm with that. I think.
I don't think you can. Can you farm with that?
I don't know.
Well, if you can, send us a list. Next problem?
Next problem. Prize concert. Uh, Usual starting problem thing. Yep, yep. He's saying that you can farm. Hithroc said orange farms only in harmony. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess we'd love to see. Anyway, white problem that says when you play a non-friend card, you may have one of your characters get +2 power until the end of the turn.
Yep.
Now, as I mentioned, I think Chrysalis is going to be a lot about setting yourself up and then flipping her and then hoping she doesn't get unflipped for the rest of the game. Probably involve, well, it'll involve a few. We're sounding dead, Jimmy. It's been almost 6.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Maybe because I didn't
it's
sleep
like
for 24
the
hours.
middle of the night for Hithroc, so yes.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I wonder
It's
why I'm sounding dead.
fair to say here on the U.S. East Coast, it's like dark too as well. I started with the sun out, and now I'm in this dark room as well. So yeah, sorry. I appreciate. I'm hungry now. Haven't had lunch since noon. But yeah, we're getting there. We got like 10 cards left. Well, 14, 13. But anyway, yeah. I think this card's a 2.
What did they give it? I think I agree with that, right?
You gave it a 1.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I don't think there are any white decks where you would use that. Like, so this is a white starting problem. So you have to start with white, and as you said, like starting with white implies white main, and the only white main is Chrysalis. I don't know any other white mains, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
And that's not the like. I think you're better off with other problems. I mean, maybe for a Celos, but you wouldn't play non-friend cards there. You'd play friend cards.
Right, yeah, because the Celos needs to confront a flip.
Yeah. So it's a 1, yeah. I am pretty confident in my 1.
That's fair. Pages. Tarnished Reputation. The blue starting problem that lets you move one of your characters at home. I have this up at a 5. And I know giving problems a 5 is always hard. Because problems by their nature don't have that much of an effect on the game sometimes, as friends and mains do. But this is a starting problem, so it does have some level of impact. And I think there's plenty of. I mean, so for one thing, all the blue confront flip mains love this.
Yeah.
Which is to say, that's Thunderbolt
And Gallows, that's it.
And Gallus, which they both needed that. I mean, it's funny.
Sure.
I used to say once upon a time that I would love to see a problem that was just your main character starts the game at this problem, and this is close enough to that. Funnily enough, I think, and even the non-confront afflict mains, I think blue mains will absolutely use it. Maybe not 5 worthy, I guess. Maybe 4.
I'm still thinking I think Bugball strategy just gives you more options.
Bugball is definitely something. Is it as useful to like Seleno? I think Seleno will use this problem sometimes.
Maybe not to Selena, but I guess. See, that's why it's a free. I think there are usually other problems you can run, but maybe with Selena, yeah. With Selena and Confront to Flips, I can agree. That might be the problem.
All right, Pages also gave it a 4.
All right, last
problem. Under the weather. Orange problem, which says opponents can't ready unless their controller pays 1, which I'll admit, that's good. That's good. What was Fashion Disaster? Well, it was your opponent goes away unless you pay 1.
Yeah.
But still, exhausted and can't ready. For a lot of friends, that is functionally the same as not being in play.
It's true.
Now, admittedly, less useful at the start of the game because characters aren't necessarily going to be exhausting right off the get-go. Work
It
hard.
depends on the kind of deck you're playing.
True. Work hard, play hard can help with that. And orange decks in general can help with that. I don't know if I'm willing to give it a 4, as you have, but I think it's not bad. Put a 3.
I'll stand by my 4.
Okay.
Sure, backball might be a better option for some orange decks, but I think this card can be really useful, and maybe more mono orange exhaust is a thing, which completely destroys aggro.
I mean, maybe. All orange decks run Grogar main, though. Remember that.
Mm, just like all
white decks run
Chrysalis
Chrysalis.
is
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Chrysalis is the only white main. All right, to the yours.
Alrighty, to the URs, the real home stretch.
Speaking of Grogers.
Speaking of, yes. I see no agreement. 555 across the board. Or sorry, no disagreement.
No agreement. You mean you see Discord?
Indeed. Yeah, this is insane. It is a 3 power main to start with, which is good for allowing power plays up to start. Turn 2 Desert Road. I said that when we first saw this card off of Buckball. It is going to make it easier for orange to hit unity requirements. It is going to, it just enables orange to kind of skip the first phase of the game where you're working towards flipping your main over. And unlike the Discord that we had before, this one is not useless on its boosted side. It is can still do stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And even get to more power than the starter one.
Absolutely. And also, again, unlike that Discord, you have complete control over that whole process. You can choose when you want to get him over, and he's going to stay on that side. Unless, I guess, you flip him back with easy as pie if you want. Or easy as take or whatever.
Easy as pie.
Easy as pie. That's the name of the card.
Yeah. 5 all across the board. This is the meta-defining card.
Yeah. I think I would actually be willing to say that. Yeah. Okay.
Next card.
Daring Do. 3 blue. 3 cost. 3 wreck. When a player confronts a problem, if this card isn't at that problem, you may move this card. Get to pay 1 to give it competitive 2 to the end of the turn. You've given her a 1!
Yeah.
You think that she's that bad?
I don't think there's a reason to run her. Like, I can see her. I'm not saying I don't see how she could be used.
Right.
I'm just not convinced that those uses are like worth it. So, would you rather play this or the Daybreaker?
I think they go in different decks. I think
Are they though? Like, okay, so the first ability is only helpful during face-offs, unless you want.
Absolutely
not. Okay, hold on. When you confront the problem, when the opponent confronts the problem,
okay,
it's useful to force a single face-off, right?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this as a way to do double confronts. I confront the problem and then live this one at home and move it to the other problem to confront that one.
And sure, but it's only free power. Like, you can do Bluna tricks here, but it's only free power. I don't know. I'm not convinced that this card.
So is Bluna only 3 power.
Okay, so here's my point. If Flash Magnus didn't see any play, this card won't either. Doesn't pass the Daybreaker test.
Flash Magnus is admittedly a fair point.
Like, sure, you can do Bluna shenanigans with it, but I don't think they're worth it. And yes, Bluna is also free power, but Bluna is a main. And this is just a friend which has an ability.
You know that's bringing up Flash Magnus cuts me more than any, because I know how wrong I was about that card.
Yeah, I also thought Flash Magnus is gonna be like everywhere, and turns out he was nowhere.
But
Actually, no, I'm looking at the scores and I gave Flash Magnus a free, so I guess I was right.
yeah,
On
no, I
something.
remember that was the set we had the big arguments back to back, because I was up on Flash and down on Rockhoof, and you were the opposite.
Was I up on Rokov? No, I gave Rokov free as well.
Anyway, I'm gonna stand by 3 on Daring Do. I think that, admittedly, the pay 1 to give this card competitive 2 is functionally, well, not functionally irrelevant, but it's not what makes her good. It's
Yeah.
It's the confront tricks and the usefulness, yes, for bringing her in against a single face buff. That's not nothing either.
Yeah, that's. I'm not convinced. 1.
Sure. And Pages is between us at 2. All right. Discord. Now this card is great.
Yeah.
Uh,
In my Harmony combo deck.
Yes. Stacking your problem. I mean, stacking your problem deck's not awful in any deck.
Yeah.
Every deck's gonna know what problem they want to come up next. But it's like the 1AT problem replace is at immediate speed is amazing in a variety of circumstances.
Yeah, I think it's a solid 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid 4. Pages willing to go the extra mile at 4.5.
That's fair.
All right, Luster Dawn. 2 cost, no requirement. 2 purple power.
What? Entry ultra rare?
I know.
Is this pay to win?
When you confront this card's problem, everyone knows what Luster Dawn does. I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, it's a Stimula Plexus.
Not exactly. Like, admittedly, I played this card in the first online con for this, and it's not exactly that. You do have to think a little bit about how you set up your confronts with your main character, so that Luster will still be confronting when you exhaust your main. Like it is. This is not the same thing as Bunyip, say for example. Much different. But the fact that you don't have to pay 2 AT each time to ready, say for example, like, if you, this is a stable configuration. Just sitting at the problem, and it's just going to score you an extra point every turn unless the opponent does something about it. That is pretty good.
Yeah.
And she's an amazing fit in purple, obviously, but can go in lots of other things too. And I think
Agreed.
She's good enough to be a 5.
I have her at 4.
Paige is also at 5.
Wow, is this the only 5 that Pages has? This might be the only 5.
Might be, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
All
right.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the only 5.
Huh. All right, Starlight Glimmer and Chrysalis. 1 left standing. Cost 3, 4 power, 2 white wreck. Your starting problems bonuses are increased by 1. Players need +2 wild to confront your non-starting problems. This card looks really cool. I have no idea how to properly use it.
Yeah, it's a weird card, and that's what I like about it. Is that it's kind of wants you to have starting, but at the same time doesn't want you to have starting problems. We've discussed this when it
Mhm.
was spoiled,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's a weird problem. I don't think it will see competitive play, but it's like for an ultra rare, I think it's a really good ultra rare.
Mhm. It's a really nice design. The feeling of having two things kind of at tension within it is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it. I don't see it going particularly well in any of the two white decks we've considered so far this stream. Um, so yeah, that seems like a two.
Yep.
All right, Legion of Doom, Frightful Foes, 5 power 5 cost, 2 blue, purple, and white. They pay 1 less to play this card for each frightened opposing friend. Exhaust this card to dismiss a frightened friend. At the end of your turn, if one has at least 3 frightened friends, pay 1 to score a point. Now, in my understanding of how this card is going to work, it is the first 2 abilities are going to be relevant and the third less so. I think removal is more important than scoring points.
Well, scoring points for 180 sounds
It
really good to
is
me.
very good, that's true. But
Like, removing things is nice, but the weird thing about this card is that it kind of wants you to have 3 frightened friends, but at the same time, it dismisses them.
yeah,
And if that's what you meant, like you'd rather go down like below 3 friends
that's what I was
than
thinking.
keep them. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But like when you have a chance, you probably will save 180 to score a point because that's so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like if those 3 friends that are frightened are pretty meh, might as well keep them. So yeah, I gave this card a 3 because it's kind of only for frightened decks, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I gave Tyric a 3 because that's my mark of belief into
I mean,
frightened decks.
yeah,
It's at 3.
I think this card is clearly the capstone of that deck, but it's not like the reason that deck works. So
Yeah,
that's why I'm willing to give it underneath. 8 is also a 3.
yeah.
All right, thank you, Pie. Same
It's
tricorn thing, an orange, pink, and yellow. Hasty. And at the start of your turn, choose an opposing friend, resource, and troublemaker. Bad things will happen to them. Maybe.
Yes, it's great.
At random, nothing might happen, but chances are bad things will happen to them.
Exactly. So this card is great. It also has hasty.
It's true. Yeah.
Chances are something will happen to them. I think it's like 20%, 25% chance nothing will happen.
Yes.
So that's good odds. And you can also play this with Poppy.
Squares, right? Yeah, you multiply it. So it's like it's something like 1% chance that nothing at all happens.
Well, yeah, that makes sense because
yeah.
So
yeah,
I think this card will see play. I think there is an orange, pink, yellow deck that will run this card. And this card is gonna wreck because it's hasty and it can remove 3 things. It's like mini Middlebrook.
that's fair, honestly. I mean, spoilers. Yes, I've seen this card go into deck lists already. So, good point on that.
I think it. Yeah, I think this card will see play. I think it warrants a 4.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know if I'm willing to go that far.
That's fine.
It's possible that a 4 is correct, but I'm sitting at 3.
That's fine, but once you get the icing, you'll see.
We shall see. Oh, I guess this isn't the final art of this card, is it? Missing a trait.
Yeah, it's missing icing trait.
Anyway.
Right,
hey,
next card.
Sanctuary Scuffle. Only 5 cards to go.
4.
Oh yeah. This card kind of came out of left field because it wasn't spoiled for a long time. But it is good. It's great. It is a
It's a
big
mass
card
removal
for
for
yellow.
yellow.
Yeah. In most decks, you are going to be able to choose one of these modes with relative ease and hit most of the stuff on the other side of the board. Um, and probably, well, you might hit some of your own stuff, maybe. But
Yeah, but you probably build your deck around it.
yeah, absolutely.
And most of the things like your opponent will play are either below free power or above free power. It's rarely that the decks have like a mix of both, in
Absolutely.
my experience.
So yeah,
So great card.
I'm willing
4.
to call it a 5.
Yeah,
Yellow.
I can. It's a heavy 4 for me. It might be a 5.
4.5 for pages. Okay, Mind Palace. 2 cost, 4 orange wreck. As an opponent plays a card, you may pay 1 and banish this card to get rid of all the other copies of that card the opponent just played.
Destiny Drain.
Yep. Destiny
Except
Drain,
proactive.
except they always get it once. Yeah.
Well, it is proactive, which makes it really bad Destiny Drain. That's proactive Destiny Drain is not how Destiny Drain should work.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, your opponent will never play a card that they're actually afraid of losing. So that's why this card is a free. I think it's an interesting card. I think some people will try to run it, but at the end of the day, it's not Destiny Drain.
It's not. I think it has a chance. Like, if you don't think you're getting a good deal, you can always just not use it. I mean,
Yeah, and if they play Middlebrook, then they just pay 1.
yeah, it's an as. So if you see this card going away because of the thing they played, then you activate it. You at least get to look at your opponent's hand.
That's fair. That's why that card is a free and not a 2. Like, I think there are uses, and I think some decks will run it, but not like super consistent play. I think so.
It is 3s across the board.
And like the thing about like Destiny Drain was that Destiny Drain was like an answer to specific things, like combo decks or control. Like it was very specific scenarios where you would use Destiny Drain, and this card is a little different.
All right, Rogar's Bell. Oh, I vacillated on this one for a long time.
It's the bell.
Yeah, it is. It is just a 1-cost resource. So cheap, so little investment. But it seems like it's going to take so long to do anything useful for me.
And then it gets removed.
I am so ready to be wrong with this too, but I am not willing to give it more than that.
I am willing to give it free, but I'm like, so I'm kind of the same as you, except it's for me it's either 3 or 4. But I'm at the end of the day, I inclined towards 3. It's really hard to use this card safely, and like the fact that you have to banish the card when you flip it doesn't help because that probably means you're losing the face-off. So unless you didn't care about the face-off, it's usually a bad thing to do. That's why, like, people. I saw some people saying like, "Oh, this card is good in the farming deck," but it's hard for me to imagine for it to be used in the farming deck because you get rid of your flip, which is kind of
GP pointing out Spike and Gabby. Fair point. You can, take one and flip the other. It'll be okay.
yeah.
On the problem.
I mean, yeah, there are some applications of it. But
Yeah,
it's hard to use.
seems like first you got to flip the thing that you want to play for free. But, yeah, doable enough. It's not like top deck fixing isn't a thing in this. Then you got to flip them. You got to put enough cards under Gogar's belt to be able to play that card for free. All the while, knowing that the closer you get, the chance your opponent just ditches the bell rises. And then you get to play it. It just seems like you're putting in so much effort to be able to play a card for free, which, I mean, Student 6 lets you do that already.
It's good for small cards.
I guess.
Like Soul in the Blue. You only need 2 cards. You need to manage 2 cards for that, which is very doable.
I guess. Anyway, Pages gave it a 4.
Yeah.
Which makes me even more anxious. But we'll see.
Next card?
Legion of Doom! 7
card,
power,
great.
3 points.
Love it.
At the start
It
of
is
your
3
turn.
points,
Well, yeah.
but I love it. Yeah, go ahead.
Start of your turn, put a fear counter on an opponent's main character, frighten an opposing friend here. Opponents have -1 power. During face-offs, reach fear counter on their main character. When it leaves play or is turned face down, 3 fear counters come off the opposing main character.
I love it.
Good value.
You can farm it yourself, get 3 points. Opponents get fear stacks, which reduce face-offs. Like, it's -1 power during all of the face-offs, not just with this troublemaker. It's all of them.
Yeah.
Every single face-off you could have. So when you fight this troublemaker yourself, this helps you. It's kind of like the Ember effect. If then they fight you with the stick, they have like this. It's great. It's great. As long as you can keep up more than 3 counters, then you're in plus, because the second one you play will like persist, because it not only removes 3 counters and doesn't remove all of the counters.
Yeah. This is unique. Got to be careful on that.
Yeah.
That is probably going to trip a few people up as the set gets started. Not used to troublemakers having unique.
I don't think we've had a single unique troublemaker before. This is the first.
Right. But yeah, this is great value. 3 power troublemaker again. I can't stress how much of a big deal that is, and farming is absolutely a thing. Now, granted, we're only giving this a 4. This is not Grogar levels of amazingness, old Grogar, rather. But it is absolutely great. 4 for sure.
Yeah.
Pages gives it a 4.5. Okay.
This is it.
It's over.
It's over. The end of the end.
The end of the end. Magic of Friendship grows. Cost 6. 6 power. If you control a Pinkie Pie character, score a point. Same thing goes through for all the other members of the main 6. So, if you score 2 points with this, you functionally played this main twice. If you score 3, you
Changeling Throne.
Yeah, Changeling Throne 3 times. If you score 4, no, shoot, it doesn't work out.
The math
anymore.
is harder. We shouldn't do that now.
So I mean, I give it a 2. As did.
What did I give it? I gave it a 2 as well.
Yeah. There you go. GP, thanks for the rescue. 2 rarity pony pirates if you score 4 points. And 5 is a prime number. 5 is hard. If you score 5 points with this, you've won, in my mind.
No, I think you've won if you scored 6 points with
I
this,
mean,
obviously.
you've won if you score 12 because you managed to copy this. Anyway, yeah, it's a really cool card. Love the design, but it is so Johnny that it hurts almost.
Yeah. I mean, this card is for flavor more than anything.
Absolutely.
And it might be getting only a 2 on the rating, but that's because the rating doesn't care about the flavor. And maybe it should.
I mean,
Maybe we should put 5s just because it's a Trixie.
we can think about that for next set, sure. Pages also gives it a 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, all right, we're here.
We're done. Only 7 hours later.
Oh my god.
Is this the longest one we've ever had?
2 hours ago, I said to someone that I might be free in a half an hour.
Yeah.
that was foolish.
I started the stream knowing that I had a D&D game starting at 5:30. It's like, I'm sure I'll be done in time for that. No problem.
Yeah, I thought like it's gonna take like 5 hours, maybe 6.
Yeah.
And it took us what?
Oh.
7 hours. Pretty much
in
exactly
10
7.
minutes, it'll be 7 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am gonna sign off here.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go sleep. It's 4 a.m.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody for sticking with us. GP, you were here for a long time. Thanks. For anyone who is watching this after the fact, thanks as well. This will be up
Big
on
thanks.
YouTube at some point. I know I'm a little bit behind on the uploads. I'll see to that this weekend. Otherwise, we shall be back 2 weeks from now doing something else. Maybe the leaders look back at our ratings. That would be, sorry. Yeah, Leaders and Legends. That was the last set. Or something else. Who knows?
Yeah.
But this is done for another year, probably. So that's great. All right. Thank you very much, Hithroc.
Thank you, Cursed.
And we will see you guys in a fortnight.
Bye.